fair, and it's more importantly the fact that the party is looking at inclusive development that matters more. So he sat with MPs, he went through that whole training, and today he is voting there, and he has urged everybody to vote for CP Radhakrishnan. While talking about CP Radhakrishnan, he did say that they've been friends for over 40 years, and he went on to mention that in fact he's been friends with him ever since both of them had black hair. He said that this is a man who does not play games in politics. He's not known to be manipulative. He has really praised him for his for his ideals, for his commitment, not just to the party, but also to the post that he is holding. Remember, CP Radhakrishnan has been a governor of Jharkhand and Maharashtra. Also, the Prime Minister in the past has really openly praised him. He comes from Coimbatore, and Tamil Nadu is a state that the Prime Minister is extremely fond of.
Vasudha, while you are speaking on the Prime Minister coming there, this is also very important. It's unlike what happened in 2017 and the 2022 vice presidential election. This is coming on the back of the 2040 below par performance of the BJP. At least that's what many of their supporters would believe. They would have hoped for a much better show. So in that context as well, this becomes very, very important while we are speaking at this moment, and the BJP NDA showing how important this entire election is from 8 a.m. There has been, in fact, ministers meeting different MPs from different states, making sure not only the NDA gets its full quota, the numbers is somewhere around 434, 435 numbers that the NDA has with the support of the YSR CP, but they would also want some chunk or at least some cross voting, so that they can show that the government is fully in control as far as the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha is concerned, Vasudha.
That's right, Ankit. In fact, the NDA... NDA sources are telling us that there could be a possibility of cross-voting, and they are expecting at least 10 to 12 votes to come in their favor, and this could include MPs from the Northeast. There are also MPs like Swati Maliwal who don't really have a great equation with their own parties. We have to wait and see how they work these people around. Also in parties like BRS, well, there are just 4 MPs, and there has been some sense that, with Kavita's leaving, there could be 1 or 2 votes that they could get in. But remember that the opposition is also hoping for the same thing, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Sudershan Reddy, I can tell you, Ankit, has reached out to almost all South Indian MPs. He has talked about their sense of duty. He has in fact talked about how, he's talked about old connections. He's talked about how he has known fathers of many of these MPs. So clearly he is bringing in his legacy and his commitment to constitutional values as well. So there are efforts that have been going on from both sides. Jairam Ramesh held a session with Congress MPs, with opposition MPs yesterday, in which he made it very clear. He explained the whole process in detail, saying that this is what you need to be doing. You need to cite only one preference. Similarly, all the ministers today were given responsibilities of hosting MPs from certain states, explaining to them in very lucid, simple ways what the process is like and why this is important for them. Because while this is a prestige battle for both, and we've been talking about this for a long time, more importantly, this is about procedures, and the NDA also showing that the Dhankhar episode has not really, in some ways disrupted its unity, and they are completely one, which is why the Telugu parties, be it YSRCP, be it TDP, both of them are voting for CP Radhakrishnan, and BRS is the other Telugu party which has completely abstained from voting. So clearly that's also being seen as a victory by the NDA for its own candidate.
Well, it's been almost 50 days since that shock of resignation of the former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankhar, which necessitated these vice presidential elections. A lot of rethought, recalibration has gone not only in the selection of the candidate, but also in the way the NDA is approaching this election of the Vice President of India. Remember, he's the master of the Rajya Sabha, the leader of the House, the chairperson of the House. And, as a chairperson, he's expected to be bipartisan. Will there be a difference in his approach when it comes to the opposition? Will there be whosoever, in fact, wins? The numbers clearly stacked in favor. There will be doesn't seem that there is going to be any surprise as far as the winner of the vice president is concerned. I think the interest is whether there is some cross-voting, what is the final difference, the margin of the victory, because the last time in 2022, it was more than 360 odd votes for the NDA candidate. Mr. Dhankhar, against Margaret Alva, one of the biggest margins of victory. The situation since then has changed a lot politically. I'm also being joined at this moment while we are looking at the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, possibly the first among the voters in this whole 781 MPs who would be in fact voting for the vice presidential elections. The Prime Minister later has to go to Punjab as well. I'm being joined by our consulting editor and senior political analyst, Mr. Jayanto Ghoshal, is with us at this moment. We also have Amitabh Tiwari, the man who keeps a very close eye on the pulse of the politics of this country. Vasudha continues to be with me from the Vijay Chowk. Right next to her, very short distance from her, is the action which is going on in the parliament at this moment. Let me very quickly get in a quick word in from both my guests. Jayantoda, while we are seeing the Prime Minister coming in, I think one difference, though the opposition put up a candidate, there has been a lot of talk about Justice Reddy, but the way the floor management NDA has been able to do, or at least has tried to do, that also shows the difference between both the sides. The opposition this time has much better numbers than they had in 2022, but the way NDA has reached out, man-to-man marking, even in the morning today, ministers meeting with the MPs of various states, making sure every single vote counts and they can send a big political message out of this victory.
Yeah, Ankit, I completely agree with your proposition. And it's true that politics is always art of possibility. So opposition parties, that is their constitutional responsibility to fight for this post. But you know, this opposition, I expected more consolidation on the issue of the vice president from the opposition side. It is true that as you explained the number,
okay,
exact number I also don't remember, maybe 436 or something, and 324. So that difference is always there. So the victory of NDA, that is the world writing, is very clear. Nobody is saying that NDA candidate is possible defeat. Nobody is expecting. But what you are saying, that mobilization, the ministers' bungalows are now active, with the member of parliament's presence. And I have seen the different distribution of mobilization work state-wise. So the eastern region, southern region. So I am completely amazed that Rahul Gandhi, who is a pioneer, who is a vanguard of the India alliance, and just before the vice president election, he was not there. So I don't know whether he has reached or not, that you can tell me, but I don't understand. If you are serious, you have to project the seriousness also among the member of parliaments, among the, I am just giving a comparison. Kejriwal, he is saying that he is not part of India and he is opposition party, but he doesn't want to be the part of India as Congress spoiled his possibility in the last election.
Right.
Mamata Banerjee called Kejriwal and tried to convince that it is true that victory is not imminent. But before 2029, although 2029 is far away, before that Bihar is there, West Bengal is there. So the opposition consolidation, but still the crossroad. And one thing, Ankit, it is clear that there is no whip in vice president election. That is a constitutional position. So
that's an important, Dada, I'll have to go across to our colleagues, those who are in the ground as well. So very, very quickly, I will go across to, our colleagues. Prashant is there. Akhilesh is also joining us. So is Vasudha. Prashant, let me very quickly come to you at this moment. Jairam Ramesh, smiling Jairam Ramesh coming into the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, meeting Kiran Rijiju there, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. I can see Anurag Thakur and Jitendra Singh also, as far as these ministers are concerned. MP from the Samajwadi Party also coming in. Prashant, a quick word about the floor management as far as the opposition is concerned. While we have spoken ad nauseum about how the NDA has in fact tried a man-to-man marking, everybody has been reached out. They are hoping that they would be like Devendra Fadnavis is hoping that he would be able to convince a few MPs of the opposition in Uddhav Sena and also in the NCP to try and get them to vote, in fact, for their vice president candidate of the NDA. How is the opposition looking at it? What is the larger message that the opposition wants to send across? Because the importance would also be in trying to get their numbers intact, show that there is still opposition unity whether they lose or win this fight.
Well, Ankit, that's the biggest challenge for the opposition. You know, as you rightly said, numbers are heavily stacked in favor of NDA candidate CP Radhakrishnan. So the main aim, so to say, of the India bloc is currently, as of now, is to keep their flock intact and make sure that whatever support they have in both the houses of parliament, at least those number of MPs go and cast their votes in favor of their candidate B. Sudershan Reddy. So far as NDA is concerned, I am standing at MOS Home Affairs Nityanand Rai's house, and just a while back, all the NDA MPs from Bihar and Jharkhand, they congregated in his house. They had a breakfast meeting with Nityanand Rai among themselves, and they proceeded, all the MPs proceeded together to Parliament House to cast their votes. So this is how NDA is trying to keep their flock together. Opposition obviously has a greater challenge because they have a lesser number. They have tried to reach out to those people who have not sure whom to vote, but so far they have not. They don't seem to be successful in their efforts.
Akhilesh Sharma is also with us at this moment. Akhilesh, you know, I don't recall ever that the ruling party or the ruling alliance, you know, has not won the vice president election. It would be actually news if the opposite happens. So certainty of the victory of the NDA candidate with the numbers also there, that is not in question. The question is, how many can they get from the opposition alliance? And it is interesting. Many people like Rashid Engineer, who is in prison, one of the MPs from Jammu and Kashmir. There is Swati Maliwal, who is miffed with the Aam Aadmi Party. There is Amritpal Singh, independent from Punjab. These three, and plus the NDA trying to, in fact, hoping that there would be more coming in from the opposition alliance. What is the number? What is the margin of victory that the NDA is looking at, Akhilesh?
Well, Ankit, let's talk about the numbers. And there's a very crucial block, which is called the neutral block. As far as the parliament is concerned, there are 39 MPs in this neutral block. And out of those, the 39, BRS and the BJD, they have decided to abstain from this voting. So they have total 11 MPs. So if you minus 11 from the 39, so that means 28 votes are left in the neutral block. And NDA managers are hoping that out of those 28, at least 90% voters will be coming to the NDA fold. So this is their hope. And they're saying that they will get around 450 numbers as far as the vice presidential election is concerned. And they are saying that the victory margin will be around 100 to 125. But of course, it will be less than what Mr. Jagdeep Dhankhar had won in 2022. He had won by more than 350 votes. That was a huge number. More than 75% votes were cast in his favor. But this time, the margin is going to be less because the opposition is stronger. Though opposition is divided as usual, there are parties which opposition hope that they would support Mr. Sudershan Reddy, but they decided to abstain, like PRS and the BJD. And Mr. Jairam Ramesh actually asking questions to these two parties, and to which Mr. B.L. Santosh, BJP General Secretary, has responded that these two parties were born to fight against the Congress party. And that's why to expect them to support the Congress would be foolish. So this is what the logic says, and India is hopeful that the number will be stronger, the performance will be better. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, that the margin is going to be less than what Mr. Dhankhar had won.
Vasudha wanted to come in on this. Vasudha, go ahead. Like you were talking about, I think the interest of this election by the evening, once the vote, the counting of the vote starts at 6 o'clock, is the margin, isn't it? The margin of victory is possibly something that both the opposition and the ruling alliance would be interested in.
Well, Ankit, the margin of victory is, of course, going to be important. But remember that Jagdeep Dhankhar won with a majority, with a margin that was not really seen in a long time. And that you can see those vehicles passing by now. The Prime Minister has voted along with several other ministers. He was seen with Kiran Rijiju and Ram Mohan Naidu, both election agents for this particular election. But Ankit, like we were talking about, the victory margin is going to be important. It's not going to be anything that is close to what Jagdeep Dhankhar had, because he won almost 72% of the votes then. TMC was instrumental in that because that is the party that really abstained from voting then. But this time, there's far better planning, also because there are more opposition MPs this time. But more importantly, this time also we can see that there is a need for the opposition to send out the right kind of message, which is why they chose someone like Justice Sudhakar Reddy. Justice Sudhakar Reddy also put out this 12-minute video in which he spoke about how it's important to vote for the soul of the country, how he represents democracy, and how there have been laws of the government that have been depriving people from marginalized sections, and they've been forcing them to the fringes of the society. So he clearly is speaking the opposition language, and that's exactly what the opposition wanted. When it comes to CP Radhakrishnan, I think the NDA has also been able to send out the right message, because CP Radhakrishnan represents the Sangh ideology. He represents the organizational gravitas of the BJP and the Sangh. He's also somebody who has held constitutional posts in the past, somebody who has always remained away from controversies, and that's exactly what the BJP is looking at, specifically after the Dhankhar episode.
Very important as you sum this up. While the opposition is hoping to make this battle an ideological one by saying that, it's a battle for the constitution, for the soul of this country, while the NDA, in fact, has picked up somebody dyed in the wool, from the stable of the RSS, BJP, possibly learning the lesson from the Jagdeep Dhankhar fiasco. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is also joining us at this moment from the national capital. It's been a very, very hectic morning, isn't it, Mohammad Ghazali? The way both the sides are trying to ensure that, there are no breaches as far as their stable is concerned in terms of the numbers, to ensure at least, some sort of a narrative, even in victory or defeat, as far as this election of the vice president is concerned.
Yeah, that is why we have got these poll observers or poll agents been appointed by both groups. From the ruling coalition of NDA for CP Radhakrishnan, he is comfortably placed in Maharashtra Southern and comfortably placed as far as the numbers are concerned. We spoke to him today morning while he went to the temple and said that perhaps he's confident of his victory and he will work towards the vision of Viksit Bharat, which the Prime Minister has envisioned. But as far as numbers are concerned, and as far as the entire issue of cross-voting is concerned, we have seen that happening in previous VP elections as well. So this is not something which is an exception that might happen or might not happen. But both camps are very concerned as far as the margin of victory is concerned, as well as the cross-voting is concerned, because time and again in the last 10 years under the NDA government, we have seen that though whenever such kind of contests happen where numbers are in favor of NDA, is still for a kind of a moral victory, the opposition also needs to show that their house is united and they are not disintegrated. Two political parties have also sort of declared and announced that they will be abstaining from voting, but some of the people who are close to Mr. Krishnan over here, they claim that perhaps you never know, they can also spring some surprises.
Yes, I think in the end, the whole conversation in the evening will shift to the numbers. Who got how many votes? That is going to be, a very, very interesting way to look at things from about 434, 435 that the NDA has, along with the support of the YSR-CP, and compare that to 325, 326 that the opposition has. It will be interesting how many of those numbers remain intact when the counting of the votes takes place, at the end of the day. It's a very, very important election as well. All right, let's listen in.
और सभी प्रतिपक्ष के जितने भी नेतागण हैं उनको धन्यवाद।
सर कितने आश्वस्त हैं आप जीत को लेकर?
पूरा
सर माइक थोड़ा पीछे कर लो। तो यार क्या
पूरा हम तो इलेक्शन जीतने वाले हैं।
थैंक यू। और सर अंतरात्मा की बात आपने की है, क्या लगता है क्रॉस वोटिंग होगा?
क्रॉस वोटिंग का शब्द आज तक मैं कभी इस्तेमाल करें मैं सिर्फ अंतरात्मा की आवाज को जगाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा था। आई डिड नॉट से देयर विल बी क्रॉस वोटिंग। आई डोंट नो
सर, अगर आप
व्हाट इज क्रॉस
तो
वोटिंग।
क्या कहेंगे सर, प्रायोरिटी क्या होगी आपके जीतने के बाद?
अब इससे पहले बात कर चुके हैं ना
लेकर होम मिनिस्टर ने बहुत सारी बातें कही।
सर अब क्या पूछ रहे हैं भाई? अब क्या पूछ रहे हैं आप? कितने दिन के बाद आप पूछ रहे हैं? रोज बोलते रहूंगा क्या मैं वही बात को? थैंक यू, थैंक यू,
कहना चाहेंगे आज के दिन सर?
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
सर, आपको लेकर होम मिनिस्टर ने
All right, that was Justice Reddy.
क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बहुत सुन लिया।
एक मिनट देखिए, इसमें अंतरात्मा तो अपनी जगह है, इसमें पार्टी विप लागू नहीं होता। तो जस्टिस सुदर्शन इज द नेशन कैंडिडेट, देश के कैंडिडेट हैं, राष्ट्र के कैंडिडेट हैं, और हमें पूरा उम्मीद है राष्ट्र जीतेगा।
सर, आप काफी होपफुल हैं।
वी आर जिस तरीके से समर्थन मिल रहा है, हम लोग पूरी तरह से उम्मीद।
Right, so that was in fact the vice presidential candidate of the opposition speaking, and let's listen.
इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और मैं आप सब लोगों के आभारी।
आपके उम्मीदवार कह रहे विपक्ष में जो वो कह रहे हैं कि उनकी जीत होगी राधा कृष्णन जी की।
वो और क्या कहेंगे? मेरी जीत होगा वो कहेंगे क्या? ये भी कोई सवाल है क्या?
नहीं, आप क्या कहेंगे सर? व्हाट इज योर होप? कितने होपफुल हैं?
आई एम मोर देन होपफुल दैट आई एम गोइंग टू विन दिस इलेक्शन।
आपने पिछली बार बातचीत में कहा था कि आपकी जीत होगी, अगली बार जब आप बात करेंगे तो उपराष्ट्रपति से बात करेंगे, हमसे बातचीत।
हाँ, बिल्कुल बात करेंगे, वो तो कल बात करेंगे ना। थैंक यू।
Right, so still confident, exuding confidence there for Justice Reddy, who in fact is the vice presidential candidate of the opposition. On the other hand, is of course a tall task at this moment, given the numbers for the NDA candidate, Mr. Radhakrishnan, who is at this moment is poised to win this election. The importance would be on the numbers of what is the kind of numbers, the victory margin, because when you go across and look at the recent victories, whether it's 2002 when 149, that's the least. Actually, let me get in Akhilesh Sharma, who is with me at this moment, our colleague. Amitabh Tiwari is also with us. Oh, all right, let me go across to Amitabh Tiwari. Amitabh, because you look at numbers very, very closely, like I said, interesting thing would be to see the victory margin. 2002, Mr. Bhairav Shekhawat defeated, all right, Prime Minister Modi. Those are the shots coming in just a short while back when he cast his vote and has left the parliament. Remember, the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha is the presiding officer as far as these elections are concerned, and he is the one who in fact oversees the entire process. It's a very, very delicate process as well. You get a slip in which the names of both the candidates are written, and the name that you want, it's a secret ballot, but there is no whip. So there is no compulsion on you to vote on party lines as far as this election is concerned. So in that slip, there are two columns, and the candidate you want to win is your choice. You have to write one on that candidate. It's a numerical one in any Indian language, English or Roman, but you can't write in words. It can't be ONE. It has to be numerical one. In the box of the candidate that you want is your choice, and then you have to fold that paper and put it. So there are many times, in fact, in the last 2022 election, there were 17 votes which were discarded, and about 15 in 2017 as well. So that is why all those mock drills and being told how to vote in this election becomes very, very important. Sometimes when you don't want to vote, for the candidate who is not supported by your party, MPs, would make a mistake and get their vote disqualified, saying, "Oops, it happened by mistake." These are very, very interesting intricacies as far as the election is concerned. Vasudha, Akhilesh continue to be with us. So is Amitabh Tiwari. Amitabh Tiwari, like we were describing this whole process of the election, interesting would be to see the victory margin as far as these elections are concerned. 2002, Bhairav Singh Shekhawat won by 149 votes against Sushil Kumar Shinde, and since then the margin has been increasing up to Jagdeep Dhankhar in 2022, who won by 346 votes.
The stack of the current NDA and the India bloc, the margin is less than 100, correct? But then you have the neutral parties like the Aam Aadmi Party, which claims to be not part of India bloc, the YSRCPs, the BJDs, the BRSs of the world. So it seems to me that the margin is likely to be above 100, anywhere between 100 to 125. Now, there are 2 to 3 aspects for the VP election. One, of course, is strategy, and then is outreach, and then is the floor management. You spoke extensively on the floor management. Now, if we go back to strategy, the selection of the candidate itself, I feel, was faulty from day one from the India bloc, because NDA chose a candidate from a state which is going to polls, whereas the India bloc chose a candidate from a state which will have elections 5 years later. Correct. NDA chose a candidate from the OBC community. India bloc, which talks about जिसकी जितनी साझेदारी उसके उतनी हिस्सेदारी, chose a candidate from a forward bloc or a forward caste, neutralizing his caste census strategy or the demand which it has been doing for a long time now. And then, surprisingly, the political parties from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, be it the BRS or the YSRCP or the TDP, which is part of the NDA bloc, none of them is supporting this candidate. So their outreach activities also seems to have failed. Now it's a question of floor management, and the NDA would, of course, want to show that there are chinks in the armor of opposition unity, and it would want to ensure that the India bloc gets lower number of votes than their strength is, thus increasing the margin by 100, thus increasing the margin to 100 to 125. Akhilesh ji spoke about the neutral parties. Now, the romance of the neutral parties, the BRS, the BJDs, the YSRCPs, the BSPs of the world, continue to be with the NDA, despite BJP defeating BJD, despite BJP having an alliance with the TDP in Andhra Pradesh. All these parties are either abstaining or have announced the support for the NDA, which normally should have gone to the India bloc if they had done a proper outreach. So it also shows the political compulsions. It also shows how India bloc has not been able to catch onto the setback the NDA received in the 2024 elections, and post that, election after election, the NDA has been gaining strength and neutralizing some of the losses, or largely the setback received in the 2024 elections.
Right. Because you're right. It also seems that, the regional political compulsions have not been overcome as far as the opposition is concerned, while trying to get some parties which, in their states practically are opposing the BJP. But when it comes to the Lok Sabha, either they abstain or support as far as the NDA is concerned. The opposition would also call it the impact of the agencies as far as these political parties are concerned, but that is a discussion for some other time. Let me very quickly go across to Vasudha Venugopal and also my colleague Ishika, who have been in the national capital tracking all these developments of this very important symbolic election as well. Vasudha, the master of the house as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, it will be decided. Declaration would come later in the evening after 6 o'clock when the voting starts. But one very important aspect of this entire election, of course, is the way the voting happens. You are given a ballot paper, both the names are there, and you have to mark your preference by numerical 1. We have seen many times, candidates making mistakes and then their vote is disqualified. That, some would say, is also used as a tactic by some of the people, those who are in either camp, who do not want to vote for the candidate that their party has chosen, isn't it?
That's right, Ankit. In fact, that's a very important point that you mentioned, and that's exactly what the Prime Minister also talked about at the NDA meeting yesterday. And he said that, when you have an ineligible entry, it reflects very poorly on parliamentarians. He in some ways told the parliamentarians, the MPs, to ensure that the vote gets counted and they have to vote for the right candidate, which according to him is, of course, CP Radhakrishnan. And like you rightly pointed out, it is a preferential voting. The Electoral College votes. All the 770 MPs will be voting. The majority mark is around 386, and all of them will have to, rate their preferences. They could either say 1 and 2, and the opposition MPs specifically have been asked to say only 1. They've not been asked to note their second preference at all, so that, this also, there is a complicated voting that takes place because the person who wins half of the eligible votes also gets to become the vice president. So the counting is going to take some time. It's not going to be very easy. But yes, like you also rightly pointed out, there's no whip that's issued by every party, any party. In fact, the MPs can vote for whichever candidate they want, which is what makes this process extremely complicated.
Sorry, Vasudha, I'm interrupting you here. That's theoretically possible, but I don't think so. In cutthroat, power politics, it does take place. Let me very quickly go across to our colleague Himanshu, who is being joined by a guest as far as this election is concerned. Himanshu, over to you.
Hi, how are you, Sujitra? Well, Ankit, I'm joined by BJP MP Dr. K. Sudhakar. He's from Karnataka, former health minister in Karnataka government. Sudhakar ji, what is the political significance for you? We do know that a lot of effort has been made by NDA's political managers to garner as much support as possible in support of CP Radhakrishnan. What is the political significance according to you, and how far have you been successful in getting support from MPs from southern states?
See, for us, as a BJP party and NDA, under the leadership of our able administrator, Sri Narendra Modi ji as a Prime Minister, nation comes first, politics second. Of course, this is an election. Our NDA candidate, Mr. CP Radhakrishnan ji, with loads of experience, who has roots in humbleness, simplicity. He has risen through experience, administrative experience over decades. The significant 4 decades of his experience, who started from the humble home to the experience of wisdom. So our Honorable Prime Minister and all our NDA stakeholder leaders have ensured they have selected the best candidate to lead as a Vice President of this nation.
So one thing I want to know about the voting process. We know that a special pen is being given to MPs who are turning out to vote. And if you don't vote with that pen, then that vote will be considered invalid. And you have gone through a mock exercise also. What is special about these vice presidential polls? If you talk about the specifics of voting process.
No, this is quite normal in all our, whether it is a Rajya Sabha member elections. Even in the past we have done the same thing. To ensure that there is a uniformity, there is no political malified intentions, This is what the election commission, time to time, they ensure that the fair way of conducting elections, the process takes place. So that there is no scope for any malified intention of any party or any individual. So this is quite normal. And coming back to the numbers, I am very sure the NDA not only will garner 100% of our votes with conscious decisions, the other party members also, because of the candidature, I am sure they will also, few people may vote. And already you have seen the party from Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Jagdeep Reddy's parties announced that they will be supporting our candidature. And the other 3 parties are abstaining. It means that it is going to help our candidature. So we will win with the large number of
votes. Large number of votes. And Ankit, before I end, there is a simple calculation. BJP managers have calculated that they have to get more than 437 votes. There are still some parties, smaller parties and independent MPs who have not yet made it clear as to where they are going to vote, but numbers would be little over 437. Ankit.
Right. So 437, 438 is what the numbers that they have. The NDA is hoping that it goes up to 450. The opposition, about 321 is what their numbers are. There are 11, those who BRS and the BJD, which have a total number of 11. They have decided to abstain as far as the voting is concerned. And apart from that, there are still about 11, 12 undecided. Where will they go? That is going to be an important, in fact, question if there is no cross voting. That is the scenario. But let me very quickly go across to Mohammad Ghazali, my colleague who is joining me at this moment on the broadcast. Mohammad Ghazali, Ishika is also there. Mohammad Ghazali, very quickly, let me understand from you. There is still a reach out which is going on as far as the NDA is concerned. What about the opposition? Are they still making effort, trying to ensure that at least what their designated numbers are, they are able to up those numbers, send across a message?
See, as far as opposition is concerned, they certainly are trying to reach out to all those who are in their camp. Like we have the Aam Aadmi Party, which is not part of the India bloc, but they are extending support to the VP candidate, Mr. Reddy. So certainly last minute touches, last minute approaches to all the alliance partners and to all those who are supporting Mr. Reddy to ensure that they vote in order and they vote in favor of Mr. Reddy. As far as Mr. Radhakrishnan is concerned, since he knows that numbers are in his favor, yet the BJP and the other alliance partners in the NDA are also in touch with each other, and as other colleagues are pointing out that how one miscalculation or one kind of lapse can lead to the votes getting invalid, that could be an embarrassment for each camp. So both the camps are ensuring that at least whosoever is voting in the parliament today for the VP elections, at least they are able to cast their vote in a genuine way or in the way it has been assigned to them.
Right. Ishika, if I may bring you in at this moment, what is the activity that you are seeing? The elections have just started. The voting will go on till 5 o'clock. Important also would be to try and get all the MPs to come in and vote in both these camps.
Well, Ankit, as you rightly mentioned, we are already seeing that the Prime Minister has voted for this vice presidential elections. Now, currently, I'm present just outside Taj Mansingh, where just minutes ago, the opposition, in fact, the India Alliance candidate for the VP election, that is Sudershan Reddy, just left from here. And what he said here was that he is confident that he is winning today. Now, apart from that, he also said that he has never used the word of cross-voting. He's just, in fact, expecting that the MPs, even of the other camp, will be listening and doing the deed for the spirit of democracy, is what, in fact, his last reaction was before he left from here. But certainly, as you mentioned, we are seeing that it is a high-stake battle today. It is crucial meetings being held even till the last minute. So certainly the Congress is also, hopeful that the margin will be very, very narrow this time, if not the win. Over to you.
Right. They will be hoping that they are able to put the margin, in fact, down. We'll see if we can go across to my colleague Vasudha as well. But remember, it's an important election. The Prime Minister, in fact, has just voted. And it also, because he has to rush to Punjab as well, where he would be, in fact, taking stock of the situation because of the critical situation the floods have created in the state of Punjab. Let me very quickly also tell you, viewers, that, the vice presidential elections, while the second most important constitutional post in the country, the vice president, is, of course, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. And whosoever is the new vice president, the hope would be that the Rajya Sabha, there is some consensus building, there is some smooth functioning as far as the Rajya Sabha is concerned. Amitabh is with me at this moment. Amitabh Tiwari, while we are talking and emphasizing about the numbers, what are the 2-3 important things that you see as far as messaging is concerned? And given that Bihar is the next election, do you feel that the opposition possibly has missed an opportunity for a political message by not picking up somebody from Bihar?
See, given that Bihar elections are nearby, it's clear that the opposition has not been able to pick up a correct candidate or a suitable candidate because it's also non-political in that sense. The messages from the result of the VP elections will be that, or I mean, we have to, of course, wait for the formal results. One of the messages, if the NDA candidate wins and is, of course, likely to win, is that the NDA is intact. It's also gaining support from some MPs of the India bloc and the neutral parties. However, the India bloc is not intact, and that is a message which could resonate in Bihar, given the seat distribution talks or difficulties which the Mahagathbandhan is facing after this voter Adhikar Yatra, where the Congress has gained spotlight, and there are also talks now of RJD now conducting their own yatra to gain back some of the spotlight. That's also mentioned in some of the news reports. So I think there are many messages. Of course, the candidate of the NDA is from the OBC community, and the OBC community constitutes 51% of the population of Bihar. Without the support of the OBC community, which is largely non-Yadav OBCs and EBCs, it is very, very difficult for any alliance to win the election there. So there are 2-3 subtle messages which this election sends to voters or neutral voters of
Amitabh,
Bihar.
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress chief, is speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
सर कैमरा पीछे रखो भाई माइक नीचे करो माइक पीछे भाई नहीं आ पाएगा सर मेरा हमारे पीछे आओ ना भाई थोड़ा पीछे हो जाए यार आईएनएस पार्टी के पीछे करो माइक जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट कैंडिडेट हैं वो जीतने की सभी संभावनाएं हैं, इसीलिए सारे पार्टियां कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि लोकतंत्र में हम सभी लोग एक होकर सुदर्शन रेड्डी जी को जिताना, यही एक अपना मकसद है। सर बीआरएस जैसी पार्टियां सपोर्ट।
All right, that was the president of the Congress party. Largely, if there has been any outreach, it has been made by Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge as far as the opposition alliance is concerned. Amitabh, you were speaking about the larger messages as far as this election is concerned and any impact that you see as far as Bihar goes. We'll go across then later to Jayantula. Amitabh, continue please.
Yeah, essentially it would show that the NDA is more united and the India bloc is not perhaps united, and it did not, as you've mentioned, it did not take up the chance to probably impact the neutral voters in Bihar by picking up a candidate from Bihar. It could have been from Bihar or any of the state which is going to state elections in the next year.
Jayantula, let me bring you in, as far as these elections are concerned. It is very, very interesting, what is the strategy that we have seen between both the opposition and the ruling alliance. Do you feel that the opposition got caught in sending out a bigger message that it is constitution, which has been from 2024 election a constant theme as far as the opposition is concerned? They wanted to speak about Sangh versus Samvidhan, somebody who is neutral opposed to somebody who has political experience or comes from a political stock. Do you think that was something that goes with the continuous narrative that the opposition is trying to build around this government, or they possibly could have taken this opportunity to send a stronger political message? And if that's so, wouldn't it, the problem of the opposition was also to try and keep their stock together. TMC speaking in a different language for the candidate. DMK wanted something else. There were a lot of compulsions before Mr. Reddy was in fact zoomed in on.
Yeah, Ankit, since 2014, after I think Narendra Modi's arrival, opposition parties and mainly Congress is trying to project the ideological narrative that Narendra Modi led BJP and the Sangh Parivar, they are trying to distort the Nehruvian model of Indian polity and constitutional autonomy of the Indian citizens are now in danger. But on this vice president election, they tried to project the same ideological narrative. But as Amitabh also explained, you should have the organizational capability in state-wise and this caste and all these configurations what we are as onlooker for the Bihar election and several state elections. That solidarity of the opposition parties is still not visible. And what you are saying, Ankit, party to party, the micro issues are so different, so conflicting. And the federal structure, in the state level, I'm giving the example of West Bengal from where I am. Congress is fighting against Mamata Banerjee tooth and nail with the communists, and the communists and Congress, they are in the India, and now Rahul Gandhi is calling Mamata Banerjee saying that you come to India. And Mamata Banerjee is saying that I can be a party of India. I can be opposition and I can support India. But your party in the state level, you are conflicting. So it's an example, same example
Janata,
you can get.
Sorry, Janata, there is some breaking news coming in at this moment. I have to switch across to this news which is coming in on the broadcast. Important, in fact, as far as the vice president election is concerned. The battle heats up with the Congress party hitting out at the BRS for not supporting a Telugu candidate in Justice Sudershan Reddy. Remember, the BRS has decided to, in fact, abstain. They have 4 Rajya Sabha MPs and they have decided to abstain as far as this voting is concerned. The whole, idea about Telugu pride, like the BJP and NDA tried to put the DMK in the spot by picking a Tamilian, the opposition did the same. They were hoping that, BRS, YSRCP and TDP would be in a spot, but YSRCP and TDP firmly behind the NDA candidate, while BRS has decided to abstain as far as this voting is concerned. Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, joins me. Vasudha, it's interesting. The BRS has said that, nobody, neither the NDA nor the India bloc, nobody approached us, and hence we have decided to abstain.
That's right. BRS has 4 MPs, Ankit, and while the number might seem very small to us, it does have a symbolic significance also because the opposition candidate is a Telugu. And while TDP and DMK both have decided not to go with regional pride and go with ideological, loyalties and commitment, it's important to understand that Revanth Reddy has played an important role in ensuring that Sudershan Reddy gets not just the vice presidential nomination, but also the support from every Telugu party, which is why, if you remember, some days ago he said that this is like the election that Narasimha Rao fought from Nandyal when N.T. Ramarao, the TDP founder, did not place a candidate against him because he wanted a Telugu to win. And that's exactly what all Telugu parties should be doing now. That's what he said. In fact, asking all Telugu parties to come together and support Sudershan Reddy because he is a Telugu himself. And that's exactly what Renuka Chaudhary has said minutes after Revanth Reddy called all the MPs from Telangana of the Congress party for breakfast at his house, and he has also basically urged all of them to vote for Sudershan Reddy once again. And he has made this, a matter about Telugu pride, and he has also reached out to TDP specifically. And Sudershan Reddy himself has been reaching out to every Telugu MP, Ankit, to tell them that this is about, regional pride and democracy. And Congress is also, going on that line. But BRS has its reasons because, like K.T. Ramarao, the working president of BRS, pointed out that when it comes to urea, availability of urea. They've been unhappy with not just the centre but also the state government. So both alliances have not really worked for them. In fact, they also went on to mention that the candidates are nice on both sides, but they would be, abstaining from this process. This is what they've said. In the morning, K.T. Ramarao also lashed out at the Congress party, saying that, they are only for the people of Telangana. They do not belong to any party. They're not the team B of any party.
Vasudha, it also seems that with Mr. KTR and Revanth Reddy, the kind of shrill political rivalry that they have in the state of Telangana, that political rivalry has overshadowed any other consideration when it came to, in fact, supporting India bloc candidate, isn't it?
That's right, but there's one thing that's clear, Ankit. The Congress party has learned its lessons from the nomination of Margaret Alva last time, which also led to TMC party completely abstaining from voting, which also led to Jagdeep Dhankhar winning with a record margin of 346 votes. But this time, the Congress party placed an apolitical person, somebody who voices the concerns of the opposition alliance, but does not really belong to any party, although it is very clear that he's a Congress-nominated candidate. And that clearly also played out in what the opposition parties were looking at. While Jairam Ramesh makes it clear that with BJD and BRS deciding to remain neutral or abstaining, it's a signal of how the wind is blowing. But clearly, while this will be of advantage to the NDA, and while the opposition can really attack these parties for staying neutral, this is something that these parties have always been doing. BJD has voted for a non-NDA candidate in 2017. They voted for an NDA candidate in 2022. So these parties do make their choices depending on what suits them at that particular point of time, and they also want to ensure that they remain autonomous and neutral, because they don't want to be seen as supporting a party that defeats them at the state level. So clearly, everybody making a political choice that is appropriate for their own political interest.
But Vasudha, other interesting point, and our colleague Ashish from Hyderabad has just pointed this out, that Lokesh, all right, these are live images. Vasudha, I'm just coming to that. Sonia Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge there have just arrived to vote for the vice presidential election. And they're flanked by other Congress leaders as well. The top leadership of various parties there, Mr. Nitin Gadkari and Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri also coming in for this election. Rammohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, is there as well. So it's good to see that the top leadership of all political parties coming in right early in the first hour for this voting. That will also, in fact, leave no excuse as far as their party colleagues are concerned, led by the Prime Minister from the NDA, this time from the opposition, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge also coming in. All the members of the Electoral College, as far as the Vice President election is concerned, all of them are coming in while we speak. Various, multi-window, various pictures showing you how the top leadership of every political party, member of parliament from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are there to exercise their right to vote for the vice presidential election. Very quickly, Vasudha, coming back to what I was pointing out, Ashish has just, in fact, our colleague from Hyderabad, he pointed out that Nara Lokesh is in Delhi since last evening. There is also a sense, isn't it, that you do not want any cross vote, and that's why somebody like Nara Lokesh, out of possible fear, just there to ensure that all his MPs, his stock is, complete there. Nobody cross votes because of this, all these considerations that we are talking about, a Telugu candidate, a pride, people, the whole chant of conscience as far as voting in this election is concerned.
That's right, Ankit. In fact, this was said by the Prime Minister himself, because while this is a political election, it's also important to know that procedural constraints are going to be important, which is why the Prime Minister said that it is the responsibility of every parliamentarian to ensure that his entry is eligible, his form is eligible, and though no mistakes are going to be entertained, which is why there have been these training sessions all through yesterday. We saw similar sessions happening at the TDP office, at Shiv Sena's Shrikant Shinde's residence. Also, the agents who have been appointed include Ram Mohan Naidu of the TDP, Shrikant Shinde of the Shiv Sena. We also have Kiran Rijiju, who himself is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. So the NDA putting in all efforts to ensure that its number stays consolidated. There are no surprises, there are no shocks, and the only surprise is a good surprise while they, with them getting about 7 to 12 members from the opposition parties, cross-voting. On the other hand, we also have Nasir Hussain, Shakti Singh Gohil, Manikam Tagore and Shatabdi Ray of the TMC also playing this role of polling agents, election agents, counting agents, to ensure that they don't lose out when it comes to procedures and scrutiny of procedures. While this election is completely managed by the Election Commission of India, there's of course PC Modi there, but clearly both parties, both coalitions, both alliances trying to send out that message that they are capable of understanding these systemic rules, and they are they are capable of winging the numbers that are already on their side, and also some more.
Absolutely. The whole fight about trying to get some more, that's what makes this election very, very interesting. Sonia Gandhi coming out after voting. We just saw those visuals. And while we are speaking, I can see Sanjay Jha of the JDU there, and along with him standing is also Ram Mohan Naidu of the TDP, the Civil Aviation Minister. Uma Sudhir, my colleague, joins us from Hyderabad at this moment. Uma, Revant Reddy is in the national capital. So is Nara Lokesh. It tells you two things. A, that there is fear that there could be poaching on their end, and of course they will also try and get this whole Telugu pride invoked and try and get some numbers from the other side as well. That's how important this election is.
Absolutely. If the BJP brought in CP Radhakrishnan and the Tamil pride issue, the Tamilian that CP Radhakrishnan is, the India bloc, of course, brought in former Justice Sudershan Reddy, and invoking once again Telugu pride and Telugu Bidda, and this time from Telangana itself. And therefore, in fact, Revant Reddy had put out that appeal saying that all the Telugu candidates, all the Telugu MPs at least need to vote for Telugu Bidda and show their solidarity with him. And therefore, yes, Nara Lokesh was in Delhi, and of course meeting with all his MPs as well, and Revant Reddy too, meeting with all the MPs from Telangana there, and emphasizing, because in this case as well there could be that conscience vote that happens. You don't have a whip that is being that can be issued asking them to vote a particular way on party lines. So therefore there is a conscience vote that can happen in case your sentiments are more regional than alliance oriented or nation oriented. So for both Tamil Nadu and in Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh as well, these sentiments will be certainly at play, and that is where I must point out that the BRS, by also abstaining in this particular case, is kind of
Uma, just hold on to that thought. We just saw, in fact, Priyanka Gandhi of the Congress party coming in. A lot of leaders from the Congress party, that's if I'm not mistaken, in fact, one by one, MPs are being called in, and then they are going in for their vote. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, there, Parniti Shinde as well. So a lot of leaders, one by one, coming in and voting, for the Vice President election. Mr. Khattar also coming in, Union Minister Mr. Khattar coming in, and top leaders of the NDA from both the sides have been trying to convince people on the other side to in fact see reason to vote for their candidate, whether it was Mr. Rajnath Singh, the Home Minister, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and JP Nadda, who have been given this task to try and reach out to opposition parties, to undecided camps in the opposition, to try and get them to vote for their candidate. It was Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and others, those who in fact reached out to some political parties, in the opposition camp as well, to try and ensure the numbers are intact. Uma, sorry I interrupted you there because of those visuals. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this kind of a quandary that would present itself for those people in Telangana who may be talking about other issues which are at play in this particular issue. So, three things that I must point out as far as Telangana is concerned. Revant Reddy, of course, giving out that call to MPs, not just in in Telangana, as in whether it's the BRS or the BJP, also talking to MPs across the borders in the Telugu state, saying that we have a very deserving candidate from the Telugu land, and therefore please vote in support of that regional sentiment. But of course, that is not something that is going to appeal, or at least that is the declared statement made by the YSRCP as well as the NDA parties, which is the Telugu Desam, as well as the Janasena, which are expected to be voting, of course, for Mr. CP Radhakrishnan alone. Very interesting how it is not the regional sentiment, but your own future political kind of equation or strategy that is going to determine how they vote in this particular election. The numbers per se, whether BRS 4 MPs or the 11 MPs of the YSRCP, how they vote may not have a real impact on the, it is not going to have an impact on who is going to emerge winner, but everyone looking at every single vote to see which way it goes, and that's why they are pushing, and that's why Revant Reddy is in Delhi and Lokesh is in Delhi and talking to the MPs so that nothing goes wrong in their calculation about what is the kind of numbers that they need to get, because the maximum numbers that the India bloc manages to get, that will also give them certain kind of momentum, even though they may not be able to push their candidate into the vice president's chair.
Right. It's very interesting how things are panning out. And while Uma was speaking, it's also interesting that, remember, Revant Reddy, the chief minister, while I'm sure he met, in fact, all the Congress MPs, from Telangana. He also has a TDP connection. He started his political journey. He also played or was with the TDP for some point of time with Chandrababu Naidu as well. So possibly he would be hoping that he is able to swing or sway some of the TDP MPs, and to counter that, Nara Lokesh is also in the national capital. The games that politicians and politics, in fact, plays when such important elections are at the hands, because there will be a lot of messaging. Both sides, whether they win or lose, would try and use and project certain messages, optics, as far as these elections are concerned. And Jayantoda, while we are talking about one-way possibility of NDA swinging votes towards them, that's Jyotiraditya Scindia, Union Minister, also 2-3 votes we have already spoken about where they could come for the NDA, whether it is Swati Malewal or Amrit Pal. Rashid Engineer is one from Jammu and Kashmir, the member of parliament who is also in prison. We will have to wait and see how their votes are counted and which way do they go. That is something that the NDA possibly could hope that would increase their tally. But let me, just for the sake of argument, let me turn this around. If in the end, Jayantoda, let's say the opposition alliance, which is hoping for about 320, 321 votes, if they are able to increase it by any number of votes, if they are able to go 325, will the opposition take big solace in that? Will they be, what kind of a message do you see the opposition coming out if that happens?
Yeah, Ankit, that's a very good question, because the election today, this vice president election is not restricted to the vice president election only. Now it has some national politics. I mean, the implications of this election in the national politics. What you are saying, that if opposition parties, and that was the idea, that whether victory or defeat, but if we can consolidate ourselves, if we can increase our votes, and then we can create an impact against the Modi government, and that will be the success story of the opposition parties. But unfortunately for the opposition parties, I am not seeing that mobilization. If you want to get that result for opposition, that was the idea was great, but you have to implement the idea. And the other side, what BJP is doing, I don't know what will be the result, what will be the consequence, but the effort that you are giving responsibilities to the ministers, member of parliament, state-wise mobilization. And, although Kejriwal said that we will vote for opposition, but afterwards, a lot of interaction was there. And now what we are getting the information that 10 MPs in Rajya Sabha and the AAP will be maybe, there will be a break. So these are the possibilities. Always there is an art of possibilities. BJP is not, over-satisfied that we have won the election. So there is no need for effort. And the other side, Congress,
right. Sharad, there is breaking news coming in. I'll have to quickly cut across to that. Sharad Pawar, NCP Sharad Pawar has slammed the BRS and the BJD, those who have decided to abstain from the voting in the vice presidential election. Remember, 4 from the BRS, 7 from the BJD. That is a total of 11 member of parliament, those who are not expected to vote as far as this election are concerned. 11 crucial votes could have sent out some message, whichever way they would have gone. And now NCP Sharad Pawar has said that both are friends with the BJP and asked why the BRS, BJD are abstaining. They have said that ask BJP why both of them are abstaining. All right, my colleague Anuj Raite is joining us from Mumbai with more details on this. Anuj, Sharad Pawar, NCP Sharad Pawar, hitting out at both these parties which have decided to abstain. Interesting. BJD in Orissa lost power at the hands of the BJP, and despite that, they have decided to abstain and, in a sense, have helped the NDA.
Ankit, it becomes an important point because when you talk about the role of NCP Sharad Pawar party, they have been at the forefront of mobilizing as much support as possible from states in and around Maharashtra and close by regions. You know that when Sudershan Reddy was in Mumbai, it was Sharad Pawar's party leaders who were taking him across to different party offices and were also establishing contact with the other southern parties as well. Which is why this omission or abstaining of BJD and BRS from voting one of the parties which, as you said earlier, directly lost to the Bharatiya Janata Party in Odisha, while the other party had led a very scathing campaign against the BJP during the Telangana elections. Both of them taking a soft spot for the Bharatiya Janata Party has been highlighted by Sharad Pawar's party. In fact, when we were speaking to the opposition leaders in Maharashtra yesterday, they were very hopeful of the fact that a lot of these parties which are not necessarily associated with either the NDA or India Alliance will come out in support of the candidate which has been put into fray by the India Alliance because of the outreach that has been done in the last couple of weeks. But this proves 2 points. Firstly, that outreach has clearly not worked out completely in favor of the India Alliance parties, and the disappointment is there to be seen amongst these top parties. And on the other hand, as Sharad Pawar's party leader Supriya Sule also pointed out, there seems to be some sort of a backdoor communication between the Bharatiya Janata Party and between some of these crucial parties which are regional in their presence, where their votes would not be counted for the vice presidential elections.
Right, Anuj, thank you for joining us with those important details coming in from Maharashtra. Uma ma'am, let me come to you at this moment. Whether it is the Congress party or now also Mr. Sharad Pawar, his party was trying to make this outreach to all the other parties which are not in the NDA, slamming the BRS and the BJD. For the BRS, the insinuation possibly also would be that, listen, there are so many ED cases, this and that, and that's why they are saying, ask the BJP. So it puts the BRS, at least at this moment, in firing line of both the NDA and the opposition.
Absolutely. The BRS is in a tight spot, really, I must say, because they cannot go with the India bloc, with the Congress, because that is the main political rival here. And even though they are a party which is said to have, come into being to promote the Telangana cause, and Sudershan Reddy happens to be from Telangana itself, someone whose credentials cannot be in that sense questioned, but they cannot go with them. And not voting with the NDA is something that they have explained away, but this is being seen as being pro-NDA by not voting at all in this particular election. Even otherwise, their compulsions here, the kind of rumors that have been coming around, the sister Kavita of K.T. Ramarao also alleging about a possible friendship or alliance between the BJP and the BRS, all that has done enough political harm for the BRS, and therefore they would certainly stay away from voting along with the NDA. But staying away also, they are getting all this criticism from a Jairam Ramesh, from a Renuka Chaudhary, from a Sharad Pawar, all of who are calling out the BRS, saying that you are actually voting in favor of the NDA candidate by staying away from this particular election. Of course, K.T. Ramarao has lashed out at Jairam Ramesh, and he has said that, it's this kind of an arrogant attitude of the Congress that you look at everything as a binary, you're with us or you're with them, and we want to keep that neutral political space. He's speaking about a non-aligned kind of an equidistant space from both the Congress bloc as well as the BJP bloc, and saying that this is how we have done our politics in the past, and we are an A team of Telangana and not a B team of either the Congress or of the BJP. So yes, the BRS is in a tight spot, but that's what this election has done, hasn't it? I mean, even though their 4 numbers may not really matter for the outcome of the election, they are all forced to take a public stance in this particular election, and therefore their future political kind of line that they will be taking or whose friendship they would seek, that is something that's become obvious, whether it's the YSRCP or the BJD or now the BRS.
That's right. In fact, let me bring in Vasudha as well on this. Vasudha, while NCP Sharad Pawar slams the BRS and the BJD, it's also interesting, and I was reading that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis in Maharashtra has been tasked to reach out to MPs of the NCP Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray camp to try and see if he can bring in some MPs to vote for the NDA. They have to guard their own house and then also make sure that they reach out to others as well.
Ankit, if you yeah, that's right, Ankit. If you remember, CP Radhakrishnan is the governor of Maharashtra, and he has actually been the governor of Maharashtra when the opposition was ruling the state. Specifically, Uddhav Thackeray was there, and he did manage that state really well for the centre, which is why Devendra Fadnavis was given this responsibility of reaching out to all the Mahayuti and, of course, the other allies, the opposition allies. And what really emerged is that every party wants to at least vote on ideological lines, does not want to weaken the alliance that it belongs to, and that clearly is a sign of the times to come. It's also a reflection of the politics, the way it is changing right now, especially after 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where parties want to stick to their alliance. And even Mamata Banerjee this time, you see, did during parliamentary protests, her party was one of those vocal protesters, and this time TMC is also playing an active role in ensuring that Sudershan Reddy gets all the votes that he can get from the opposition bloc. And this is very different from what we saw during Jagdeep Dhankhar's time, where people were very upset with the way Margaret Alva was nominated as the vice presidential candidate, and they believe that it was just the CPM and Congress that decided this. A lot of these opposition allies did feel left out. When it comes to this time, Sudershan Reddy has been nominated, and all the opposition allies are working towards ensuring that he gets those numbers. But remember, with the NDA, at least 120, 130 MPs more than what the opposition has, it clearly is going to be a clear victory. And the victory celebrations have also been planned at Prahlad Joshi's house in the evening, and that's where all the leaders are going to gather. So it's going to be an entire day affair with the BJP trying to send out this message that its consolidated strategy works best. And when it comes to number crunching, when it comes to strategy, really nobody can beat the NDA and the BJP even now.
That's right. In fact, like I said, in the end, the bottom line would be the kind of numbers that both the sides get, and from there will erupt, of course, or at least there will be a lot of conclusions and political messages being drawn. But at this moment, Sharad Pawar's party slamming the BRS and the BJD, those who have decided to abstain from the voting, crucial 11 votes, which could have gone in the kitty of the opposition. If the reach out possibly could have been the kind of reach out that we've seen from the NDA, also to try and go across the aisle and get a lot of support for their candidate, despite having comfortable victory numbers. That also tells you the way both sides have approached this election. Rajat Sethi, good morning and welcome, is joining us at this moment, political analyst. We also have Sajjan Kumar, who is also a political analyst. Gentlemen, thank you so much and welcome to NDTV. Rajat, let me ask you this. Like I said, I think in the end, the bottom line would be the victory margin. I mean, it's not going to be a surprise of who wins this election, but by how many votes is possibly is going to tell a story as far as this entire election is concerned.
I agree with you, and I think the body language in the run-up to this election day, you look at the two camps, the NDA camp on one side and the India alliance, there is a stark difference. The NDA alliance has done workshops, training workshops, have deliberated in the morning itself. Every single member of parliament has been, has been huddled together in one or the other senior leader's house for breakfast meeting. So clearly you can see that appetite within the NDA to carry on even after 10, 11 years. They don't want to give a square inch of political space to the opposition party. And what we are seeing repeatedly is that Rahul Gandhi, again, when it, look at what happened for the past 1 year. Even in the run-up to this election, we were seeing Mallikarjun Kharge and the other spokespersons of the Congress party, they were claiming that within 6 months, Narendra Modi government is going to fall and Modi ji will have to leave. And when the rubber hits the road, it is this day. This is where they could have, pulled out a surprise and tried to corner the government. And look at how fragmented the opposition is. So therefore, talking and constantly talking and trying to come up with these wild political claims, when it actually starts to matter, you are nowhere to be seen. And this has been the story repeatedly for 10 years. We've seen this from the opposition. They're not united. They're really not serious. When it actually matters for them to actually huddle together, pull in all the punches possible, then they are seeing in wanting, and we are seeing that their key leader is out of country in Malaysia, chilling around and not worrying about this election, which is anyway a done deal. Even if it is a done deal, they should have used this window of opportunity to corner the government in numerous ways. If at all they claim, and they seriously claim, that there are a lot of internal squabbles within the NDA. And I don't see them putting in the required amount of effort. Everything is done largely, just that there is a process. Let's do a conscious call and leave it at that. I mean, it doesn't work like that. Politics doesn't work like that.
Sajjan, has we are ad nauseum talking about how because it is an important election for the government. It's just about 50 days from that shock resignation of former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankhar. So it has come after 2024 election, where the numbers possibly for the NDA, for the BJP, not as much as they would have expected. The opposition, felt that they have been able to, in fact, pin the BJP down in one way or the other with the vice presidential resignation as well. It seemed that the NDA went in with full might. They wanted to, in fact, show that post this election, if they are able to get some numbers from the opposition camp, that they are firmly in control. What happened in 2024 is now in the rear-view mirror. It's something that they don't want to, in fact, discuss. They have overcome whatever perceived setback that they had. But the opposition, what was the message that they were trying to derive? One theme could be that right from 2024, they are speaking about Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, and then they made it Sangh versus Samvidhan. Does that, do you see that kind of effort from the opposition to at least try and put the NDA in a spot of bother as far as this election is concerned?
Yes, precisely, because the optics, if you see NDA and the India alliance, it's clear. For NDA, and particularly led by BJP, the optics still is a continuation of the strategy wherein they are trying to reach out to the marginalized section. The marginality could be the spatial marginality. You pick people from the northeast or the caste and community sections, reaching out to Dalits, tribals, etc. And that we also see this time they have gone for a regional balance, and therefore Radhakrishnan belongs to Tamil Nadu, and that is one of the consideration to send a message that representational optics is well catered to. On the other hand, if you see India Alliance, therein still they are going with Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, Constitution in danger narrative, and thereby it's a consistent effort to always pinpoint entire strategy to the optics of Constitution. So that way the strategies and optics are clear. Now the question is it going to bring something to the kitty of opposition? Because the constitution narrative, which worked for, to some extent, India Alliance, say in Maharashtra and UP, did not work in Maharashtra Assembly election. Now, vice presidential election could have been, even if they know that numbers are stacked against them, they could have chosen certain different optics in terms of representation, catering to the marginalized section, because you find a contradiction and inconsistency in the India Alliance when in Rahul Gandhi is talking about 19 versus 10, 90 versus 10, marginality, Dalits, OBCs. When it comes to pick a face, the representational optics, they are still going to the constitution narrative. So that way you do not see a very synchronized effort. So in terms of the strategy, it's diametrically opposite. NDA is consistent with representational optics. There is a consistency. There is a synchronized effort. While among the India Alliance, you find the inconsistencies. They have too many optics. They are not able to decide at what juncture, at what event, what arena, which optics to prefer, and why so. So that way, yes, you find divergent strategies. Consistency is on the side of the NDA.
But Rajat, let me bring you in, Rajat. But for the solace as far as the opposition is concerned, could they not come up with the argument that, listen, last time Mamta did not, she walked out and that gave a resounding victory as far as Mr. Dhankhar is concerned. This time the loss would not be as dramatic as it was in 2002. We have been able to keep the key constituents of our alliance together, and that's how we would want to look at this election.
No, good luck to them if they think it this way. But this is a very defeatist argument. You've already accepted defeat, and then you are cajoling yourself saying that, hey, we just managed to keep our stock together, half of it. See, when you are acting as a challenger, these are not the words of a challenger. When you are doing that, you move across the aisle, try and pull out members. Look at on the other side. Look at the morning statements coming in from some of the top BJP ministers. They are saying that there will be cross voting, and we will see Congress MPs coming out and voting for the NDA's candidate for multiple reasons. And this is how you go out, attack in the in their houses and try and pull their members and try to have a convincing victory way beyond the numbers would suggest. But look at Congress party. First of all, you want to make it a constitutional position. Then you have a retired Supreme Court justice in the same frame as a convict who is Mr. Lalu Yadav. Now, this in itself belittles the entire narrative around constitution. How long can you peddle, deeply internally inconsistent images together, and how long are you going to carry that? You have to do that extra bit. You have to walk the talk. You have to ensure that in certain states where India Alliance members are fracturing, you can keep them together. Right now, the gaze is on Maharashtra. The gaze is on Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray is non-committal. So I don't see that if they want to handle, if they're just trying to handle one side on the West Bengal side, Maharashtra is up in, basically is up for anybody's guess right now. So again, the entire problem here is that, the leader of opposition not take this election that seriously. He should have sat together with every single leader, try and massage their egos as well. How can you say that, okay, it is my way, I've declared a candidate, now everybody fall in line? It doesn't work like that. You are out in Malaysia. I mean, you can holiday. Nobody's questioning your right to holiday around the world. There is timings to everything. This was right before the election when you should have ensured that you at least give a fitting challenge to the NDA candidate. But you don't do that. It was a missed opportunity in my understanding. And BJP will lap onto it, and they will, try and settle the 2027 storm or dust or whatever you want to call once and for all. And it's just been 1 year into Prime Minister Modi's third term, and Congress should have at least tried or attempted very seriously to corner the government. Even if 1 or 2 or 5 votes also would have switched one way or the other, it would have made their entire positioning right before the Bihar election much more stronger.
Okay, we'll have to wait. 6 o'clock is when the counting of the votes will start. And the margin, who gets how many votes, somewhere around 437, 438 is what the India Alliance, I beg your pardon, what the NDA Alliance is hoping for. If they can stretch this margin, let's say beyond 440, that means they have been able to get a considerable amount of opposition members to vote for them. Because I expect this to at least go up over to 440, because there is Swati Maliwal in the Aam Aadmi Party, then there is, of course, Amrit Pal, there is Arashid Engineer, and there are some disgruntled here and there who possibly are going to 2 or 3 votes are assured as far as the from the opposition to the NDA camp is concerned. But can there be some sort of reverse maneuvering? It's very interesting what is happening in the national capital. Nara Lokesh of the TDP is in the national capital. So is Revant Reddy. He was supposed to go to Tamil Nadu for a tour. He's in the national capital, cancelled that tour. Either both of them are trying to keep their stock together, or Sajjan, one interesting, let me just throw this out, with Revant Reddy, his former connection with the TDP, the time he spent working with Chandrababu Naidu, could he try and engineer, manufacture at least some votes from the TDP this side?
No, certainly not. The kind of whopping majority that TDP has in Andhra, this is one. I mean, they have the majority on their one. So, still in terms of the pull factor, he was the appointment of Chandrababu Naidu in Telangana in the past, and thereby the stature doesn't match, to outshine the impact of Chandrababu Naidu. Certainly, that is not going to be the case. As far as the question of disgruntled elements are there, I mean, JDU could have been one of the target if you think from opposition's perspective, because elections are around. But still, we do not see the kind of effort, as Rajat said, from the opposition camp. Because to influence and pull a couple of extra MPs for cross-voting from the treasury benches, what you require is a powerful anchor. And from the India Alliance side, that anchor is missing, and the anchor is Rahul Gandhi. So that itself shows that when you depute, the menials to do the job, which should have been done by the top-notch leaders, that itself conveys some sort of casual approach vis-a-vis the NDA. So that way, I do not think, be it Revant Reddy or anyone else, they are going to influence, unless and until you have certain very disgruntled division who anywhere planning. But these sort of things would have leaked to the parties, the media, etc. The fact that we are not hearing about that, which means that the ones who are deputed do not have the stature and impact to do the job. And that itself conveys that the top leader is missing. That's a big signal. If you are taking constitution so seriously, you have been campaigning about that, why are you not backing the candidate to the hilt?
Okay.
When the election is there, where is Rahul Gandhi?
Okay, I mean, knives are out as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, but we'll have to wait and see what the final numbers are once the desk settles at 6 o'clock today and the counting starts. But Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, also with us at this moment. Vasudha, let me bring you in. It's never happened that the candidate of the ruling alliance or the ruling party has ever lost the vice presidential election. But the fact is that this one, at least if you compare 2017 to 2022, has been an interesting vice presidential election. Let's just talk about the candidate. CP Radhakrishnan comes from the RSS BJP stock, has a very impressive record as an administrator as well. He, of course, is expected to win. How do you see the difference between what Mr. Dhankhar used to preside the House as the chairman and with Mr. CP Radhakrishnan? What are the similarities or dissimilarities that you see between them?
Well, Ankit, that's a great question. In fact, I was reading up on the history of vice presidential elections, and it's very clear that K.R. Narayanan won with a huge margin. In fact, everybody voted for him except a few. But then the number of parties were very few. Then now we live in polarizing times. We live in a time when the parliament also represents polarized politics, which is why these red lines that have been drawn, which have been drawn by the leaders themselves, I don't think any MP is going to cross that without like a very strong reason, which is why I think the numbers might remain consistent with what the party parties are thinking they would be. The India bloc is not hoping to win. It's just hoping to send out the right kind of message. When it comes to the candidates, I think both parties are playing to their strengths. The opposition bloc wants to send out a message that this is a fight. This is a Sangh versus Samvidhan debate is what they're talking about. They wanted to project a candidate who's apolitical, learning from the lessons of last time when they projected Margaret Alva and lost the TMC to abstaining from the whole voting process. This time they came in with a candidate who's apolitical but who's also been raising issues that are very similar to what the opposition wants to be raised across the country: democracy, constitution, social justice. These are exactly opposition issues, and that's exactly what Justice Sudershan Reddy has been trying to do. He put out this 12-minute video in which he said that this is a vote for the soul of the country, and that's very similar to what Rahul Gandhi also says. But when it comes to CP Radhakrishnan, dyed-in-the-wool Sangh, a person, somebody who's ideologically aligned with the BJP, ideologically aligned with the RSS, somebody who has held constitutional posts in the past, somebody who understands that it's best to stay away from controversies if you want to have a sustainable, progressive future in the BJP-RSS scheme of things. So clearly he has not really spoken much, but everybody who knows him also knows that he is somebody who takes people along. He has held constitutional post of the governor of difficult states like Maharashtra and Jharkhand in the past. So clearly somebody that the BJP can rely on. This is not an experiment for them. Clearly the time for experiment is gone with what happened with Jagdeep Dhankhar. And here is the BJP trying to course correct and send out a message that it wants to go with tested people that it trusts the most, and also send out a message to the Sangh and the BJP that its workers who are committed, devoted to the party ideology and line of working will be rewarded with the best. So clearly both parties playing to their strengths. The numbers will speak, the margin will speak, but of course both parties, I think, have tried to send out the message that they wanted to.
2024, and post that election, of course, a lot of course correction with this selection of the candidate as well, as Vasudha was pointing out for the NDA. Those visuals of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, coming out after voting with Nitin Gadkari. All right, I have to shift focus at this moment to Nepal, where live visuals are coming in here exclusively on NDTV, where despite the government revoking the ban on the social media site, now the student protest continues in day 2. The students are out on the streets, young people leading this protest in Nepal, and homes of several Nepalese politicians have also been targeted. Stone pelting has taken place at the residences of some prominent politicians in Kathmandu. An army has been deployed in the capital of Nepal, on the streets of Kathmandu, and once again there is this confrontation which has erupted in Kathmandu. Remember, yesterday was a very difficult day for the Himalayan nation, where this Gen Z, the young protesters, came out in large numbers, stormed the parliament building, and then there were clashes between the army and the protesters, the security forces and the protesters, which led to the death of about 20 people, and more than 300 were injured. Aditya Raj Kaul, my colleague, is in Kathmandu at this moment. Let me go across to him. Aditya, the government tried to defuse the situation. The ban was revoked, but it doesn't seem that it is only about the ban on social media sites. It has gone up to corruption and the way the politics of Nepal has been evolving in the last few years.
Well, definitely, the kind of damage control that the government has been trying to do hasn't really helped out here. I'm standing just meters away from the Nepal parliament, and this is the second day of the deadly protest that erupted. More than 20 people died and more than 500 have been injured till now. If I can move a little further, you can see the Nepali police in riot gear that has been deployed in one of the areas just merely 100 meters away from the Nepal parliament. There are hundreds and hundreds of protesters who have come down here. You can see the visuals. They're holding placards. They want KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister, to resign. They're saying that the resignation of the Home Minister is not going to help at this stage. Very, very angry, people, visuals coming in on the screen of the riot gear police getting up. In fact, if I can pan and show you, more deployments are taking place now. These are live visuals coming on your screens of the Nepal police and the riot gear police here in Kathmandu being deployed here in one of the corner areas. This clearly signifies, what the situation really is on this second day. If I can ask Prem to pan and show you, this is the boundary wall of the Nepal Parliament. Just meters ahead is the main entrance of the Nepal Parliament that was breached yesterday. In fact, the protesters are now demanding that the corruption, the alleged corruption that KP Sharma Oli has been embroiled in, and that's why there should be a resignation and nothing less than that. Thousands of youth have converged here outside the Nepal Parliament yet again for the second straight day. You can see a charged up crowd demanding justice, saying that merely lip service of a committee being created to investigate the killing of nearly 20 youth, including a 12-year-old, and then more than 500 injured, is not going to suffice at this stage. There needs to be accountability and transparency at the very highest level. It does seem that KP Sharma Oli is completely embroiled right now in this massive controversy, and it's not merely left to the social media ban. Apart from that, I can tell you that 2 senior ministers, including the Home Minister and the Agriculture Minister of Nepal, have resigned, and that too hasn't really calmed the tempers. Here on ground in Kathmandu, it does seem that this is going to be a second straight day of violence, of clashes here outside the Nepal Parliament, even though the government here in Nepal is trying to see and weigh in their options.
Right. As we are seeing these visuals behind you, Aditya, the situation remains quite tense. Now the demand of these protesters is the resignation of the Prime Minister, who at least projects himself as a strong man as far as the politics of Nepal is concerned. Has there been any other statement from the Prime Minister himself? And also, Aditya, because you've covered these protests in other neighboring countries as well, it's somewhere similar to what suddenly happened in Bangladesh against Sheikh Hasina with students coming out, and then we know what happened in Bangladesh.
Well, that's right, Ankit. What happened in Bangladesh last year, or before that in Sri Lanka, when you actually get a glimpse of what's happening right now outside the Nepalese parliament here in Kathmandu. There are thousands of people charged up. This is a leaderless movement. Imagine, these are youth who are upset with the social media ban, who are upset with the corruption, who are upset with no accountability and transparency, and that's why they've come out on the streets. I've been speaking to several of these youth at the parliament and at several hospitals who say there is no leader as such. Your question on Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, he came out with a statement earlier this morning saying that he was hurt and upset with the killings that have happened, and that's why he has come out with a committee that will investigate this further. But I also interviewed Nepal's Information Minister Prithvi Gurung just a few minutes ago, who confirmed that KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister, is not going to resign, and in fact he appealed to the students to come to the dialogue table. The Prime Minister was ready to meet him and to take this conversation forward. He also said that there were some political forces here in Nepal who were trying to provoke these violent protests, and there were some anarchists that had led to the massive killings and protests yesterday. But here, right behind me, my video journalist Prem Singh showing you some very, very volatile visuals of the protesters completely charged up, holding banners and demanding justice and accountability from the government. They're saying nothing less than the resignation of KP Sharma Oli is going to help in this scenario. Apart from that, Ankit, also, there have been instances since early morning today of several leaders from the Communist Party, their houses being ransacked and gutted completely. That includes the house of Prachanda as well, a very popular leader here of the Communist Party. Apart from that, former Prime Minister Deoba's residence has been completely gutted. Local media has been reporting on that. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. This is the second day of massive protests. And here, right behind me, it does seem that the situation is not going to calm down anytime soon unless the Prime Minister decides to do what could be in a few days inevitable.
All right, Aditya, while we are with you, but these are some live visuals coming in from some other parts of Kathmandu where stone pelting has erupted. There is stone pelting going on, and in response, tear gas is being used by the security forces to try and disperse the crowd. like Aditya was saying, this is in fact a very difficult situation to manage for any government, where thousands of young people come out onto the streets and start protesting. I can see in these visuals a young girl being impacted by that tear gas. I've covered many of these visuals. It gets very, very difficult to breathe when tear gas shelling takes place, and the police in fact also using force there. These are visuals coming in from some parts of the capital city, Kathmandu. Aditya, it becomes a very difficult situation when you don't have a leader to speak to try and convince them to in fact normalize the situation, to ease the tensions. At this moment where you are standing, tension is building up. In other parts, there is stone pelting and also arson going on. Is there also a sense, at least from the government side, that possibly there have been people, those who want the return of the monarchy in Nepal, supporting this kind of a movement? Because we've been seeing some statements by Nepalese politicians who are trying to blame it on those who are supporters as well.
Well, that's right, Ankit. Tension is simmering in the capital city of Kathmandu. I really haven't seen in my visits to Nepal the amount of security forces or the paramilitary and the police and the army that have been deployed in Kathmandu. There are visuals of violence and arson from different parts of the city, and these are some very extraordinary, volatile visuals coming on your screens of the kind of situation that's developing here on NDTV exclusively. I'm actually going to another location very close to the main gate of the Nepal Parliament, where there's a huge, thick black smoke rising. There's been arson, there's been rioting in that area. We'll try to go a little closer, where thousands of people have converged, and perhaps in the next couple of hours they might be marching towards the parliament and try to enter the parliament. You saw the gory visuals that came in yesterday, where clearly there is no leader of this particular movement, but there are, people voluntarily coming out in thousands demanding accountability from the KP Sharma Oli government. When I interviewed the information minister of Nepal this morning, he told me that the prime minister was ready to meet the leaders, but there's no leader of this movement. In fact, now I've reached the main chowk of
our colleague Aditya while he reaches that spot and gets us the ringside view of what's happening in Nepal.
Nepal police and the paramilitary, the APF, that's in full force. You can also see a little behind, if Prem Singh can pan and show you visuals of this thick black plume of smoke on your screens, where clearly there's been rioting. Few public transport or some public things have been gutted, and that's what the situation is right now. Clashes have been reported in some areas, but there is barricading also. We'll try to move a little further ahead to get you a glimpse of what's happening here right outside the Nepal Parliament. The people here are protesting, they're angry, they're upset, and they're trying to burn things out. They're demanding justice. You can see there's been stone pelting also in this particular area. They're chanting slogans against KP Sharma Oli, and they're saying certainly they will not budge unless there is resignation from KP Sharma Oli. You can see tires that have been burnt in this particular area, and they are demanding justice. Let me try and speak to some of these people. Kya मांगे आप लोगों की?
Yeah, what are you saying?
What is your demand?
We are demanding about corruption, not to do corruption, for legal, everything have to be legal in our country. We don't have to do anything else. We have to just have freedom, justice for the people, not corruption, we have to be free. So I understand just like that. आपका हिंदी से मैं क्या बोलना चाहता हूँ कि आपको ये देश में जो corruption हो रहा है, ये उसको बंद करना चाहिए. इसको अभी थोड़ी बाद में और देश की जैसे होता है ना, फ्रीडम लीगल रूप में चलते हैं ना, वैसा ही होना चाहिए. उसके बाद ये देश ऊपर जाएगा. और स्टूडेंट को मारना नहीं चाहिए, किसी को भी मारने का हक किसी को भी नहीं. अगर मारना है तो इसके अंदर से थोड़ा गोली चलाना पड़ेगा.
I spoke to one of the ministers, Prithvi Gurung, this morning. He told me that KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister, will not resign. How do you react to that?
I react to that like why he is not resigning, what he is doing in Nepal.
What about the law and order which is going on in Nepal now? You are seeing the live scenario what is going on at the straight away from the parliament of Nepal, and people are so aggressive here. The youngsters are here, right? And don't they think about they are the future generation of this country and they are going to make this country, right? And why they are doing this? They don't have to see the youngsters what they are asking for. They are just taking our fundamental rights.
All right.
Fundamental speech.
All right.
How can a minister can restrict social media here? And just saying that they are not registered with the internet laws of government, this is not right.
All right, this is not right. These are the latest very angry opinion coming from the youth of Nepal saying that the social media was banned. That led to not just a cry small business owners and influencers, but daily life got impacted for people. And this was a draconian measure by the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. And apart from that, the corruption charges that have been leveled against him. If Prem can pan and show you, these are the anti-riot gear, police of the Nepal police that has been deployed here all across the the Parliament complex, across the neighboring area. And if we can move a little further, there's been massive stone pelting in this area. There are tires that have been burning, and hundreds and hundreds of protesters who have converged here who say that this violent protest will continue. The youth are rising here in Nepal for a regime change and perhaps want a transparent and a government that is for the people and not an elitist government that actually remains in their elite towers and palaces and in fact does not bring any transparency. So the protest here only continues. We are continuously bringing you live visuals from this protest area. This is the main area just meters away from the Nepal Parliament. Prem is showing you that exact complex next to the barricade is the Nepal Parliament, where in fact the army has been deployed. In fact, more forces and ambulances you can see that are coming in this area, even as the APF, the anti-riot gear police has been stationed here. Every passing minute, the amount of people that are coming here to protest is only increasing. So very, very, dramatic visuals coming on your screens of the deployment of the APF, but also people who are demanding justice, who are demanding action, who are saying that there needs to be accountability at the highest level. There has been joblessness, there has been, complete economic downturn, and the responsibility is with the Prime Minister of the country.
It also seems, while you were speaking to those protesters, it also seems years of frustration building up with the political instability in Nepal. These are some live visuals coming in from clashes which are taking place between the protesters and the security forces in some parts of Kathmandu, the capital, where my colleague Aditya Rajkol is on the ground reporting from. Take a look at these as tear gas shells are being lobbed, tires being burnt on the other hand as well. Aditya, very quickly, let me ask you this. Is this entire protest, just be careful where you are standing, Aditya, be at a safe distance because it's a very volatile situation there as well. Let me also very quickly ask you, is this concentrated in Kathmandu? Is it spreading to other cities as well?
Well, yes, certainly. The focus could be on Kathmandu because this is the capital city, because the parliament is here. But this is spread all across from Pokhara to Birganj to other places where people are protesting. The youth are protesting. You can see tires are being burned, and through tires being burned, the entire area is being blockaded in many ways. The protesters are trying to show that the protest is not over. The resignation of the Home Minister is not enough. There need to be many measures taken by the government for accountability and for transparency. You can see this massive burning of the tires that is taking place, massive barricading that has been done by the protesters out here. Situation very grim, very volatile. Every passing minute outside the Nepal Parliament, there have been reports that there's been some planning of yet again intruding inside the Parliament very forcefully, and that's why you can see, apart from this, tires burning, etc., visuals that are coming in, there's massive deployment of the security forces also that has taken place. If I can move a little further towards the Nepal Parliament, you can see this massive barricade and you can see the security forces. I'll ask Prem to give you a round view of this entire location, from the barricades and the empty road right outside the Nepal Parliament to the deployment of the security forces on the entire stretch of this boundary wall in each and every corner. You can see the Nepal police, you can see the APF, and you can see the army and the paramilitary that is in full force out here. So clearly, very, very dramatic visuals of the way situation is right now. You can see slowly and steadily the protesters are inching closer towards the parliament. Live visuals coming on your screen only on NDTV, where you can see the protesters slowly and steadily trying to break the barricades, trying to actually move the APF personnel and the Nepal police a little further and entering the main chalk area right outside the Nepal parliament. It seems that in the next few minutes or perhaps in the next couple of hours, the move could be to enter the parliament yet again, just like the visuals came in yesterday. There were a lot of killings, there were tear gas shells also fired, and that as a result more than 500 people are in the hospital across Kathmandu. But here, right behind me, the clashes are not stopping, the anger is not stopping. The protesters are saying that they will continue to protest as much as possible till there is pressure to that level to the Nepal government, that there is resignation at the highest level. That's the topmost demand right now. They're saying that international media is reporting on the social media ban, but that's not their main concern. Their main concern is transparency, accountability, economic measures, and also a regime change, a positive democratic regime change through the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. The government, on the other hand, is defiant. They're saying that they will not resign, they will not succumb to the pressure of the protesters because there are anarchists who are part of this protest. But you can see now action live on your screen. Protesters have broken the barricade and are marching ahead towards the parliament. Live visuals on your screens of clashes erupting between the security forces and the forces are moving ahead towards the parliament. There are stones being pelted towards the security forces. We are trying to move a little back to avoid the clashes here, but the protesters are moving closer
vote to keep your backs towards the security forces, because you know that there is stone pelting going on towards from the protesters as well.
Yes.
Very quickly, we are also getting information that the Prime Minister has called for an all-party meeting, and he has also called the students for dialogue.
That's right. In fact, the Prime Minister has called an all-party meeting. When I spoke to Prithvi Gurung, the Information Minister of Nepal, he had confirmed to me that the Prime Minister will be meeting all political parties. He also said that he has offered to meet the protesters and the leaders of the protest. But the big question here is that who is the leader of this protest? This is a sporadic protest that is happening, spontaneous protest that's happening. You can see the protesters climbing the main chalk area entirely. There are tires burning all across, and there are hundreds and hundreds of protesters holding the Nepalese flag, demanding justice, demanding accountability from the government, and saying that such corruption and such lackadaisical approach from the government cannot be tolerated when there are hundreds of people who are completely jobless and do not have any kind of measures in place from the Nepal government. So as of now, there's a complete wall that has been created by the Nepal police, and of course at the same time from the APF, the paramilitary police. They're trying to barricade the area where the entrance of the Nepal parliament really is. But you can also see the anger slowly and steadily from the back alleys and narrow alleys. The protesters have now reached the main area, which is just barely walking distance and merely meters away from the main entrance of the parliament. So we'll have to wait and watch whether there will be a breach yet again, because remember, while there is Nepal police and the paramilitary forces outside, inside the parliament, the army has been deployed. So right here, if I can show you, there's a barricade here. There is the paramilitary personnel that have been deployed here. But right there, if I can ask Prem to move with me here, I will actually take you to a location where we can possibly see the parliament, and just to give viewers a glimpse of what's happening in this entire location. You can see this is the entrance that I'm walking towards. This is the main entry of the Nepal parliament, and this is the area where there has been a barbed wire that has just been installed. You can see just behind this barbed wire is an entire force, which is the Nepal army that has been deployed inside the parliament. These are live exclusive visuals coming on your screen of barricading that's been done, the barbed wires. Behind the barbed wires, there is the Nepal army, and behind the Nepal army is the building of the Nepal parliament that was breached yesterday and stormed yesterday. So these are exclusive visuals of the measures that have been taken by the Nepal government and the Nepali security forces out here. But here you can see they have breached yet again. The protesters have breached the barricades. They are storming inside towards the main gate of the parliament. You can see slowly and steadily they are running and walking towards the main gate of the parliament. A lot of noise here, a lot of chant, a lot of slogans against the government. The barricades being broken here. You can see the way the police is not trying to stop them. The police is not trying to clash in such manner. We heard Prithvi Gurung in an interview to NDTV also earlier clarify that there will be no force used against the protesters. You can see the force also now running with the people towards the main gate of this particular area. So it seems that the clashes are imminent between the protesters and the Nepal police and the paramilitary force that has been deployed. People are breaking the barricades and running towards the main gate of the parliament, which is just about 40 or 50 steps from where I am standing right now. There is heavy measures that have been taken. There are three levels of security that have been deployed at the Nepal parliament. One is, of course, the Nepal police, second, the paramilitary, and third is the Nepal army, which is inside the premises of the Nepal parliament. So very dramatic visuals, not just from Kathmandu, but from all across Nepal, where we can see, visuals of now tear gas has been fired at the protesters. Here we are just walking towards the main gate of the parliament. I'll ask Prem to pan and show you these visuals. Let's stay with these visuals of the main gate of parliament. Tear gas is being fired towards the protesters. The people are trying to safeguard the main gate of the Nepal parliament. We'll try to maintain a safe distance away from the tear gas shells in this area, because remember, there were a lot of injuries yesterday from the tear gas shells that were fired also, and in that entire process a 12-year-old also passed away with serious injuries. So this is the main gate of the Nepal parliament. You can see the paramilitary forces that have been deployed here with multiple levels of barricading and gates. And then there are people on the other side. People are actually taking cover of barricades, and you can see live visuals of how tear gas shells are being fired. Affected in this entire area, but steadily evolving. You can see how tear gas is being fired towards the protesters who are slowly and steadily trying the Nepal parliament. This is the same area where taken place yesterday. A lot of killing of violence reported yesterday from here, but you can see tear gas now, which was fired at the protesters, has been fired back by the people towards the paramilitary forces. So there's a little difficulty that the forces are facing as well. But just to give you a the second day of the massive protests that are happening, and you're getting live coverage here on NDTV on the latest developments. If we can show you, that's the barricade where people are taking cover. Behind these barricades, tear gas shells being fired to stop the people from charging towards the security forces at the main gate. You can see the main gate of the parliament that is slowly being covered by more security forces, and things are getting volatile out here. You can see live visuals of how barricades, layers of security of paramilitary is being put out here to somehow create a situation. There is that happens today, but we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. Stones are now being thrown, so I'll ask my forces out here. So these are live visuals coming on your screen. Second straight day of deadly protests here in Kathmandu outside the Nepal parliament. Tear gas shelling has begun towards the protesters. They're trying to calm tempers, but a very, very volatile situation out here, Ankit, and we are keeping very close watch of the incident that are happening. A lot of national and international media presence as well, but around 10 to 15 rounds of tear gas shells have been now put against people who are protesting here. Thousands of youth who have it's likely that increase. So now barricades being brought in the last layer of barricade being broken. People are taking cover behind it. They are trying their best to enter the parliament and perhaps do some ransacking inside the parliament. We saw a lot of rioting inside the parliament yesterday as well. But these live visuals from outside the clashes that are erupting, and people are not going to relent. They are saying that even if the violence continues, they will continue to protest and try to breach the parliament and storm the parliament yet again. Second straight day inside the parliament until there is a resolution, until there are talks, until there is some kind of a situation where the security forces and the political masters really take a call of a consensus of this kind of a resignation plan. Seems unlikely at this stage. There are ambulances and emergency vehicles doing rounds in this area, but the paramilitary forces and the are trying their best to control the situation. So barricades.
Visuals coming in. There you can see visuals coming in from Kathmandu. It's the second day of violence. You just heard Aditya, they're reporting from the ground, and once again there has been stone pelting as there is anger on the streets now. These are fresh protests that are taking place, and they've erupted in several parts of the country. This comes a day after the government there revoked the ban on social media, but these protests are a lot more to do with than just the ban on social media that was brought in by the Nepal government. It's to do also with corruption and the youth who view the corruption by those in power, by those in political positions, and it's that anger really that is erupting on the ground. And this time the youth saying that they want the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to resign, and that is the demand. Remember, already you've had two ministers in the government resign over the violence yesterday, in which 19 people were killed in the clashes that took place as the youth marched towards the parliament, and we even saw vandalism taking place in the parliament. Curfew was also imposed in several of these areas to prevent any more violence. The ban on social media was also revoked. However, the youth, they're not having it, and they are saying that they will continue to protest till the Prime Minister resigns. They've also been today targeting of the houses of some of the leaders there in Nepal, and these protests are not just in Kathmandu. In fact, in other parts of the country as well, in other towns, there have been reports of protests and violence. So this is the second day of chaos that we're seeing in Nepal. The Indian government, of course, watching all these scenes very, very closely. Indians who are there in Nepal have been, warned to stay extremely cautious. So there you can see the visuals of stone pelting that is taking place as the youth again out on the streets protesting. Curfew, as we said, was imposed in several parts of the country, including in Kathmandu. But demonstrators again taking to the streets, pelting stones, marching as well for a second day. And you can see the security forces there as well, especially near the parliament area, trying to ensure that there is protection and that things don't get out of hand, given that curfew has been imposed. However, clearly the youth coming out and pelting stones. In fact, as we said, two ministers of the Oli government also resigned, and the demonstrators are now asking and demanding the Prime Minister's dismissal. They've vandalized and homes of some of the leaders. There you can see visuals of the curfew and in place. So as you can see, many of the streets are absolutely empty and peaceful, but in some parts we have seen the youth coming out, especially trying to go towards the parliament and lobbying stones and bricks, etc., towards the police. And so once again, it's the second day that we're seeing that there is stone pelting, there's arson as well. We saw tires being lit on the road, and again clashes taking place. So the unrest there in Nepal intensifying. Now this unrest yesterday we saw those massive protests and march, which was ostensibly over the ban on social media platforms. However, it was also a march against corruption, something that had been planned for earlier on. But however, after the Nepalese government banned social media platforms, it really ignited the anger on the street.
and led to this protest. It was on social media that a lot of the reports regarding corruption were also being shared. Remember that just before these protests erupted, one of the trends on social media was about Nepo kids. These are children of rich and powerful people in Nepal who have very lavish lifestyles, and it was being talked about, and the trend was pointing out how they could have only arrived at this level of wealth due to corruption and comparisons with the life of common Nepalese person, and so that is something that was really igniting a lot of anger among the youth, and that is what we saw burst on the streets yesterday as there was this massive protest march towards the parliament, which was then blocked by the police. The army was out on the streets. The Nepalese parliament was also vandalized. There was firing, and towards the midday, the news came out that at least 19 people had been killed in the violence. Many of the young people losing their lives in hospital where they had been taken after they were injured. The Prime Minister has also expressed his remorse at the number of people who died, and he has spoken about it. However, the protesters out on the streets again for a second day, this time demanding that the Prime Minister step down, also targeting the homes of some of the leaders there. In fact, former Prime Minister Pushpa Kamal Dahal, who is known popularly as Prachanda, his home was also targeted by the protesting youth. So if you're just joining in, it is the second day of unrest in Nepal. In Kathmandu, while curfew is in place, we have seen that the youth there coming out onto the streets and pelting stones at the police. There you can see the army, the police out on the streets to maintain calm. The youth also targeting the homes of several leaders. Even the former Prime Minister Prachanda, his home was targeted, and already 3 ministers have resigned, in fact, over the violence and how things got out of hand. The fact that 19 people lost their lives in this violence. So it is the second day of protests as well as curfew. Curfew is in place in Kathmandu as well as several other places. But there you can see these visuals from a little while ago of the people coming out onto the streets, throwing those stones, pelting the stones towards security forces. And you could see the police also fleeing from there. So Nepal unrest there intensifying. There is tension. Even if you're seeing these visuals of empty streets, there is palpable tension on the ground, which is what our reporters there, Siktadev and Aditya, have been reporting about. A lot of anger among the youth, and this protest is not just about the ban on social media. Remember, that ban has been revoked. In fact, the Nepalese government yesterday evening made the decision that they were going to lift the ban on social media after these protests, which are called the Gen Z protests. That's what they call themselves as well. That's how it was being highlighted on social media, where directions were also being given to gather for all the youth. Ministers have resigned after 19 people were killed in clashes with the police after these protests turned violent. As we said, 3 ministers have resigned. Also, the cabinet formed an investigation committee to look into the violence, and 15 days given to prepare that report. But just take a look at these scenes from Kathmandu, where it's a second day of violence and unrest on the streets. You can see the crowds actually chasing the policemen, the security forces there, pelting them with stones. They've had to retreat there, given the number of people who have come out in this particular area where these scenes are taking place. However, largely there is curfew, most people, remaining indoors. Well, let's go across to Aditya, who joins us from Kathmandu. Aditya, tell us what is happening there around you. Once again, unrest taking place. We're seeing these visuals of stone pelting and the security forces having to, in fact, retreat in the face of the stone pelting.
Well, that's right. In several locations around the Nepal parliament, where NDTV has been continuously reporting, the security forces had to retreat. We are standing right outside the main gate of the Nepal parliament, where you can see the barricades have been
All right, we will try and reconnect there with Aditya, and it is a very, as you can see, tense situation there on the ground. Security forces out on the street trying to maintain calm. Remember, curfew has been called. However, the youth again taking to the street in a protest, in anger. This protest is over corruption, with many of the youth perceiving that it is the politicians who are corrupt, and that many of their the benefits are not actually reaching them, and this anger really erupted after the ban on those social media platforms. This protest that took place yesterday had already been planned against corruption, but with the ban on social media platform, that really ignited a lot of the anger. And yesterday we saw massive crowds on the streets marching towards Parliament. In fact, even at Parliament, they vandalized, parts of the building there, and smashed windows were to be seen. There were clashes with the security forces, and 19 people lost their lives. So a lot of anger over that. 3 ministers have, however, resigned. The Prime Minister has also expressed his how upset he is over the loss of lives. However, the youth to the streets and demanding the Prime Minister resign. Let's go across to Aditya. Aditya, over to you. Tell us what's happening. All right, we will try and connect with Aditya there, but it's the second day of unrest that is taking place in Nepal, with the youth once again taking to the streets. This despite the fact that curfew has been imposed in many of the areas, and it's not just in Kathmandu. In fact, in other towns as well, there are reports of anger and violence taking place. There is also targeting of the homes of some of the political leaders. The former Prime Minister Prachanda, his home too was targeted. Rumors also doing the rounds of some leaders perhaps fleeing from Nepal, but none of those have been confirmed. Remember, this is a time when there's a lot of rumors and speculation that do the rounds. But protesters today are taking to the streets, breaking barriers, pelting stones at security forces who are being forced to retreat, as you can see in these visuals, given the number of people there, taking them on and pelting them with stones. A curfew has been called in Kathmandu and in other parts of Nepal. Let's go back to Aditya again. Let's try again to see if we can connect with him. Aditya, over to you.
Well, yes, we are trying to take cover because there are clashes that have erupted. I'll ask my video journalist to actually show you visuals from the main gate of the Nepal Parliament. There are clashes that have erupted. There are massive tear gas shells that have been fired at the protesters. You can see people actually taking shelter here, journalists also taking shelter. This is the main boundary wall of the Parliament. A lot of the security forces have again retreated inside the Parliament. If I can ask Prem to pan and show you inside visuals of the Parliament, you can see the paramilitary as well as the army actually taking cover inside the premises. So a lot of tear gas being fired here. So we are trying to move at a safe distance from here. It's a little difficult because of the smoke in this entire area. But yes, efforts are on to tame the tempers, but tear gas shells fired across the people.
Right, do stay safe, and one can imagine the kind of chaos there must be right there. Tear gas shells being lobbed at the crowds to disperse them, and one can imagine the smoke in the air with that. This is the second day of protests and unrest in the streets of Kathmandu, as the youth have taken to the streets protesting corruption of their government, demanding that the Prime Minister step down. There's once again, as we said, stone pelting, arson. Barriers were also broken. We saw those visuals. You can see, tires being burned on the streets. Now, this protest that took place, it is anger among the youth over corruption that they see in their political leaders, and the fact that a lot of benefits don't reach them. There was also this trend on social media calling out Nepo kids, that were the children of rich personalities and political leaders who many perceive to be living way beyond the means of justified income and having very lavish and extravagant lifestyles. And there was a lot of anger brewing over this The march that we saw yesterday had already been announced, but then the Nepalese government that had asked social media companies to comply with certain rules, this was something imposed by the Supreme Court, have banned around over a dozen social media platforms that refuse to comply, including platforms like Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp. And that also really ignited the anger which we saw yesterday, with a huge number of people taking to the streets, marching towards Parliament. It's called the Gen Z protest. It's what they call themselves as well, those who are organizing these protests. Yesterday, 19 people died in the violence that took place, and today is the second day of the protest taking place. And this time there is curfew that has been called in Kathmandu. There, as you can see, there's security out in the streets, but even then, the youth once again, coming out in some places, taking to the streets, pelting stones, armed with sticks as well. And these visuals, you can see the security forces being forced to retreat, to run away from the crowds, given the sheer volume of the crowds. Now, 3 ministers have resigned after what took place yesterday. The fact that 19 people lost their lives, and with the Prime Minister even expressing his sorrow at the loss of lives that has taken place. However, the youth now demanding that the Prime Minister should step down. India is, of course, very closely watching the situation, given not just our geographical closeness to Nepal, but also our historical closeness to Nepal. And the MEA has, in a statement yesterday, said that we are closely monitoring the developments. We are deeply saddened by the loss of many young lives. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the deceased, and we wish for speedy recovery of those who have been injured. Also reaffirming India's position as a close neighbor and partner, it said that we hope all concerned will exercise restraint and address any issues through peaceful means and dialogue. Also advising all Indians who are there, Indian nationals in Nepal, to exercise extreme caution and follow all the local guidelines. Now, barricades were set up near the Parliament to prevent any of the crowd from reaching the Parliament building, like we saw yesterday, where the Parliament exterior, it got vandalized as well by the crowds. However, in some places, the crowds managing to break through those barricades. Now, as Aditya was reporting from the ground there, that tear gas shells are also being lobbed, and helicopters are also being seen hovering over Kathmandu. Let's again attempt to go back to Aditya. Aditya, over to you. Tell us what's happening. All right, we will try and go across to Aditya, but we also earlier spoke to one of the ministers there for the latest on the situation, the IT minister. Let's just listen in.
मतलब situation अभी control में है in Kathmandu and neighboring areas?
Yeah.
Okay. So protesters are also demanding, resignation of the Prime Minister. But तो उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? What will you say?
We are not thinking to resign.
Okay. But do you think that the situation will calm down now? Now that the Home Minister has resigned, will the situation calm down?
All right, that was a phone conversation that we had with the IT Minister yesterday. But let's take a look at what is taking place right now on the streets of Nepal in Kathmandu, as the youth have once again for a second day taken to the streets, stone pelting taking place against security forces. We believe tear gas shells are also being lobbed at the crowds that have gathered. There's barricading near the Parliament building, and to prevent the crowds from reaching the Parliament building. This is after yesterday, where we saw those massive protests. 19 people were killed in the clashes that took place yesterday. The government, the Prime Minister in Nepal, expressing sorrow over this. However, the youth now demanding that the Prime Minister must resign. And so once again taking to the streets. These are in some places, remember we showed you those visuals of empty streets as well, but in some places the youth are coming out and protesting, expressing their anger. And today we're seeing that the homes of certain leaders are being attacked and targeted as well, of some of the political leaders. And former Prime Minister Prachanda, his home too was targeted by the protesters who are protesting over corruption in the state, what they perceive as mismanagement and rampant corruption in those who are governing them. It's also, remember, started with this trend on social media where there was hashtag Nepo kids being shared and visuals of the lavish and extravagant lifestyles of the children of the rich and powerful people, of political leaders, and questions raised as to how they were funding this extravagant lifestyle with flashy cars and holidays abroad. And the implication was that it is through the corruption in the polity, in the political leadership, and that is how that their families are benefiting, even as the youth in Nepal are suffering. So that was the anger over corruption, and that is what led to the call for the protest that we saw on Monday. However, just before that protest, then the Nepalese government banned all social media platforms, over 20 social media platforms that had not complied with certain rules. And that really ignited the anger even more so, with many more people taking to the streets. Yesterday, 19 people lost their lives in the face-off, in the clashes that took place. And once again, for a second day, there is unrest on the streets of Kathmandu. As you can see, security forces are out there in their riot gear. However, in some places, they are being overwhelmed by the crowd and the stone pelting. Aditya, once again, there on the streets of Kathmandu. This is near the Parliament building, where a lot of action is taking place. Tear gas shells also being lobbed. Let's try again to go to Aditya. Aditya, tell us what's happening around you.
Well, a lot of chaos. We got caught in this entire area where tear gas were fired at the protesters. The media got caught in this entire area. Our eyes were burning. But I can tell you, give you a glimpse of the Nepal Parliament boundary wall where we are standing right now. From all four corners, the paramilitary, the police and the army have cornered this entire area, tried to sanitize it and pushed back the people. And now again at the main circle, the main chowk of the Nepal Parliament, protesters have converged, and there is clashes that are erupting. A lot of tires and barricades that are being burnt by the protesters. You can see the voice of the tear gas shells, the audio of the tear gas shells, I beg your pardon, in this entire belt, where continuously, because of the amount of people, thousands who have converged in this area, who are trying their best to get inside the Nepal Parliament. But these are visuals of the Nepali forces, the paramilitary, the army and the police, giving a cover, multi-layered cover to the entire Nepal Parliament so that the seat of democracy is not compromised and the protesters do not storm the Parliament. Every passing minute, there are thousands who are trying to converge here, trying their best to, move inside the Parliament premises to convey a message to this entire area. There are more tear gas shells that have been fired. We are taking again cover, trying to push back. I'm asking my video journalists to move, but more tear gas shells that have been fired in this area, and the protesters also firing back those tear gas shells towards the security forces. So that's the latest coming in. Clashes continuing right outside the Nepal Parliament here in Kathmandu, even as the paramilitary forces are firing tear gas shells at the protesters. But the protesters not relenting. They have moved back a little, but they are trying to breach the gate and try to storm inside, even though till now the protesters haven't been successful to enter the Parliament premises. The clashes only continuing right outside here at the Nepal Parliament.
Aditya, you do take care, and the camera person, I know from experience, you could, if you have a handkerchief, you should wet it and try and put it around your mouth, given, they're continuing to lob those tear gas shells. A huge amount of security there, as Aditya is showing us, near the Parliament building, trying to ensure that once again that perimeter is not breached like it was yesterday, where we saw the Parliament building being vandalized and some of the protesters actually climbing on top and smashing windows as well. So here you can see near this, what I imagine would be, a central part of Kathmandu, huge security presence and the police and army there in riot gear, anti-riot gear. However, in other parts, as you can see in the other scenes, where the crowds are actually overwhelming security forces who are being forced to retreat then. This is the second day of violence and protest and unrest in Kathmandu, in Nepal, given the anger of the youth over corruption in their leadership and demands that the Prime Minister, I beg your pardon, resign. Already a few ministers have resigned over the violence that took place yesterday, given that 19 protesters lost their lives in clashes with the police. So these visuals that you can see of the youth again taking to the streets and, really not and this is after the government took back that ban on the social media platforms. They were quick to, blink and taking back that ban. Let's go back to Aditya. Aditya, I can see the, security forces are facing off against a huge crowd on the other side.
Well, that's right. I can tell you, this entire Nepal Parliament complex in Kathmandu, there are multiple gates on all four corners. So the strategy of the security forces is to provide ample security on each and every gate. The main gate, of course, was almost breached, but at that moment, multiple tear gas shells were fired at the protesters and the media as well, and then we had to move out. Just for an example, I'll give you a glimpse of this small gate of the Nepal Parliament again. You can see the Nepal police personnel who are stationed here, who are giving security to the main gate as a seat of democracy of the Nepal Parliament. You can see multiple security personnel and army personnel who are stationed inside the gate. You can see them stationed out there, trying their best that the gate is not compromised and the protesters are not able to storm. This might be a small gate, but there are multiple such gates on all four sides of this entire area. While the violence and the protests only continue, the protesters are saying that it's not about the social media ban. That ban was lifted last night. The Home Minister has resigned, the Agriculture Minister has resigned, and yet there hasn't been a consensus or a solution found of the massive Jan Andolan that has been triggered here. This reminds of the 2006 Jan Andolan that happened, the Jan Andolan 2 against Kid Gyanendra at that particular time, and this time it seems it's against KP Sharma Oli, and they say that the entire government needs to resign, the parliament needs to resign, and there need to be fresh elections. That's what the protesters are saying here. But right behind me, visuals of massive, unprecedented level of security presence outside the Nepal Parliament. You can see a little distance away from me, video journalist Prem showing you visuals of the arson and the rioting that has taken place. A lot of tires, a lot of barricades, public property that is being burnt in this entire area. People are angry and seething with rage and saying that even though protesters have been killed and many of them have been injured critically, the Prime Minister hasn't come out visibly to meet the people or interact or have a dialogue. So they clearly are in no mood for a dialogue right now and want him to resign. We can also confirm a few minutes ago I had a chat with Nepal's Information Minister Prithvi Gurung, who confirmed that Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli will not be resigning. He also said that the Prime Minister was ready for a dialogue. There will be an all-party meeting that will be taking place today to have some kind of a consensus. The Information Minister also exclusively told NDTV that there are some anarchist and political elements in Nepal and not outside Nepal who are responsible for this kind of firing. You can see these paramilitary personnel who have been lined up here from the Nepal police, completely in control of the situation as of now. But as crowds surge, as the crowds increase outside the boundary walls of the Nepal Parliament, will they be able to control them? That's the big question coming out from Kathmandu on the second day of these deadly protests.
We're seeing these visuals coming from being shared on social media from inside the Nepal president's private home, where you can see, people running amok and vandalizing, chucking photographs as well. And so here, those visuals are being shared on social media, where you can see crowds have managed to breach inside the Nepal president's private home, and there and you can see them vandalizing property and also picking up pictures and throwing them. So this just gives you a sense of the anger and how now leaders are being targeted, their homes are being targeted there in Nepal as demands continue from the angry youth that the Prime Minister must step down. For the moment, as Aditya was showing us, massive police presence, security presence outside the parliament with steps being taken to ensure that at least parliament is not breached, because that really is the symbol of the government. And yesterday we did see that there was some vandalism at parliament. So that is the reason, huge security cover there, tear gas shells also being lobbed at the crowds there near who are trying to come towards the parliament. Let's go back to Aditya for more. So Aditya, we were just showing visuals of how the president's private home was being vandalized by some handful of youth who managed to get in there. And that's another thing that we've seen today, that many homes of leaders are being targeted, even former Prime Minister Prachanda's home targeted.
That's right, Gargi. The visuals that we are missing right now from Nepal, not just from Kathmandu, but from neighboring districts and several other areas, are quite similar to what we saw last year in Bangladesh on the 5th of August or around that time, and also what we saw not very long ago in Sri Lanka. These are similar kinds of uprising where youth had a critical role to play, and apart from that, there was a regime change. There was a seat of power that was completely questioned and compromised, and then it was inevitable for them to actually move out. So this time around, KP Sharma Oli is keeping cards close to his chest. He hasn't come out in media. He has let his information minister do the talking. Yesterday, he did a press conference late night announcing a cabinet committee to investigate the killings and also accepting the home minister's resignation today. The agriculture minister has resigned as well, and NDTV is the only network that has spoken to the information minister, Gurung, in detail about what is happening at this particular stage. But I must tell you that the protesters are not relenting at this stage. Right behind me, as the police presence increases, there's also massive arson that is taking place in different corners. I can see this entire perimeter might be about 1 or 2 kilometers long, and in neighboring areas there are tear gas shells that are still being burst, crowds still being controlled. So in back alleys, in narrow areas around this entire area, there are thousands of people still coming out and converging, and it's a difficult, Herculean task.
Do stay on with us. Some more news coming in. As we said, the homes of leaders are being targeted today, and now the home of the Nepal energy minister, his house has been set on fire by protesters. You spoke about how this reminds you of the protest that we saw earlier in Sri Lanka, and very similar sort of sentiment, the targeting of leaders taking place. And look at that, celebrations among the youth as the house of the energy minister is targeted and set on fire. I think we can see smoke there coming out of the home there. So celebrations, cheering even, as the home of the energy minister has been set on fire. Before this, we saw visuals of the youth vandalizing the home of Nepal's president, his private home. And even the former Prime Minister Prachanda's home, we believe, has also been targeted. So just take a look at the outpouring of anger among the youth against those who are leading the country, against the Nepalese government. Demands that Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli step down. And yesterday, the government did take that decision to remove that ban on social media sites. However, this is much more than that. That is what many of those we spoke to yesterday had to say. They said it wasn't just to do with the ban on social media apps. It was already anger over corruption in their government that the Nepalese youth are protesting. There was already a planned protest yesterday that was just further ignited, there was further outrage over the social media ban. So it was called the Gen Z, protest that was taking place. And today as well, for a second day, we're seeing unrest in Nepal, in Kathmandu, in neighboring districts as well. We're told a huge security presence in Kathmandu, especially around the parliament building area. But now these visuals of the Nepal energy minister's house are being set on fire. So those are the big developments that we're bringing you here. 3 ministers have also resigned in Nepal over what took place yesterday, where 19 people lost their lives in the clashes and the violence that took place. Right, let's go back to Aditya for more as he joins us from outside the Parliament building there in Kathmandu. And Aditya, now back to you. Tell us what's happening over there. We just showed visuals of the energy minister's house being set on fire, and massive crowds around it, and celebrations and cheering as the house was set on fire.
Well, that's right. This is a similar kind of a protest that was witnessed in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka in many ways, even though we can't blindly say it's exactly similar. But, there are trends that are quite similar. You're seeing burning. You're seeing the seat of democracy being targeted directly. In Bangladesh, you had seen Sheikh Hasina's house being targeted, and the Bangabandhu Bhavan as well. In Sri Lanka, similarly, the presidential palace being attacked. Here, outside the Nepal parliament, I can tell you that there is a lot of anger among the youth who are continuing the protest, even though multiple rounds of tear gas have been fired at them. There's been stone pelting, also a lot of ransacking and rioting and arson being reported. Since morning, there have been multiple reports of ransacking the houses of former ministers and top leaders of the government, including that of Gurung, who is the information minister, and apart from that, also at the same time, the other ministers and leaders like Prachanda of the Communist Party. Just to give you a glimpse where I am, you can see here, this is one angle where the protesters have come out and massive security arrangements. If we move a little further, on the other side of the road as well, you can see massive protests, thick black smoke. You can see that tear gas in the air, and then people again, not controlled. They're trying their best to breach the Parliament building, and there are multiple gates of the Parliament building that have been completely, surrounded by the security forces. So at this stage, things are pretty volatile here, Gargi. We are waiting for a moment when there could be some kind of a consensus. Doesn't seem like that there would be a consensus. Here you can see protesters now again marching towards the main gate of the Parliament, trying to breach the Parliament. We'll have to wait and watch if they are able to do the same here in Kathmandu. But the security situation seems to be a nightmare for the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. Even as he prepares for an all-party meeting, he said he's ready to meet the protesters, but the protesters say that they will not meet him. They want him to resign, and that is the only thing that will end the protest. Will there be a regime change? Will the Prime Minister resign? Will this be the end of the KP Sharma Oli government? Only time will tell. But here, very volatile and dramatic scenes of clashes between the security forces of Nepal and the protesters, mainly youth, who are demanding accountability and transparency. They're saying not just KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister, but also apart from that, the entire Parliament needs to resign and set an example of how transparency, accountability and no corruption will be tolerated in this entire belt of the Nepal region. But as of now, the clash is continuing here. Paramilitary preparing multiple layers of cover for the Nepal Parliament, not allowing the protesters to move ahead, but the protesters trying their best to move in. They're trying to destroy and burn public property. You can see the thick black smoke out there in between the alley, between these two major buildings. This is just, 10 steps away from the main boundary wall of the Nepal Parliament. So very dramatic visuals on the second day of these deadly protests out here. Most of the hospitals here, more than 10 hospitals, are completely occupied with more than 500 personnel who are lodged there. At the main gate of the Parliament, there are, there is a noise of multiple tear gas fired just now. So things are not okay. The tempers are very, very high, and perhaps these people are waiting for the crowd to get more momentum, more people to arrive at this place, because remember, there's a curfew situation here at Kathmandu, and people have to walk long distances to arrive at this location in the heart of the Kathmandu city here in Nepal. So dramatic visuals, of course, but clashes and very volatile situation. Things getting very, very difficult for KP Sharma Oli government, an untenable kind of a situation where he will have to act in some way or the other, either go through some kind of a dialogue process if there is at all a leader, which doesn't seem the case at this moment, or the other way, the only way unfortunately would be to resign. That will cause a massive embarrassment not just to him and an end to his political career, but also to the Communist Party of Nepal.
Right, as you said, Aditya, we'll have to wait and see what happens in coming days. But for the moment, this is the second day of unrest that we're seeing in Kathmandu. As you can see behind Aditya, massive security arrangements there, the police there, anti-riot gear, but plumes of smoke also, emanating there from between the buildings. So you can tell, that right now there's a huge crowd on the other side trying to push their way towards the Parliament building. We've also been bringing you visuals of how the homes of ministers are being attacked. The energy minister's house was set on fire. That there were the groups who managed to get inside the private house of the president of Nepal as well, and vandalize and smash things there as well. Aditya, one can imagine for the police, it's a bit of a delicate situation given that this is the youth. Already there's so much anger over 19 people losing their lives yesterday in clashes. So the police and, they must be trying to push them back, but really trying not to use any kind of, major force against them, given what happened yesterday and the fact that 19 died. And that has also led to this second day of anger and the youth taking to the streets and expressing their anger against ministers, demanding the Prime Minister step down.
Well, that's right, Gargi. It's a catch-22 situation for the security forces here in Nepal. It's their own brothers, sisters, sons and daughters who are protesting out here. And these security forces have nothing really to do with politics here. But at the same time, they are here to protect the seat of democracy. Nepal is a democracy in the neighborhood of India, which plays a very significant role. And here, people are uprising. People are rising to the power, questioning and saying that why hasn't there been a transparency? Why there has been an elitist attitude? Why the family of the Prime Minister and those in power are enjoying a lavish life while the people who are economically downtrodden do not have jobs, do not have amenities, do not have basic necessities for a living. So here outside the Nepal Parliament, the protests are only increasing. You're seeing massive security deployment, but also on multiple gates, there are attempts to breach the parliament. On the main gate, I can continuously hear, tear gas shell being fired by the security forces to control the crowd. Will the crowd be controlled? Will there be much more crowd in the coming hours? Only time will tell. But the entire modus operandi of the students and the youth and the protesters seems to be to breach the parliament in some way and to take over the seat of democracy, to convey a message that KP Sharma Oli is not in control and there needs to be resignation from not just the Prime Minister but the entire parliament. So a very volatile situation out here. Every passing minute is very difficult for the security forces as well as the protesters. You can see in this particular area where again there's massive presence of the security forces, but each passing minute the protesters are coming even closer to the main gate of Kathmandu. And there are many other protesters who have come here. Would you like to tell me that it was being said by the international media that it's about social media. But the reality of the matter is that the protesters are demanding action against corruption of the government. So what are your main demands? Who are the leaders of this protest really?
Can I speak in Hindi?
आप हिंदी में बोलिए बिल्कुल.
हम हिंदी थोड़ा थोड़ा आता है
जी.
कल हिंदी में गलत समाचार सुन रहा है
जी.
ये आंदोलन सोशल मीडिया के बंद के बाद नहीं है. ये तो करप्शन के लिए है. ऑल हिंदी मीडिया
उसके विरुद्ध में बोलने के लिए जो जेनजी युवा है ना, नेपाल के जो जेनजी युवा ने से यो इस देश के लिए, ये देश बचाने के लिए अब हम नहीं करते तो अब इस जन्म में अब कौन करेगा, ये समझ के आंदोलन किया है.
अभी मैंने जो इंफॉर्मेशन मिनिस्टर हैं आपके गुरुंग, उनसे बात की. वो कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री केपी शर्मा ओली इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे. आप उस पे क्या रिएक्ट करेंगे? आप उनको क्या बोलेंगे?
केपी ओलीको त म यसलाई नेपालीमा भन्छु, केपी ओलीलाई त यहाँ लिएर आएर मासु निकालेर त्यसको रगत पिएर खान मन सक्यो. त्यस्तो देशद्रोही एउटा जनतालाई मारेर चाहिँ उनीहरू सत्तामा बसेर राज गर्दै जनताको तपाईको कर असुलेर उनीहरूले त्यसरी गर्न मिल्छ?
Well, clearly there is a strong sentiment against KP Sharma Oli. They are saying that KP Sharma Oli will have to resign, but the entire parliament will have to resign also because of the corruption, because of basic necessities not being given to the youth. And the youth is tired of the false promises that are being done by the KP Sharma Oli communist government here in Nepal. And now is the time that the youth are rising. They're demanding action and they are rising for their own rights. They're saying that this is a part of the democracy. They have a right of expression. They have a right of speaking up against those in power. And that's what they are trying to express. Even though there's violence, even though 19 innocent lives have been lost, many dozens and dozens of others have been injured, some of them in critical condition in hospital. But the youth uprising here in Nepal only going further. Doesn't seem like there's an end to it anytime soon.
That's right, and you can see those scenes behind Aditya with the massive security arrangement. This is near the Parliament building. Aditya, just do stay on. Let's just listen in as you got us the voice of some of the angry youth. Let's listen into another social media influencer from Nepal, Drishti Adhikari, what she had to say. Let's listen in.
2025, a peaceful protest in Kathmandu turned into tragedy. Thousands of us gathered near the parliament to raise our voice against the government's corruption. We came unarmed, we were peaceful, but the government answered us with tear gas, rubber bullets, and then live gunfire. At least 10 people are already dead and 100 plus are injured. Among them, one was a student wearing school uniform shot dead on the street. The UN Basic Principle on the Use of Force and Firearms states that lethal force can only be used as last resort strictly to protect a life, never to disperse an armed crowd, and never where children are present. They shot a child dead. What happened today is not lawful. It is a great violation of international human rights standards. I'm asking the international community, please do not look away. We need your help. We need international media like United Nations, UNICEF, human rights defender. Please urgently investigate and hold the Nepal government accountable. This is not just about Nepal. This is about children, students, peaceful citizens should never be met with bullets for raising their voice.
All right, so that was one of, the voices of the youth there, and she's claiming that they were, absolutely peaceful. They were protesting. However, they were met with tear gas and rubber bullets, and then live firing as well, claiming that a student in a school uniform was also shot dead or was seen, dead on the street. So, and getting very emotional, asking the international media not to turn away. So this is the kind of, emotions that are at play here with the youth. They're protesting anger over the 19 people who were killed yesterday in the clashes that took place in the firing by security forces. Though on their part, security forces, were trying to protect the parliament. The parliament building had been breached yesterday. We saw with the windows being smashed. So today is the second day of this violence and unrest and arson. There you can see the tires being burned in the middle of the street. Let's go back to Aditya for more. Aditya, just take our viewers through, what has been happening today. This is the second day of this unrest. A curfew was imposed in Kathmandu and several other areas. However, the youth still taking to the streets and now demanding that the Prime Minister resign.
Well, that's right. Very volatile scenes here outside the Nepal Parliament in Kathmandu. I can hear tear gas shells. I can see clashes between the security forces and the protesters. You can see here protesters have again breached this cover of the security forces, and they are trying to march towards the parliament. We'll have to wait and watch whether they will be allowed to march or not. But continuously in this entire area, the forces are moving towards a particular direction, and now protesters are demanding action. The protesters have again breached the security perimeter, and now are running towards this entire area. The forces are moved towards the boundary wall of the parliament, and now people are marching towards the parliament main gate. They're taking control of the roads outside the parliament complex here in Kathmandu. Very dramatic visuals on your screens of how the security forces have had to retreat. They are moving towards the wall of this parliament area. It's likely that there could be clashes once again. It's likely that tear gases could be fired by security forces. Demanding that justice is the only action that they want, and the justice can only happen when KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, resigns at this stage. Very dramatic visuals here of the protester.
As you can see there, Aditya bringing us those dramatic scenes from just outside the parliament, where the protesters have managed to breach the security perimeter and managed to get their way through to the parliament building.
नहीं उसको मरना चाहिए, उसको मारना चाहिए, मरना चाहिए, रिजाइन नहीं चाहिए। उसका सिस्टम है ना, उसका सिस्टम पूरा खारिज होना चाहिए, उसका रिजाइन नहीं चाहिए हमको। मैनिपुलेट कर रहे हो,
नहीं कर रहे हैं, गलत कर रहे हो। Well, this is the reality that's coming in. This is the reality of the protesters who are saying that KP Sharma Oli needs to resign, and they are saying that the international media is trying to put
for corruption, and they want KP Sharma Oli to leave Nepal as soon as possible after resigning. So will that happen? It's not clear. I did see some military and civilian helicopters doing rounds a few minutes ago. We do not know what is expected really, but tear gas shells continuously being fired at the protesters, even as they are demanding action by the government. Very, very chaotic scenes right outside the Nepal Parliament out here. Thousands of people who have converged for the second straight day and are clashing with the security forces, trying to breach the Parliament complex and demand justice. And they are saying that KP Sharma Oli needs to resign. The slogan thing that you can say here is that KP Sharma Oli needs to leave Nepal as soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
So next to Parliament there, where the crowds have managed to breach get beyond the security personnel who are there and managed to get right there next to the Parliament building. Remember earlier tear gas shells were being lobbed at the youth who are protesting for a second day. As you can see, tires being burned on the streets and plumes of smoke there coming out. This is the second day of protest by the youth of Nepal in Kathmandu, protesting against the corrupt government, the lack of jobs. Remember, there has been this anger over the economic situation of Nepal, and this anger had been building for several days now, erupting yesterday in that protest, which was ostensibly against corruption, as well as the ban on social media sites. That ban was lifted, but the anger continues. 19 people were killed yesterday. Let's go back to Aditya. Aditya, tell us what's happening there. As you said, many of the youth had managed to get through that security, perimeter and managed to come right there where you are. Tell us what's happening.
Well, yes, the protesters the entire area. You can see this was the correct taking place here. This is a smaller gate of the parliament complex, which is being breached right now. There are clashes taking place between the protesters and the security forces. Tear gas shells fired also. Let's try to find out from some of the people out here that what are they trying to demand. We are trying to move away from this location because tear gas are being fired again by the security forces towards people out here. And these are the live visuals coming on your screen. A massive, round of tear gas fired at the protesters. Protesters are moved away, but many tear gas have been fired at the security forces. We are trying to keep safe distance, but this area was almost breached. The gate was almost breached, but now people have moved away, and I can see a couple of people lying on the road. It seems that some people have been injured, and they are being moved out from this location. A couple of people injured in the tear gas shells that have been fired are being taken away towards the ambulance. At least 2 people who are injured from the tear gas have been taken away now. I'll ask my video journalist Dave to actually show you some of the visuals that are coming on your screens. Videos of people who are injured are now being taken to an ambulance, and they have rushed in this entire area. A couple of people at least who were injured have been taken away. Let's speak to some of the protesters as to what their demands really are. आप क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं? और बहुत लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि आप लोगों के लीडर कौन है और आप चाहते क्या हैं? यहाँ कोई लोग यहाँ लीडर नहीं है. यहाँ
सबके पास जेनजी जनरेशन है जो 28 एज की है, जो लेकिन यहाँ के व्यथिति भ्रष्टाचार के लिए, यहाँ के फ्रीडम के लिए आप युवाहरू सब सामूहिक एकजुट होकर यहाँ बहुत नारा लगाए. मुख्य समस्या क्या है भने जुन कम्युनिस्ट विचारधारा है और पुंजीवादी विचारधारा है, ये नेपाल से जाना होगा, इनका अंत्य होना होगा. मेन समस्या होगा नेपाल में सबसे बड़ा समस्या है भ्रष्टाचार. तो वो हुए सबसे बड़ा समस्या है, सिद्धांत है, ये पुंजीवादी सिद्धांत है, ये कम्युनिस्ट विचारधारा है. ये कम्युनिस्ट विचारधारा पुंजीवादी सिद्धांत नेपाल से हटा जाएगा.
Well, that is the latest coming in. Protesters are saying that the ideology of the communists, the party that is in power here under the leadership of KP Sharma Oli, needs to go. They need to resign. They need to vacate the seat of power. And that's the only thing that will end the protests out here. But massive chaos out here, multiple rounds of
mainly who have come out in thousands of number here on the second straight day outside the Nepal parliament demanding action and demanding justice. It does seem that the anger, that they're seething with anger and are not going to relent anytime soon, even as multiple people have been injured in this entire process yet again, and they are demanding resignation of KP Sharma Oli.
That's right. As you can see, protesters there on the streets expressing anger, demanding the Prime Minister step down. Today, we've also seen the targeting of homes of leaders. The Energy Minister's home was set on fire. We saw vandalism inside Nepal President's private home as well. And here near Parliament, where NDTV's reporters are there as well, the youth have managed to breach the security and come, next to the Parliament. A huge security bandobast around Parliament to prevent protesters from really reaching it, but a very fraught and tense situation with more unrest on the streets. This is over. The corruption in the government demands that the Prime Minister step down, that the entire government needs to go. There you can see some fresh visuals coming from another of the streets, perhaps leading to Parliament, where the security forces are blocking that crowd, and all of them are sloganeering, holding up posters as well, and facing off with the security forces. And this is not just in Kathmandu, in other parts as well that protests are taking place. Yesterday the ban on social media was lifted, but this has become much larger than that. It is about corruption and demands for a regime change. Let's go back to Aditya for more. Aditya, take us through all the latest developments. What is happening there right now?
ठीक है कुछ नहीं तो आप सोचिए
Right, we will try and reconnect with Aditya, but as you can see, a second day of protests and unrest there in Nepal, in Kathmandu. 19 people died in the clashes yesterday, today as well. The youth taking to the streets. There's no clear leadership really of these protests. It's called the Gen Z, protests. Let's go back to Aditya. Aditya, over to you.
Well, yes, we are reporting live here continuously here on NDTV, getting you the live glimpse of what's happening out here. The youth are protesting continuously outside the Nepal parliament, even as repeatedly there have been clashes between the security forces and the youth here who are demanding resignation of KP Sharma Oli and the resignation of this entire parliament. We'll try and speak to some of the protesters out here, even as there have been clashes out here. The protesters are now coming back. A lot of tear gas shells have been fired. A couple of youth were injured. They have been taken away in an ambulance to a local hospital out here. Here's a man with the Nepalese flag. क्या आपके मेन मुद्दे क्या हैं? आप क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और आप क्या चाहते हैं? एक बात मैं बताना चाहता हूँ इंडिया टीवी से
प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और क्या चाहते हैं?
एक बात मैं बताना चाहता हूँ इंडिया टीवी से कि ये प्रोटेस्ट सोशल मीडिया बैन से नहीं हुआ.
नेपाली, no Hindi, no English.
Well, that is what is the latest that's coming in. Protesters are saying that they are continuously trying to convey that their demand is that KP Sharma Oli needs to resign. And of course, there needs to be some accountability. The government needs to go, and there needs to be, of course, transparency in the government. You can see, a lot of security personnel who have come in here, a lot of stone pelting that has come in. There is someone who wants to speak up. Yes,
okay, sir. The international media is covering this as it is protests against social media ban, but it is actually not that. It is against the corruption, instability, and the problem we face in day out life. So please make sure that your media help us to gain the proper information to the whole world.
You are live on NDTV right now, and I can assure you that your message is going live to the viewers, that your protest is against corruption.
All the Western medias and all of the big medias are saying that this is against social media ban, which actually it is not true.
Right.
This is actually for the corruption, for the betterment of our beloved country Nepal.
All right.
So we are helping and trying to make sure that this country belongs to those who it really deserves.
I'm glad you spoke up. Well, that is the message that's coming in from the protesters. Very clear in his thought that there needs to be resignation from KP Sharma Oli. The protest is not against the social media ban. The protest is actually against the methods which KP Sharma Oli has adopted. They want his resignation. They want the entire parliament to go. And then, of course, then there will be justice.
We are the generation. They killed the fucking innocent 13 students under age of 18.
Right, Aditya, just to explain to our viewers the genesis of this entire protest, as that person was telling you, is to do with corruption. That was the protest planned yesterday. Of course, also adding to the fuel to this fire was the social media ban. But that really is the reason that it's continuing, this anger on the streets over their politics. Aditya, over to you. Let's listen into what they're telling you.
Be our voice. Be our narrative. World media is showing so far.
यार एक-एक करके बोलो. पे ही बात कर रहा हूँ.
But you must support us.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, please appeal it to all the international media through you.
Right, Aditya, I can see you're, surrounded by very angry protesters. Do take care. I did see earlier one of them was speaking to you in Hindi, another said don't speak in Hindi. The protesters telling Aditya that the reason for their anger is not the social media ban, it is corruption. Aditya, back to you. Tell us more about this, how, the whole trend of Nepo kids in Nepal and then the corruption and social media was just one aspect of the anger.
What we are fighting for. Well, there's a lot of anger out here. You can see. Can I speak? Can I speak?
Against corruption, they are saying that the KP Sharma NDTV government is against the youth and it's against the people. And let's try to find out from them what is your demand. Tell me.
Okay, my first of all demand is three top leaders.
What is your demand? Tell me.
Okay, my first of all demand is three top leaders of the Nepal must be sacked and must be condemned and brought under the justice.
Yes.
Mostly. They raise shouting head, chest. Could you just explain me in a one democracy country in the world, they have shot 13 innocent students in a strikes was going 21 today.
Right, we'll try and connect, there with Aditya. As you can tell, the audio not very good, a very fraught situation. This is just outside of Parliament where the crowds have managed to breach and arrive there despite the security that was in place. This is the second day of unrest in Nepal, in Kathmandu, as the youth have taken to the streets protesting over corruption, demanding that the Prime Minister step down. That is what they have said again and again, that is their demand, that the Prime Minister needs to step down. We're joined by Upendra Yadav, former Deputy Prime Minister of Nepal. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. A very chaotic situation on the streets of Kathmandu. Your comments about this? This is the second day. There was, a curfew in place. Even then, protesters taking to the streets, and now leaders are being targeted. Their homes are being targeted.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the situation is terrible in Kathmandu Valley especially, and even throughout the country also. The government have to immediately address the demands of the youths. The demands are just very simple. The one is the corruption issues, second, resignation of the Prime Minister, and third, about the social medias. They lift the ban on the social media. These are the major demands of the youth. And now there is no option with the government. There is no option. Only option is to resign and to address the demands of the youths.
All right, so you, of course, you'd hold the view that the government has to go, sir, but you can understand that this is a very chaotic situation. The Prime Minister had called for an all-party meeting also, because this goes beyond just one party. This is a question of Nepal right now, and the kind of, chaos that is taking place, the kind of vandalism, the, targeting of leadership that's taking place in and also it's a challenge because there's no real leadership among the youth. It is the Gen Z crowd who is leading these protests.
Yeah, the Prime Minister called the all-party meeting, but except the party of the Prime Minister, all the parties, leaders, they are telling, their statement is already released. They released a statement to resign the Prime Minister. They are demanding resignation of the Prime Minister, except the Sher Bahadur Deva only.
Right, sir. So you're saying that the Prime Minister should resign, but isn't this a time to go beyond the politics? First, try to bring some sort of calm to this anger and unrest that's taking place.
Yeah, exactly. But what happened? The government have to address the youth. This is now it became too late. So as soon as possible, government have to address the nation, address the youths, those who are involved in the movement. Only then it can be under the control. If the government will use more excess force is not the solution. It is not the part of the solution. at this time. Only the political solution should be better.
So, sir, your view is that there is no choice right now, that the government needs to go, that, Prime Minister Oli needs to resign?
Yeah, there is no other option right now.
But you understand the anger of the youth is not just, it's also against politicians per se about corruption in Nepal and all, political leadership. The fact that many of you live, a very affluent, very extravagant lifestyles while the country is suffering, the economy is suffering. So that is really the anger that the youth is conveying.
Yeah, definitely. The youth, they don't have the better education, no employment, and only the frustration is there. So they are in the street against the activities of the government and the politicians, those who are in the government.
Right, and we're seeing more visuals, sir, coming of, leaders' houses being targeted now. The party office of the Prime Minister in Lalitpur has also been targeted, and arson is taking place over there. An all-party meeting has also been called. If you can just tell us, your view on that.
No, all-party meeting, it became late. But even then, government have to find the Prime Minister, have to give the option. Without option, what will be the meeting? What will be the result of the meeting if the government will not give the option then?
Okay, sir. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. Upendra Yadav there, who holds the view that the government needs to go. Of course, this is an all-party meeting, as we said, was also called by the Prime Minister so that they could come to some sort of consensus, because this is a crisis that Nepal is currently facing. It is the second day of unrest. Yes, the youth are demanding that the Prime Minister and his government step down, but one can imagine the vacuum, or obviously there has to be some sort of decision arrived at. Or will these protests, how long will they continue? Today is the second day. There's anger since 19 youth were killed yesterday in the clashes that took place, but also that the social media handle that was being used to really drive these protests had asked towards the middle of Monday, asked the youth to go back home, saying that other forces had taken over the protest. So there is that sense that this fraught situation, some may be taking advantage of it. But today is the second day, and a lot of anger in the streets. And today we're seeing the targeting of the homes of ministers. A former Prime Minister Prachanda's home too targeted. The president's private residence was vandalized, and there you can see in the streets arson taking place, tires being burnt, and the youth, angry protesters pushing towards the parliament. Let's go across to Aditya, who joins us from near the parliament. And Aditya, a lot of the youth who were speaking to you earlier were angry over the portrayal of these protests as simply a protest against the social media ban. However, it was much more than that. It is to do with corruption and the demands that the government go.
Well, that's right. The main demand of the people is that the corruption needs to end, and how youth are rising against corruption, and how the Prime Minister needs to resign immediately so that there is a consensus and, of course, peace that is restored in Nepal. Now, these might be visuals coming to you from Kathmandu, but similar protests and clashes are being reported from different cities of Nepal, where youth are rising up against the Nepalese government, against Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and the parliament in itself. They're saying that they will not tolerate this kind of a lackadaisical approach, and how there's been a lavish lifestyle that the Prime Minister and his family enjoys, while the majority of the Nepali youth are without jobs or any kind of economic measures or help from the Nepal government. You can see this is the central point of this area outside the Nepal parliament, completely gutted, this entire belt. The protesters are trying to storm inside the Nepal parliament, trying to see if they can breach the parliament. Several clashes have been reported between the protesters and the security forces. Every passing minute, the crowd only increasing right outside the Nepal parliament. You can see a glimpse of the kind of crowd that has converged here right outside the parliament, showing youth of Nepal are united against corruption and demanding that the Prime Minister needs to go, and it's almost inevitable that he will have to go. Today, the Prime Minister will be chairing an all-party meeting for some kind of a consensus, but it's unlikely. Until the protests and the violence continues, how can there be a political consensus?
That's right, and it's not just here in Kathmandu, Aditya, it's in other parts of the country, in adjoining districts also, that protests are taking place. We believe protesters have also torched the Prime Minister's home in one of the areas in Balkot. That's not where he resides, but however, the protesters there torching his one of his residences, and there being sloganeering there taking place. KP chor, desh chor. These are the kind of reports that are coming in. The youth there talking about how this is not just to do with the anger over social media ban. It's much more than that. It is to do with corruption. It is to do with the fact that it started after a lot of anger over what was Nepo kids, and the fact that many of the family and children of those in power live very extravagant lifestyles and much beyond their means, and then the implication is it's through corruption. Let's just listen into what one of the social media influencers had to say on these protests.
Happening in Nepal is a tragedy that the world cannot ignore. Peaceful protesters, let me mention that again, peaceful protesters, which most of them were school students wearing uniform, okay, who were wearing school uniform, were killed. Women and girls are facing horrific abuse from government. They are being raped in their own houses because they spoke against corruption. Instead of protection, the people are met with violence who were supposed to safeguard them. More than 30 people were killed and 150 plus were injured, in which most of them were students wearing school uniform. This is not defense, it is murder, and this is not only a national crisis, but it is a violation of international law. Under the United Nations Convention on Right of the Child, in Article 19, it says that states must protect children from all form of physical or mental violence, injury, abuse, neglect, or maltreatment, including by those in positions of authority. Also in Article 6, it guarantees every child's right to life, survival, and development. Today, both of these rights are being brutally violated in Nepal. Children are losing their life, families are living in fear, and innocent souls are being silenced. I'm calling on the international community and human rights organization and every other person who believes in justice, stand with Nepal. The bullets were meant to be rubber bullets, but they were not. The police are supposed to protect their citizens, not kill them. It was a peaceful protest. There was no need of firing bullets on the citizens. Speak out, share this message, and demand accountability. Silence protects the oppressors, whereas awareness saves lives. Please don't look away. Stand with the children, stand with the women, stand with the people of Nepal. This protest is not for social media ban. It is for the corruption that is going on in our country.
All right, so as you can see, there's social media influencers putting out those videos. We cannot, of course, confirm all that she was saying is true. Often in these situations, it gets very emotional. Very exaggerated claims could also be made. What we do know is that 19 people died in the violence yesterday, and many of the youth there putting out these videos, trying to beseech the international community. But right now, the breaking news coming in is the Prime Minister's residence in Bhaktapur has been vandalized. This is one of his residences. Prime Minister Oli has been set on fire, and that is something that we have seen today, that the targeting of the leaders has been taking place. The minister's home set on fire. Now the Prime Minister's home, one of his homes set on fire. Let's go back to Aditya. Aditya, tell us what's happening there.
Well, the parliament has finally been breached. That's the big news coming in. You can see the visuals right behind me here, where the protesters are now scaling the walls of the parliament and trying to get inside. There could be more rubber bullets and, of course, some kind of tear gas shelling. But I will ask my video journalist to pan and show you the visuals of this entire area. This is a corner of the parliament where the protesters are trying to breach the parliament complex. Finally, the hundreds and thousands of youth from Nepal are coming together against corruption, and they are trying to breach the parliament. Okay, let us try to find out with one of the... Please tell me on the mic.
They kill our babies. They kill our student with the dress. Who?
Well, they're trying to run away from the tear gas shells and the rubber bullets here because there are clashes that are erupting there was an attempt to breach the parliament, scale the walls. That has been thwarted as of now, but there are people still on that wall right now. You can see, I'll ask Prem to pan and show you visuals of that wall where the protesters are trying to actually scale that wall and enter the parliament complex. We'll have to wait and watch what actually happens here. But thousands and thousands of people have now converged right outside the Nepal parliament here in Kathmandu, and anytime now they could be trying to breach inside. You can see thick black smoke also coming out from the main gate of the parliament complex, and slogans like KP Chor, Desh Chhod, against corruption, against KP Sharma Oli coming out from outside the Nepal parliament.
They do, take care, given that tear gas shells are being lobbed there, and one can imagine, the gas, it must be burning right now in that area. But that is the big breaking news Aditya is bringing us, that the parliament building has been breached. Remember, since the morning, we've been bringing you those visuals of a massive security around parliament. There you can see tear gas shells being lobbed to disperse this crowd that has reached there. There was a huge security bandobast all around the parliament, especially given that that is the symbol of the government there, and the attempts were made that should not be breached. However, from various lanes we saw the crowds were pressing in, pushing back the security forces, and finally managing to get through. Tires being lit on the streets, and smoke emanating from all the streets leading up to the parliament. And now the protesters have managed to get into parliament, but even now the tear gas shells are being lobbed. If we take you through all the developments of today, it's the second day of unrest and protests in Kathmandu in Nepal. There's anger on the streets over corruption in the government, and today we've seen the targeting of various leaders, ministers' homes being set on fire. The Prime Minister's private residence, his Prime Minister Oli's residence in Balkot in Bhaktapur, has also been set on fire by the protesters. As Aditya telling us, the sloganeering KP Chor, Desh Chhod, the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has called for an all-party meeting, but we spoke to one of the opposition leaders, and he's like, what is the point of the meeting when there's such anger, and implying that the Prime Minister has no choice but to step down. That is the demand being made. Let's go back to Aditya for more. And Aditya, it's not just in Kathmandu. We know there's violence and there are protests taking place in districts adjoining Kathmandu as well. But tell us what's happening there. The protesters have managed to breach the parliament.
Well, yes, the protesters have reached the parliament. They're trying to scale the walls of the parliament. But we have a youth out here who wants to speak up. Why you?
We are not here to kill anybody. We are not here to destroy the public property. We are here for our rights. That we know that we have to speak up for our own rights. That nobody will speak for your rights. You have to speak for your own rights, and we can't. But the Nepal government was corrupt. Is corrupt. They are corrupt. They killed our babies. They killed the babies who was in the dress, who came from the college. In the international law, there has written that they the teenager, they cannot even touch, but they killed the baby who was teenager, who was in the dress, full dress. They killed in the head. They was prepared to kill everybody. They are even afraid of law. They don't know law. They have to think what they have to do. But they kill the baby underage. They kill people they was prepared. They was prepared to kill everybody. They don't think. They was crap. They was
All right. That's the latest coming in from here. People are angry. People are seething. They're saying the corruption needs to end. They need resignation of the government, and they want justice for the 19 people who died here. But here, right behind me, there are tear gas shells that are being lobbed. A lot of chaotic situation, dramatic situation here, with people trying to scale the walls and enter the parliament. As of now, being thwarted, but clashes continue right outside the Nepal parliament here in Kathmandu.
That's right, so that gives you a sense of the anger on the streets. Yes, many claims being made. One of the, what a lot of the social media and the youth, the protesters have been saying that somebody in school uniform was among those killed yesterday, and that clearly is a message that is going around on social media, that is being shared by the Gen Z protesters, and that is causing a lot of anger. The fact that somebody in school uniform was killed. These are visuals. Just take a look at that. The home of the Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli. This is one of his homes. This is not where he lives. However, it has been set on fire by the protesters. And that is something we have seen today on the second day of the unrest and protests in Kathmandu in Nepal, that leaders are being targeted, their homes have been set on fire. Earlier we showed you the energy minister's home set on fire. Now the Nepal Prime Minister's private residence are set on fire, and you can see the massive crowds surrounding there. This is anger over corruption in the government, demands that the Oli government needs to all step down on his part. The Prime Minister has called for an all-party meeting today. However, the opposition also using this as opportunity to hit out at the government, saying there's no choice but that he has to go. So these are the scenes taking place today, very dramatic scenes as the protest and unrest intensifies in Kathmandu in Nepal, even though there was curfew that was announced earlier. Remember, yesterday the youth took out a massive protest march in the streets against corruption and against the banning of social media platforms. So that wasn't the only reason. It was due to corruption that the protest began. And yesterday we saw clashes taking place, and 19 people were killed in the violence, and that has further angered the people. And today, even though the ban on social media was lifted, even though curfew was in place, the youth taking to the streets and now targeting the homes of their leaders. The Prime Minister's home there being set on fire. So shocking, really, how quickly the violence has escalated and how quickly the protesters could actually target the homes of the leaders. We saw a handful of protesters inside the home of the president as well, and several ministers' homes were targeted. But now the very home of KP Sharma Oli has also been targeted. If we take you through, if you're just joining us, the protests are taking place over the authoritarian attitude of the government, over corruption, perceived corruption in the government. And then one of the big triggers was also the ban on several social media platforms. It was seen as a way of muting the youth who are, discussing and speaking out against corruption on social media. And today we've seen that even though the government lifted the ban on the social media site, the anger continues, with claims being made that a school child was also killed by the police, by security forces yesterday. Some very, dramatic claims being made. But let's go back to Aditya, who joins us from next to Parliament, where the protesters have managed to breach. Aditya was showing visuals of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's private residence has been set on fire. Quite, dramatic, the fact, and how quickly the situation has really escalated today.
Well, what I can witness in front of my eyes are clashes between the security forces and the youth who are protesting against corruption here outside the Nepali parliament. There are a lot of tear gas shells that are continuously being fired at the protesters. A lot of youth have been injured in this entire process and have been taken to the nearby hospital. But the clashes continuing at this moment, attempts being made to enter the parliament and breach the parliament continuously, and thousands of Nepali youth lined up outside the parliament premises. So clashes continuing, and a lot of ministers, a lot of Communist Party leaders, their houses have been ransacked. So these are protests not just in Kathmandu, outside the Nepal parliament, but also in several other cities all across, demanding justice, demanding the resignation of the Prime Minister in the parliament, and a new governance which is not corrupt, and there is larger transparency for the benefit of the youth.
So a very fraught situation there, a lot of chaos. Aditya, we do know that the Prime Minister has called for this all-party meeting, but we were speaking to one of the opposition leaders who said there's no point and that the Prime Minister, his government needs to step down. But obviously it cannot be as simple as that. These are very chaotic scenes. There cannot be a vacuum given the kind of anger that we're seeing on the streets.
Well, that's right. The anger is continuously visible. And as I said, each passing minute, there are thousands of people who are converging here right outside the parliament. There are tear gas shells that are being fired. And the message is very clear. In fact, I can tell you that I can see a very, very huge ball of smoke right at the main gate of the Nepali parliament. The protesters are trying to charge inside. Even though there are challenges, even though there is a massive security bracket here, even though there are tear gas shells and rubber bullets being fired, a very huge, thick ball of smoke at the main gate of the Nepal parliament, the seat of the democratic government here. It does seem the situation of KP Sharma Oli is very, very untenable, even as we get you the live visuals from here of a complete chaos, of a complete arson at the Nepal parliament against the security forces and against the political masters out here. But a very, very difficult situation for the security forces to control. Slowly and steadily, the protesters who were heading back are now coming back towards the main gate of the Nepali parliament, trying to breach the parliament and take control of the Nepali parliament at this stage.
All right, the protesters there at the Nepal Parliament in Kathmandu, that is from where NDTV is reporting. However, these visuals on your screens is of the Prime Minister's private residence that has been set on fire. This is day 2 of the protests and anger that we're seeing in Nepal over the corruption, demanding that the government step down. There was also, of course, the added aspect of the ban on social media platforms. But as the youth have been telling us, that is not the reason for these protests. It is because of the corruption and demands that the Oli government, that the Communist Party of Nepal government needs to go. Let's just take a look at this report sent earlier by Aditya.
It was being said by the international media that it's about social media. But the reality of the matter is that the protesters are demanding action against corruption of the government. So what are your main demands? Who are the leaders of this protest really?
Can I speak in Hindi?
आप हिंदी में बोलिए बिल्कुल.
हम हिंदी थोड़ा आता है
जी.
कल हिंदी में गलत समाचार सुन रहा है
जी.
ये आंदोलन सोशल मीडिया के बंद के बाद नहीं है. ये तो करप्शन के लिए है. ऑल हिंदी मीडिया
उसके विरुद्ध में बोलने के लिए जो जेनजी युवा है ना, नेपाल के जो जेनजी युवा ने से यो इस देश के लिए, ये देश बचाने के लिए अब हम नहीं करते तो अब इस जन्म में अब कौन करेगा, ये समझ के आंदोलन किया है.
अभी मैंने जो इंफॉर्मेशन मिनिस्टर है आपके गुरुंग, उनसे बात की. वो कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री केपी शर्मा ओली इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे. आप उस पर क्या रिएक्ट करेंगे? आप उनको क्या बोलेंगे?
केपी ओलीको त म यसलाई नेपालीमा भन्छु, केपी ओलीलाई त यहाँ लिएर आएर मासु निकालेर त्यसको रगत पिएर खान मन छ के. त्यस्तो देशद्रोही एउटा जनतालाई मारेर चाहिँ उनीहरू सत्तामा बसेर राज गर्दै जनताको तपाईको कर असुलेर उनीहरूले त्यसरी गर्न मिल्छ?
Well, clearly there is a strong sentiment against KP Sharma Oli. They are saying that KP Sharma Oli will have to resign, but the entire parliament will have to resign also because of the corruption, because of basic necessities not being given to the youth. And the youth is tired of the false promises that are being done by the KP Sharma Oli communist government here in Nepal. And now is the time that the youth are rising. They're demanding action and they are rising for their own rights. They're saying that this is a part of the democracy. They have a right of expression. They have a right of speaking up against those in power. And that's what they are trying to express. Even though there's violence, even though 19 innocent lives have been lost, many dozens and dozens of others have been injured, some of them in critical condition in hospital. But the youth uprising here in Nepal only going further. Doesn't seem like there's an end to it anytime soon.
All right. That from a little while ago, and now the protesters have managed to breach that security perimeter and reach right to the parliament building. Despite the huge number of security forces out there, it's a huge challenge for them given the sheer number of protesters that have taken to the streets. So visuals on your screens are of the Prime Minister's house, private house, being set on fire by the protesters. What's also happening in Kathmandu is the protesters have reached the parliament building. We were showing you those visuals earlier, and tear gas shells being lobbed by the security forces there. However, the sheer number of protesters managed to reach the parliament building, breach that as well. So just taking you through all the developments of today, this is the second day of protest and unrest in Kathmandu, in Nepal. There is anger over what took place yesterday when there was a protest and 19 people were killed in clashes and firing. Many of the social media of the youth, they're taking to social media and claiming that they were protesting peacefully, that they were fired upon, that a child in a school uniform was killed. Many, very big claims being made. However, for the moment today, again, after, even though there was a curfew that was called by the government, today the youth took to the streets again. And again, protests and vandalism, arson taking place, the homes of several leaders being targeted, and what more than the Prime Minister's own home being targeted. So Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's private home set on fire by the protesters who are demanding that the Prime Minister needs to resign, that his Communist Party government needs to go. This is anger over corruption in Nepal. And the youth, they're taking to the streets. Yesterday, the protest was called against corruption. What really added fuel to the fire was also the ban on social media platforms by the Nepalese government. This was because of them not complying to certain rules, but this was being seen as a way of muting the youth, of trying to shut down their voice, and that added to the anger of the youth yesterday, who took to the streets and marched to Parliament. Yesterday as well, we saw the Parliament building was vandalized, the exterior was vandalized, there were clashes, and 19 people lost their lives. And in the evening, the government announced that the ban on social media was lifted, but that was really not enough, and that really was not the reason for these protests. Protest is to do with anger over corruption in the polity, corruption in the leadership, in the government, and the youth demanding that the Prime Minister needs to step down. Breaking news also coming in that the airports in Nepal have been shut as well. So airports are closed, arson, protests, vandalism taking place in different parts of the country, in Kathmandu, in adjoining districts as well. The Prime Minister's private home there set on fire, and the homes of several leaders, ministers being targeted. Till this morning, 3 of the ministers had actually stepped down as well over the violence and the failure to control the situation, that 19 people lost their lives. And India, of course, watching the situation very, very closely, given our close relations with Nepal, over years, over decades. And also given that the kind of anger seen on the streets, Indian nationals in Nepal have been asked to exercise extreme caution and follow the rules, not go out where the violence is taking place. So the youth of Nepal protesting over corruption, this started many days ago. There was this trend on social media against kids of Nepal, where visuals and pictures were being shared of the children of powerful leaders, of the rich, living these very extravagant lifestyles, exotic holidays, flashy cars, and this was being questioned, and there was growing anger as there was the perception that this is all due to corruption of their leadership, that their families get to live these lavish lifestyles even as the country is suffering economically, as the youth have no jobs or employment opportunities. And India watching the situation closely there, given the kind of anger being expressed, given the kind of sentiments being expressed against the leadership, especially since this anger over unemployment is a common theme among the youth in different, in Asia, in neighboring countries as well. So once again, a neighbor of India is seeing this massive unrest, and the youth, this time it is the youth that are leading this protest, demanding that the government step down and protesting against what they call is the authoritarian attitude of the government, of the corruption in their government, of the misgovernance that they're describing, and today the protest also over the anger over what had took place yesterday, with 19 youth being killed in the protest, in the clashes after they marched to the Nepalese parliament. These visuals of the Prime Minister's private residence set on fire. So can you imagine it? That is the extent of the unrest and chaos really in Kathmandu, in Nepal, that the Prime Minister's private residence has been set on fire. Several leaders, in fact, their homes have been targeted. We saw the Energy Minister's house also set on fire. Vandalism inside the Nepalese president's private home as well. And several leaders have resigned, several ministers in the government have already resigned. An all-party meeting has also been called. However, the opposition saying that, there's no point of this all-party meeting and that the government must resign. So there you can see visuals from earlier with cheering, sloganeering as the energy minister's home was also set on fire. This is reminding us of the scenes we saw recently in Bangladesh as well, where several leaders were targeted and there was a regime change. Are we going to see the same in Nepal? That is the big question, whether this anger can be doused or some sort of calm be brought to the situation that we're seeing in the streets. But for the moment, it's extremely chaotic and seems really out of control. We did speak to some of the protesters who expressed their anger against the government and demanded that the only way out of this was for the Prime Minister to step down.
All the Western medias and all of the big medias are saying that this is against social media ban, which actually it is not true.
Right.
This is actually for the corruption, for the betterment of our beloved country Nepal.
All right.
So we are helping and trying to make sure that this country belongs to those who really deserve.
हम ये जितने भी नेता लोग हैं उनका करप्शन नहीं होना चाहिए और केपी ओली को घिसा कर सड़क में लेके उसको रहने नहीं चाहिए वो केपी ओली की
हिंसा जवाब नहीं है, हिंसा नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये जैसे
हिंसा तो नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन हिंसा तो नहीं होनी चाहिए सर, लेकिन जब तक ये केपी ओली शर्मा है ना तब तक वो खुद मरेगा लेकिन छोड़ेगा नहीं नेपाली जनता को.
All right, so there you heard, what some of the protesters had to say to NDTV, saying that this is not to do with the social media ban. Yesterday, I remember when we were reporting on the protests in Kathmandu, there was the demand that the ban on social media platforms be removed, but that was not the only reason for the protest. It was to do with corruption and demands that the government has to go, given their handling of the economy and their authoritarian, attitude as well. However, the Prime Minister Oli yesterday claimed that the protests had been infiltrated by, other vested interest groups. This was something that was also said by the Gen Z leadership who put out on social media yesterday asking for the youth to, go back home and saying that some others had managed to infiltrate the protest. That was what was said yesterday, but today a lot of anger over the fact that 19 people were killed in the protests, in the clashes yesterday. This is being seen as, the police, they're cracking down and violently trying to control this peaceful protest is what many of the youth are claiming that it was yesterday, saying that it was a peaceful protest, that why did the police fire on them? There's also a lot of anger with claims that a child in school uniform was also killed. So many claims being made, one can understand the people are very emotional. A lot of, we've been showing you what the social media influencers are saying. A lot of emotional claims being made. We cannot really verify them, saying that a child in uniform was killed by the police in school uniform, saying that they were, marching peacefully and questioning the violence that took place yesterday and the deaths of 19 people. Many people have been injured as well and they remain in hospital. Yesterday evening, the Nepalese government withdrew the ban on the social media platforms, but that was really too little, too late. And as the protesters telling us, it was not just the social media ban that led to this anger and outrage on the streets. It was also to do with the corruption, and that remains the main issue that the youth of Nepal are protesting over: the corrupt government, misgovernance, and authoritarian attitude as well. Today, we've seen that several homes of the leadership have been targeted. And not just homes, now the Hilton Hotel, there you can see in those visuals that there's smoke emanating from there. Reports that attempt to set the Hilton Hotel also on fire. Just take a look at the youth there out in the streets, the anger. So you've had the energy minister's home set on fire, the prime minister's private residence set on fire, vandalism and the home of the Nepalese president, and now the Hilton Hotel also attempts to set it ablaze with the youth taking to the streets. Extremely chaotic scenes. The police and the army and the riot police there also, one can imagine, are are also, it's a huge challenge to control this mob, because already you've had 19 people killed yesterday, and that is what led to more anger today. So to handle this massive crowd of essentially young people is a very delicate situation. They wouldn't want to be using force. That's why tear gas shells are being lobbed at the crowds. But even though the parliament building was, protected with several rounds of the security there, however, even that was breached, and the parliament building was breached as well, and protesters reaching there, protesters taking to the streets, several streets, as you can see, protesters coming out, tires being set on fire, and even the Hilton Hotel there being targeted by the angry youth, attempts to set it on fire, as well as the youth demand that the Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, has to go, that he must step down. KP Sharma Oli has called for an all-party meeting, and this is the main gate near the parliament there, which has also been set on fire. This was where earlier we saw huge security forces there, ambulances in the streets. We're still waiting for more information about any more injuries today. Yesterday, 19 people were killed in the violence, in the clashes that took place. So India watching this situation unfold very, very closely, given that Nepal has been, a close partner of India, advisory also for Indians who are there in Nepal to exercise extreme caution and not, head out into the streets. So 19 people have been left dead in the violence yesterday. India expressing concern over this unrest in Nepal, urging all sides to exercise restraint and also resolve the differences through peaceful dialogue. So far, however, the question is who would the Prime Minister even speak to? Who would the government speak to? There is no clear leadership so far that one has seen in the who is in charge of this Gen Z protest. That is what it's called. The handle that had called for the protest was called the Gen Z protesters, and there is no clarity as to who is the leadership in this entire unrest and protest that is taking place. The Ministry of External Affairs, while asking Indians who are in Nepal to be extremely cautious, also said that they're closely monitoring the situation, that they hope that all concerned will exercise restraint and address any issues through peaceful means and dialogue. This is after the violence yesterday, in which 19 people were killed, 300 people were injured in the violence yesterday. Many are said to be critical and in hospitals today as well. We've seen, even though the government yesterday lifted that ban on social media apps, that, however, was, as we said, too little too late, and that really was not the reason for this anger and protest. It is the corruption that is at the heart of these protests among the youth of Nepal. It began also with this trend on social media, which called out the Nepo kids. That is, it's this phrase that has become popular of late, of children of the powerful, of the rich, of the politicians who enjoy very lavish and extravagant lifestyles, and on the social media it was being said that it is the corruption that is really funding this extravagant lifestyle, the corruption in the government and politics that is funding the extravagant lifestyle of their families, and that had led to a lot of anger and calls for this protest against corruption on Monday. The government bringing in that ban on social media platforms, which simply added fuel to the fire that was already existing, that anger that was already existing. So yesterday we saw those massive protests with a march towards Parliament, and there was chaos and clashes that took place, and 19 people were killed in that chaos and clashes. We're now joined by Sarisha Shrestha, who is Miss Nepal 2022 from Kathmandu. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Sarisha. If you could quickly tell us what is it that you're hearing, what is happening, and tell us more about why the youth of Nepal are so angry.
Thank you so much for reaching out, NDTV, first of all. And I'm so glad that my video reached out to the international media and we could get some attention in this urgent matter, because a lot of chaotic situation is happening in the country right now. Yesterday, there was a very peaceful protest by the Gen Z in order to restore peace in the country against corruption. It was not an anti-social media ban protest, but rather an anti-corruption movement that was led by the Gen Z. And there were many students involved, but they were shot dead. More than 18 people lost their lives across the country. A lot of people were injured. Even the hospitals and residencies were stormed into and they were attacked. And right now I am in the area of Baneshwar Maitighar, where the major protests are happening. I'm here right now to get a good connectivity. So I'm a little away from the protest. I was there in the protest near the parliamentary building in the grounds since the morning. And there is a lot of chaos happening. The youths are really riled up, and the parliament is right now. There's fire going on. We're also hearing news that the ministers are fleeing away while the youths are on the streets just asking for their rights for a peaceful and better tomorrow.
That's right, Sarisha, and we've heard some of the protesters speaking to our reporters saying that this is not to do with the social media ban. I think there's some amount of resentment that is how it was portrayed, that this is to do with corruption. We've also seen that ministers' houses have been set on fire. Prime Minister's private residence has also been set on fire.
Yes, absolutely. This is an anti-corruption movement led by the Gen Z. I'd like to repeat that this is not regarding the social media ban. Yes, of course, it is there a little bit in the agenda, but the whole point is about the corruption, because people are frustrated with the systemic issues going on in the country, the oppression that has been going on from the government side, because this is going on for a lot of time. And with the social media ban, it was just the last straw which led to this, the ignition of this fire, and the youths had to come out because it was an oppression of our voices and choices as well. So this has been going on for a lot of time: corruption, nepotism, gatekeeping everywhere, and this was a voice against all of that.
That's right. Sarisha, now if the government wants to have a dialogue, who is the leadership? It's called the Gen Z protest, it's called the Gen Z, movement that is being led. But do you have any leaders there if the government wanted to have some sort of dialogue?
So this is supposed to be a faceless and a leadership movement led by all the youths of the country, and we don't have a particular leader in action, but a lot of people are urging our mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City, Balan Shah, to take the lead in this matter, and all the other youth activists and youth leaders to come forward in that matter. We just don't want the same corrupted politicians in the sphere again. We want the new youth energy.
All right, and yesterday we saw, the violence and clashes. 19 people were killed yesterday in that violence, and that has triggered today's protest as well. If the Prime Minister has called for an all-party meeting, but really, what do you see as the way out? How can both sides, how can things calm down? Because one doesn't want more people to lose their lives.
Absolutely. I think from our side, from the youths, we tried our best to keep it at till the level of peaceful demonstrations. Everything was going on well until some riots happened, and then the police decided to really take strong actions, which was completely against the international human rights, because shooting students dressed in their school uniforms, shooting even minors, this is completely not tolerable. And that is the reason why, even when curfews have been imposed throughout the nation, people are coming out in the streets fearless, and they are battling for their rights right now.
Right. The Prime Minister said yesterday that some vested, interests, some vested groups interest groups had infiltrated the protest. Yesterday, we saw a message from the handle of the Gen Z protest also saying that other people may have come into the protest. What is your comment on that? Are there fears that perhaps opposition, those who are opposed to the government, not just the youth, but other vested interests, are using this as an opportunity to topple the government?
Well, most likely this could have been the case, where there might have been infiltration by the political parties as well for their interest. But that doesn't justify the actions that were taken yesterday. We highly condemn violence, that 2 killings of minors, as I've already mentioned. So regardless of whatever infiltration was done, whatever was done, I think the government could have chosen some other ways to control the scenario yesterday.
So are you saying that, yes, there was some sort of, other interest groups infiltrating the protests of the youth?
Well, I'm not very aware about that because till the time I was here in the protest, everything was going on very smoothly. And the main parliamentary area there were some issues going on in that area where we were a little far away from the area, but we heard that bullets were being fired. We heard that, there's going to be a curfew, and we had to leave the place because we were really scared. We all were scared at that moment. There's a panic going on. So I'm not very sure and not very aware if there was any political infiltrations, but that I would still stand by it that does not justify any sort of actions that were taken yesterday because it was brutal and inhumane.
That's right. Sarisha, you said there's no leadership of this Gen Z protest. How are you organizing yourself, if you could tell us?
So this is actually being organized all together by the youth groups. People are coming together in social media. We all are coming together. We're raising our voices. We're just organizing. Okay, let's meet here. Let's do a peaceful demonstration. So it's all led by youth. We also we never intended to make this about promoting a certain individual, promoting a certain party or whatsoever, because this has to be a faceless, a leaderless movement is what we believed, because our motive is for the greater good of the country.
Right, very, very idealistic. Yes, of course, at some point, perhaps some leadership has to emerge. As you said, perhaps the mayor of Kathmandu could possibly fill in that, gap, that vacuum that is there. Quickly, if you could once again tell, viewers who are watching you right now, what this protest is all about. It was building up for a while. There was a social media trend about Nepo kids, and there was a lot of anger over misgovernance, corruption, authoritarianism.
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to repeat this once again. This was a completely a movement against the corruption that has been going on in the country for quite some time now. The systemic oppression, the corruption, nepotism, gatekeeping that has been going on. And this was the last straw with the social media ban, with the oppression of our voices, and the Nepo kids trend that took on in the social media. That was the reason that this aggravated so much. But this is a frustration, not just of one generation, but I believe all the generations. And it was just the Gen Z standing up and feeling that now the youth should actually be doing something for the country. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarisha Shrestha, for speaking to us. That's Miss Nepal 2022. But let's go across to NDTV's Aditya, who joins us from the parliament, which has been breached. Aditya, tell us what's happening.
In one of the corners, the walls have been broken. That's what we are telling you live right now, that the parliament has been breached, and in fact many of these people have actually entered inside parliament premises and can be actually seen on the main parliament building as well. So the protesters have not just breached the parliament and have now entered the main area inside the parliament and can be seen right now on the main parliament building. So a massive development has taken. Youth Against Corruption here in Nepal are protesting against the KP Sharma Oli government, and the parliament has been breached now, and clashes are underway, and a lot of tear gas shells are being now fired at the protesters by the security forces, but quite a few protesters have managed to enter through scaling the walls in one of the corners where tear gas shells were fired, and are now atop the parliament building. Outside, still chaos remains, a lot of clashes between the forces and protesters. But remember, there are thousands of protesters out there. A number of forces to actually counter this kind of violence. Repeated attempts are being made at tear gas shells that are fired at the protesters to calm the tempers, but the people are not moving out. They actually are again trying to congregate around the main gates of the Nepal parliament, with many of the protesters actually entering the parliament and are atop the main building hoisting the Nepalese flag. So those are very, very here is high, where I can see, of course, the internet has been reduced here in this particular area. I'm not able to connect on the internet, but makes calls as of now. Even though the government says that the internet has not been stopped, only a curfew in place. Social media has also ban has been lifted. But very dramatic and historic scenes out here in Nepal with the students and the youth actually entering the parliament building, and many of them actually are atop main parliament building right now.
Right, Ditya, bringing us that, information, breaking news, just very dramatic scenes taking place today in Kathmandu with the parliament also being breached, a wall of the one corner of the parliament wall being broken as well. Today is the second day of this unrest in Nepal, in Kathmandu, where we've seen the targeting of homes of leaders. The Prime Minister's own home, KP Sharma Oli's private residence has been set on fire. The Energy Minister's residence has been set on fire. There was curfew imposed. However, the youth taking to the streets, a lot of anger over what took place yesterday, the fact that 19 people were killed in this youth protest that was there, and anger also with many sharing that there were children in school uniform also who were killed. We don't know if that is true or not, but that is what a lot of the young protesters are claiming, and that is just igniting more anger among them, as they've been telling our reporters that it's not just to do with the ban on social media websites. This is anger against authoritarian rule of the Oli government, against corruption and against mismanagement. It is a protest for their future, they say, for a better country for all, a more equitable country is what they are demanding. So these developments that are taking place, the wall of the parliament has been breached and broken. Earlier today we saw that the security forces were outside of parliament to ensure that the protesters don't reach the symbol of the government. However, a short while ago, around an hour ago, we saw that the youth had actually, the protesters had overwhelmed the security forces, and now they're bringing us that information that the wall has also been broken. In many of the streets, we've seen arson taking place, a tire set on fire, even the Hilton in Kathmandu, attempts were made to set it on fire. Several of the leaders, their homes have been targeted, vandalism inside the Nepal president's private home. Prime Minister's private home was set on fire. Some ministers' homes were also set on fire. And this is day 2 of the protests in Nepal, in Kathmandu. And earlier we were also being told that there were choppers that were flying in the air to keep an eye on the situation. However, it's a huge challenge given the sheer number of protesters and the fact that it is the youth, also that there's so much anger over what took place yesterday when there was firing and 19 people lost their lives. The youth, they're demanding, the protesters demanding that the Prime Minister has to step down, saying there's no other way, that they will not accept anything less than that. The Prime Minister, on his part, KP Sharma Oli, has called for an all-party meeting. However, not much hopes really riding on that, given that we spoke to one of the opposition leaders who said, what is the point of an all-party meeting unless the situation is under control, unless there's peace, also reiterating and echoing the demand of the protesters that the Prime Minister should resign. These fresh demonstrations taking place despite the curfew and other restrictions that had been announced in the morning. The Prime Minister Oli also claiming that vested groups, interest groups had infiltrated these protests, that various vested interest groups were behind the kind of violence that took place yesterday, something that even the Gen Z protesters had admitted yesterday when they asked the youth to withdraw, saying that some other people had taken over the protest. So that, of course, is something that, more information will emerge later. However, for the moment, it is chaos, as you can see on the streets of Kathmandu, chaos in Nepal. This is not just in Kathmandu, reports of protests in other districts and towns as well. And it is the homes of the residences of the leaders that are being targeted today. Very fraught situation, chaotic situation, as you can see, protesters on the streets of Kathmandu, and there are smaller protests in other parts, but Kathmandu really is where We are seeing the major upheaval with the parliament also being breached. A wall of the parliament has been broken. The Prime Minister's private residence has been set on fire. The residence of the Energy Minister also has been set on fire. In fact, former Prime Minister Pushpa Kamal Dahal, who's popularly known as Prachanda, his house too was targeted. So there you can see it is day 2 of the protest, a revolution really by the youth who are demanding a better management of their country, demanding a better government, claiming that the Oli government, the Communist Party is corrupt, that it is mismanaging the country and the economy and compromising on their future. This was anger that was brewing for a while now. There had been a trend on social media against Nepo kids, kids of nepotism, of kids of rich and powerful people and politicians especially, who are living these extravagant lifestyles, luxurious lifestyles with fancy cars and fancy holidays, and questions being raised as to how these lifestyles were being funded, and the implication that was corruption of the government, of their parents, of their father or mother, whoever was in the government, their corruption that was funding the lifestyle of the youth, even as the common man is suffering. Let's just listen into what's being said there on the ground. So even as the common man is suffering, there's unemployment, there are no job opportunities, the rich getting richer, the corrupt really funding extravagant lifestyles for their families, as the future of the youth was compromised. So that is what really led to the anger. What added to this anger was the ban on social media platforms. Take a look at those visuals coming in from the parliament, where the security forces are still trying to hold off the protesters. Tear gas shells being fired at the protesters who have breached the government building. The Nepal parliament has been set on fire is what we are learning now. So that is, the chaos. That's really the heights of the kind of unrest. This is really the climax of this unrest that we're seeing currently, at least for today. The fact that it has reached the parliament, that the attempts to set the parliament building on fire, and that a wall of the parliament building has also been broken. In fact, Nepal parliament has been set on fire, and the Prime Minister's private residence also set on fire. So that is how out of control the situation has spiraled in Nepal, in Kathmandu, with the anger and the protesters. The Prime Minister had earlier said that the vested interests were also taking advantage of this unrest, of this violence and protest. That may be, however, the situation has clearly got out of hand, given that the parliament has been breached, that the protesters are inside parliament, and the parliament set on fire, that the Prime Minister's private residence has also been set on fire. That is what NDTV reporters are bringing us from the ground, that the parliament has been set on fire. Protesters are on the terrace of the building as well. Today is day 2 of the protest and chaos in Nepal. Yesterday we saw this massive march taking place in the streets of Nepal, in the streets of Kathmandu, to the parliament building. And there too we saw violence then breaking out, and 19 people lost their lives. Today is the day 2, and a lot of anger, especially over claims that children who were in their school uniform were killed. This is what a lot of the protesters are claiming. NDTV cannot verify that. We cannot ascertain whether that is what really took place, but that is what a lot of the protesters are claiming, and that is what is leading to a lot of anger that we've seen today, where despite the curfew and restrictions that are in place, the protesters are having none of it. They are marching in the street. Initially there was massive police presence and bandobast around the parliament building. Even as all the lanes leading to the parliament, we saw protesters there edging forward, pushing the security police back, pushing the police further and further back, finally reaching the parliament building. And now the security of parliament breached. They're on the roofs of the parliament, is what we're told. The parliament has been set on fire. Today the Prime Minister's private residence has also been set on fire, as well as the homes of several of the ministers. Former Prime Minister Prachanda's house too was targeted. So it's day 2 of the chaos in Nepal. And this is driven by the anger among the youth over corruption in the government. Demands are that KP Sharma Oli government must go. There is speculation whether the Prime Minister may actually leave the country, but that is again something we cannot confirm. There was speculation that perhaps he could go to Dubai, but no confirmation on that. For the moment, though, the Prime Minister has called for an all-party meeting. However, we did speak to some of the opposition leaders who claimed that this was pointless, that what is the point of an all-party meeting given the situation on the ground, and that there is no choice but that Oli needs to go, that KP Sharma Oli needs to step down. And today Parliament has been breached with, we're told, arson there as well. Protesters on the terrace of the Parliament. It's a huge challenge for the security forces to deal with the situation given the sheer number of protesters. The Prime Minister yesterday claiming that vested interests had infiltrated the protest. Be that as it may, the situation is completely out of hand. There you can see those visuals coming in from the Parliament in Kathmandu, where the protesters are there. Tear gas shells are being fired. We hope it's rubber bullets that are being fired at the protesters. A lot of anger on the streets. In fact, our reporters were told again and again by the protesters, this is not to do just with the social media ban. Yesterday, it was portrayed in a lot of the media that the youth of Nepal were marching against the ban on at least 20 social media websites and apps. That was a part of it, but it was not the main reason for the protest. It was more to do with corruption in the government, and that is what had led to the call for the protest march on Monday. However, the fact that the social media apps got banned only added to the fire, added fuel to this fire that was already existing, this anger that was already existing against the government, with the demands that the Oli government needs to go. That is the demand of the Gen Z, and there has been sloganeering as well. As arson is taking place, the Kathmandu International Airport has been partially closed, we're told. The Parliament has been breached. So very, very challenging situation. That's just putting it mildly, really, given the kind of scenes that we're witnessing. Nepal on fire in a sense, with chaos really just spiraling there, violence spiraling. There you can see the various scenes from today. The president's house was stormed by a handful of protesters who vandalized the house. The prime minister's private home was set on fire. You can see that smoke emanating. It was vandalized. The energy minister's home was also set ablaze. The parliament has been breached, and attempts to set a fire to parliament as well. A wall of the parliament, we're told, has been broken. The Hilton Hotel in Kathmandu, attempts made to set it on fire as well. In all the streets, despite all the restrictions and curfew that is in place, you see protesters marching in the streets, tires set on fire there, demands that Oli must go, sloganeering, KP Chor, Desh Chor, KP Oli, as he's called. So massive protests today in Nepal. It is day 2 of this unrest that we are seeing, and in multiple parts of the capital, these protests and violence taking place, arson taking place, with the Prime Minister's private home being vandalized and set on fire. The President of Nepal, his home also being stormed by the protesters. There's a lot of anger over what took place yesterday when there was firing when there were clashes yesterday, and 19 people lost their lives. 300 people were injured in the protests and clashes that took place yesterday. In fact, yesterday the leadership of this Gen Z protest, though they say there is no leadership, but it was being shared on social media that the youth were being asked to retreat, and saying that some other forces have taken over the protest. And this is something that was also said by the Prime Minister Oli, who said that vested interest groups are taking over the protest and aggravating the situation. But as we said, be that as it may, the situation has got completely out of hand. Just take a look. more and more houses being set on fire, the home of the Prime Minister, the home of the President also being vandalized, the Energy Minister's home being set on fire, former Prime Minister Prachanda's home being targeted, the Hilton Hotel being targeted, and of course Parliament being targeted, with the protesters inside Parliament, with attempts to set the Parliament on fire also taking place. See these visuals that are being shared on social media. A lot of the anger also among the protesters is with these claims being made that school children, that children or the youth who are in school uniform, that they were also killed. And this is something we've heard again and again from some of those on social media, some of those influencers who we've been speaking to, them saying that the school children who were in school uniform were targeted by the security forces, and that this is unacceptable. There you can see the Energy Minister's home, these visuals from earlier of, celebrations really. You can see the happiness on the face of the protesters as the Energy Minister's home is set on fire in a massive mansion of a house there. And that is really what has led to this anger, this sort of disparity and corruption allegations in the government, with many of the family of those in power living extravagant lifestyles while the common man suffers. And India, of course, watching all these developments very, very closely. One, also because it's the youth that are protesting, and these things tend to ignite, anger in other parts as well. So for that reason, India watching the situation very closely, and giving calls that all sides should come to some kind of understanding. There needs to be a dialogue. Also advice to Indians who are in Nepal to tread very carefully and to exercise extreme caution given the kind of protests that are taking place. So India reacting to these developments, monitoring the developments in Nepal, deeply saddened by the loss of young lives, making a call to address the issues through peaceful dialogue. Indian nationals being advised to exercise utmost caution, and that will follow guidelines of Nepal authorities, asking for the Indians who are there in Nepal to follow the guidelines there and exercise caution. Well, let's go across to Ghazali now for more on all these developments and on the situation. Ghazali, India obviously watching the situation very, very closely with deep concern, given the partnership that we've had with Nepal, the close ties we've had, and also given the kind of youth-driven unrest that is taking place over there.
Yeah, two things to note, Gargi, here. One, that India doesn't want to land in the same situation as to what we were last year during the same month, around August and September, when Sheikh Hasina was ousted from Bangladesh. So right now, the Indian government is watching the developments there. We are also looking at that who are the organizers of the protest, who are the faces behind the protest, because one of those has come out and issued a statement as well. We also noticed that how Nepal's Prime Minister had raised objections when India and China were announcing their trade route resumption through the land border. One of those points was close to the Indo-Nepal border as well, and Nepal's Prime Minister had raised objection back then when Chinese foreign minister was in India, and also when the Nepal's Prime Minister went to attend the SCO summit as well. There as well he had raised those issues. But besides that, an unsettled neighborhood is never favorable for any country, leave alone India. And India has seen these kind of situations developing, mass protest erupting, not just in Nepal, which is happening for the last 48 hours, but we had seen the same in Sri Lanka, we have seen the same in Bangladesh. So India has advised cautions for its citizens there, the ones who are staying there, to follow the local advisory. Our own High Commission there, they are also in touch with the local officials. So right now the situation is tense. It wasn't so yesterday because the Nepal's Prime Minister was anticipating that perhaps after the protest, when people will gather on the streets, they'll protest, they'll raise slogans and will go back. But today it appears so that they breached the parliament yet again. They have put government buildings, residences of Prime Minister and other cabinet ministers on fire. And much more people have joined this protest, not just the youngsters as they were being called, the Gen Z group, but people from different age and from different walks of life have joined the protest on the ground and are also voicing their opinion and supporting it on social media, of the ban of which led to this entire protest.
That's right. Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us with all those details, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the situation in Nepal as Nepal is burning with the protests taking place for a second day. But let's just quickly run you through what's happening back home. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after casting his vote this morning for the Vice President elections, is now undertaking the survey of Himachal Pradesh. He is going to be doing this aerial survey of both Himachal Pradesh and Punjab. Punjab too has been reeling from the worst floods in decades. And Himachal Pradesh, of course, NDTV has been bringing you the reports of the kind of destruction that has taken place this monsoon season, with landslides, roads being simply washed away, and a huge challenge for the administration. There's so many parts of Himachal Pradesh cut off, and then you have the situation in Punjab where the rivers are in spate, the Himachal and Punjab bordering one another, the rivers from Himachal to Punjab in spate, and causing widespread flooding with many villages underwater, many people facing a huge challenge. So the Prime Minister there visiting and conducting this aerial survey of Himachal Pradesh, Kangra Valley and Punjab as well, to assess the flood situation and review the relief and rehabilitation efforts that are taking place in both states. The Prime Minister currently there in Himachal Pradesh. He will be in Dharamshala and he will be chairing a high-level review meeting with authorities there, also speaking to some of the local residents who have been affected by the disaster. He'll also be meeting, it's reported, with the personnel from the National Disaster Response Force and the State Disaster Response Force. Given the kind of situation one has seen, and NDTV has been bringing you those reports of the devastation in Himachal Pradesh in this monsoon season. Currently, the Prime Minister undertaking this aerial survey of Kangra Valley, one of the sites of this of the landslides and destruction that we have seen due to the excessive rainfall in Himachal Pradesh. Let's go across to Gurpreet for more. And Gurpreet, you've seen firsthand the kind of destruction that's taken place in Himachal Pradesh. The Prime Minister conducting this aerial survey, and later he will be also chairing a meeting. Take us through the details.
Well, yes, of course, the Prime Minister has already decided to conduct an aerial survey, not only in Himachal Pradesh, but in Punjab also. But the aerial survey has already been initiated in Himachal Pradesh, and this time we have seen in Himachal Pradesh there was a lot of destruction, specifically in Manali and Kullu, and so many landslides had been taken place. We have seen the central teams had already given a full-fledged report to the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister has already decided to conduct this aerial survey to get and to assess all the feedback from the locals, how much loss has been taken place, how much damage has been taken place, and after that they are going to make a strategy how they can revamp the infrastructure which has already been damaged. This year we have seen the multiple landslide had been taken place, and from June 20th onwards, we have seen multiple incidents had been reported from the various locations of Himachal Pradesh, and we have seen the central teams had already given a detailed report to Prime Minister, and after that Prime Minister has already decided to conduct these aerial surveys in Punjab and Haryana, so that he will be able to take a stock of situation on the ground, and he is going to interact the people to understand how much damage has been taken place, so that whatever the state governments have been demanding from the central government, the proper decisions should be taken by the central government. So we have to wait and watch, because this aerial survey which has already been initiated by the Prime Minister in Himachal Pradesh, after that we all know he will conduct the same aerial survey in the state of Punjab to assess the ground situation at this point of time. Back to studio.
That's all right. All right. Thanks so much for joining us there. And let's go back to the situation in Nepal, and reports are coming in now that given the protest that the Prime Minister has submitted his resignation. So that is the big breaking news we're bringing you right now. Very dramatic scenes in Nepal, dramatic developments as well, and all of it on NDTV. This is day 2 of the unrest, and now the Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, has resigned. This was a key demand of the protesting youth, and so really victory for the Gen Z youth who are protesting over the kind of corruption and mismanagement of Nepal is what they're saying. And they said that nothing less than the Prime Minister resigning is what they wanted, and that is the big breaking news coming in, that Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has submitted his resignation. That's the breaking news on NDTV. On day 2 of these protests and demands for the Prime Minister to resign, KP Oli has submitted his resignation. That's a big breaking news coming in right now. KP Oli, who was leading the communist government of Nepal there, has now sent in his resignation, and these are after all these dramatic scenes that we've been bringing you, the developments all since the morning of his private residence being set on fire, the parliament being breached and set on fire. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that there are vested interest groups that have infiltrated these protests, which are the Gen Z protests. However, the Gen Z people we were speaking to, there's no clear leadership really of this protest. But many of those protesters who we were speaking to said that, be that as it may, that they do want the Prime Minister to step down. And now we'll have to see whether this will finally calm this anger that we're seeing on the streets. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who has been Prime Minister several times in Nepal, has now stepped down, giving in to this key demand of the protesters of the Gen Z protesters. This is really quite remarkable that on day 2 of these protests, the Prime Minister has stepped down. He had earlier called for an all-party meeting. However, we had spoken to some of the opposition leaders who were saying that there is no point to this all-party meeting and that the Prime Minister would have to go. And now there you have it. This is the big breaking news now, that the Prime Minister has resigned. KP Sharma Oli, who has been Prime Minister of Nepal at least twice earlier as well, now having to resign in the face of these protests that are taking place in Nepal, that have really gripped Nepal and led to major upheaval, with houses of ministers being set on fire, his own private residence being set on fire, the parliament also breached by the protesters, and a wall of the parliament broken, and arson there as well. So given the kind of protests that have gripped Nepal, the Prime Minister there clearly no choice but having to resign in the face of this massive outpouring of anger and protests on the streets of Kathmandu in Nepal. A lot of it just targeting his government, with several ministers' homes being set on fire, his own private residence being set on fire, the Hilton in Kathmandu also being targeted. This is a huge, this is the big breaking news we're bringing you. Quite remarkable, I have to say. I did not think that it would happen this soon, that the Prime Minister stepped down, but clearly in the face of this kind of unrest, perhaps the discussions that must have been held, and said no choice but to step down. But the government has not all stepped down. That was what the youth was saying. So we'll have to see what happens now, who takes his place. There is no clear leadership of the youth that are protesting this Gen Z protest. There is no clear leadership that has emerged from there. We were speaking to some of the protesters, and they were saying that perhaps it is the mayor of Kathmandu who could possibly emerge as some sort of rallying leader, or some sort of face of these protests, or somebody who could possibly be some kind of leadership there. But let's go across to Vishal now for more. And Vishal, this is fairly remarkable, the massive development, breaking news, the Prime Minister of Nepal stepping down, submitting his resignation.
Yeah, this was in the making, and gradually we were stepping towards it, and that has indeed happened now. PM KP Sharma Oli has resigned. Earlier in the day, I had also spoken with a Nepalese source. He had told me that he was expected to resign by evening, and he has actually resigned even before that. So this was, as I mentioned, step by step things that have happened, because we've seen that at least 3 to 4 big ministers of the Nepalese government have already resigned, and KP Sharma Oli was under tremendous pressure to continue to resign. So that is what he's chosen, and there were also many unconfirmed reports that suggested that he would be, leaving the country. That has not happened, but he has, vacated his post, and this comes in the wake of these huge protests that have rocked the country. Lakhs of people are on Kathmandu and the rest of the city's roads, and at least 20 to 25 people have been killed. Most of them really young folks. A kid as young as 12 had been killed yesterday. So all of that has culminated into this moment, into KP Sharma Oli's resignation, and he was already under pressure, even before all of this protest started, because ever since the ban was, kicked in, 26 social media apps were banned. Youth were, rallying on social media that something needs to be done. That percolated into a different level when these protests translated into the real world, because a lot of these protesters had, congregated on social media, and they were trying to assemble people, rally people to take action on the ground, and that is what has happened. The protest started online, they transferred to the real world, and now they have already delivered one of the biggest results in Nepalese history. It's probably the biggest revolution Nepal has seen in the recent decades. We have seen some similar things happening in the last 20 to 30 years, but this indeed, a Nepalese PM resigning within a day of huge protest is quite big. So we'll have to see what happens now, because the head of the government has resigned. People are still up in the arms. So this was the
one. That, Vishal, because the Prime Minister has resigned, but it doesn't mean that the government is gone, right? I mean, this government remains very much in place. At least for the moment. I mean, we don't know. There's a lot of confusion and chaos, clearly. But yes, that was a big demand of the protesters, that KP Sharma Oli must go, and he has now resigned.
Yes. So the head of the government has now resigned. It's only a matter of time before, the government collapses, because his big leaders had already resigned. The health minister had resigned. The energy minister had resigned, and 2 other senior ministers had already given up their posts. So this was just a matter of time. The government, so to speak, is still in place, but it's just a matter of time before we see dissolution of the parliament. Parliament itself was attacked just moments ago. We've seen visuals. We have gathered visuals from across the country. We have reporters on the ground covering this. Really tense moments. But the biggest development has come just now, as we've been covering, that PM KP Sharma Oli has vacated his post. This was widely expected. And the people who have been up in their arms, it will be interesting to see how they respond now, because as you mentioned rightly, this was their biggest demand, that KP Sharma Oli needs to resign, because a lot of these quote-unquote Nepo kids, arguments that had been swirling around social media and into the real world, a lot of that pertains to some of the higher echelons of the Nepalese government. So the fact that the biggest head has now, stopped functioning. So we'll have to see how people respond, because this is mostly people's movement. This did not have one single big representative rallying around people. This had many figures trying to, unite. So this is the people's revolution. This did turn out to be a really violent one, but things seem to be normalizing now, if we can say that, because it's still early days, early minutes to say that, but we'll have to see what happens now.
That's right. There's a lot of confusion currently still there in Nepal. But the big breaking news, as Vishal was telling us, the Prime Minister has resigned, something that was being expected. However, this soon in the day, the fact that on day 2 of the protest that this should take place. Vishal, we have Ghazali with us. for more on these developments that have taken place. And Ghazali, you know, it's quite remarkable, day 2 of these protests, and the Prime Minister has resigned, but given the seriousness and the type of violence we were seeing, 19 people killed yesterday during the youth protest. Today, we saw the Prime Minister's residence, private residence, set on fire. The President's home was breached. The Parliament was breached and set on fire. So now KP Sharma Oli has resigned. Tell us, you know, for viewers who may not know, you know, what has led to this situation in Nepal that has led to the Prime Minister's resignation. This is deep anger against the corruption in the government, and this was brewing on social media, finally, you know, coming out onto the streets yesterday. All right, Ghazali not with us. Let's go to Vishal. Vishal, if you could take us through all these developments.
So it all started with the 26 social media apps ban that was enforced by the Nepalese government. So what they argued was that these companies had not complied with the local laws. So they wanted these companies to have a local office employed inside the territory of Nepal, and also have a local point of contact, to which these companies had not responded to. So that is why these aforementioned 26 companies, social media companies, were banned. A lot of these are owned by Meta, the global big tech behemoth, and apps such as Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. They're all owned by Meta, and they were all banned. But what's interesting to be observed here is that the Chinese-owned app TikTok was not banned, because it complied with the local governance, and that is why it continued to function. And a lot of these protests started to emanate through that medium. TikTok played a huge role in this revolution. TikTok, Reddit, WeChat, Nimbus, these are some of the apps that continue to function despite the ban, the fact that they complied with the law. So that is how the revolution brought by the people, they had some kind of medium. And the people also use some virtual private networks to, to stay in touch with people. Also, some encrypted messaging apps were used. So technology also played a huge role in this revolution, and it doesn't come as a surprise, because you look at any any situation, any tense situation across the globe, technology has been playing a big role, and that is what has happened in Nepal as well. And people, when they started to protest on the streets, one of the biggest demands of them were that they needed this social media ban to be reversed. And that indeed happened about 12 to 14 hours ago, but they continue to protest. So that says that the people did not really just want the social media ban to be reversed. They want the corruption to be rooted out, because there had been long time charges of corruption against the Nepalese government. The top echelons of the Nepalese government have been accused of, breeding to be a breeding ground for, all of these corruption activities. So all of that, these are two of the biggest angles as far as this protest is concerned. But social media did indeed play a big role in this whole scenario.
That's right, Vishal. Thanks so much for joining us with those details. So that is the big breaking news. We're now bringing you on day 2 of these protests in Nepal. The Prime Minister has resigned. That was a key demand of the protesters. The KP Sharma Oli has resigned. What happens next to his government? Are there going to be fresh elections? There is really no clarity right now, but for the moment, hopefully this big development of the Prime Minister resigning will hopefully douse the anger on the streets of Nepal. In Kathmandu, where you have the parliament being breached and set on fire, a part of the parliament set on fire, the Prime Minister's private residence set on fire, several ministers' homes also set on fire, the President's house breached as well, with a handful of protesters vandalizing his home. So a lot of anger in Kathmandu, in adjoining areas. There was also attempts to set the Hilton in Kathmandu on fire. So these are dramatic visuals that we've been bringing you. Our reporters have been bringing you all the developments from the streets of Kathmandu, right outside Parliament. As the protesters arrived there, tear gas shells were lobbed at all the protesters. However, as you can see, the situation really spiraling out of control, and a lot of anger over how 19 people were killed in the protests yesterday. Yesterday was the big march in the streets of Kathmandu to Parliament, where the youth were protesting against corruption and also the ban on social media. By the evening, that ban on the various social media apps was lifted, but that really was not the main demand of the protesters. The main demand was the protest was against corruption in their government and demands that Oli had to step down. Now, KP Sharma Oli has stepped down. So what will happen next? Is it going to be an army takeover for a while? Are there going to be elections? This is another neighbor of India that we are seeing this sort of disruption and unrest after Bangladesh. And there too, the protests were led by the youth. And here in Nepal as well, it is the youth that led this protest and achieved a victory in a sense that their main demand of KP Sharma Oli resigning has now taken place. That has come through with the Prime Minister stepping down. Well, let's go across to Shiv Arur now for more. And Shiv, dramatic developments there in Nepal, from the youth taking to the streets yesterday to all the vandalism and arson of today, and now the Prime Minister KP Oli Sharma stepping down.
It's a totally humiliating exit for KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal. It took barely 36 hours of people power, Gen Z-fueled youth power on the streets of Nepal to force a very powerful entrenched Prime Minister's exit. Remember, this is a Prime Minister who was seen to have presided over a particularly corrupt phase of Nepal's economy and history. Youth unemployment is at an all-time high of 19.2%. Per capita income is low. There has been economic stagnation, corruption scandals, including a tea estate scandal in Nepal that has been directly linked to KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister. Several other scandals of certain ministers, ex-prime ministers from the same party, viral reels of, Nepo kids, the children of ministers and government officials partying abroad, and enjoying the high life, while the youth of Nepal continue to suffer under the economic adversity phase that the country is going through. All of this has added to an enormous sort of powder keg, a time bomb that was ticking and waiting to go off, and the clampdown on free speech by way of banning 26 apps, including all the famous, American social media apps, was really the spark that lit the fire and resulted in what has been, and even now is, 36 hours of a complete rampage in Kathmandu and all the big cities of Nepal, including Pokhara, Lalitpur, Bharatpur, and elsewhere. So this is a situation where clearly the Nepalese Prime Minister simply didn't see a way out. The army has been called in. We understand from our reporters on the ground that the army already controls much of Kathmandu already, leading to the question over whether martial law will happen next. Now, Prime Minister Oli has said, a constitutionally agreed transition will take place right now. I'm wondering whether that simply means martial law, before this can happen. Let's remind all of our viewers that Nepal has been in this situation before. Nepal has had a very troubled tryst with democracy. It has seen flirtations with martial law in the past as well. A difficult relationship with the monarchy, which has seen violence and rebellions in the past as well. So this is in many ways familiar, but it's the first Gen Z uprising, the first digital native uprising that has resulted in the resignation of a popular and powerful and entrenched Prime Minister. And that is what the world will be watching very carefully. We've seen what happened in Bangladesh. We've seen what happened in Indonesia. This is a digital native revolution that has taken place, almost entirely fueled by young professionals, youth, unemployed youth, students, from different parts of Nepal. We understand that lots of people had actually come back from abroad. Remember, Nepal has a huge international diaspora as well. Many people actually came back to be part of this. And at the time when the social media apps were being banned, that really made this an exponential rebellion in different parts of the country. And 36 hours later, KP Sharma Oli is paying the price.
Right, Shiv, and as you said, this is not the first time such protests are taking place, or of course the magnitude of this current protest is huge, but just 2 years ago we saw a protest asking for the monarchy to return, so that's how bad it had gotten in Nepal, that's how much anger there was on the streets of Nepal. The question now whether it's going to be, martial law there, is the army going to take over for a while. We also have Ghazali joining us for more, and Ghazali, quite remarkable that within 36 hours the youth of the country in Nepal have forced the ouster of the Prime Minister, their key demand, and I really didn't think it would happen so soon, but clearly all of you who were in touch with people in Nepal, the writing was on the wall, given the extent of the violence and anger that KP Oli Sharma had to go, and that is what's happened now. The question is what happens next. There's no clear leadership really among this among these Gen Z protesters. Right, Ghazali, if you can hear me. Right, Ghazali, just take us through, we're talking to Shiv about these, protests that have taken place, the fact that within 36 hours the Prime Minister has resigned. It's fairly remarkable that the youth of Nepal have led to such a massive change, protests yesterday, anger over the killing of 19 young people, and for a while, as Shiv was telling us, there has been anger in Nepal and dissatisfaction. There were even protests 2 years ago asking for the monarchy to return to Nepal.
Yeah, Gargi, this is not something which happened just in a week or since yesterday, because the Supreme Court of Nepal had given an order last year asking the IT, these social media apps and the companies to get registered with the Ministry of Communication. For the last 1 year, the government was expecting that these companies would register with the government. That didn't happen, but a simmering anger against the corruption, against nepotism, against the poor condition of the economy or the poor health of the economy was a major concern for the youngsters. And they also wanted some representatives, some young representative of them in the parliament to represent them. And they perhaps they felt for the last 1 year, Mr. Oli, who was heading the government, was completely involved, or his government was completely involved in corruption and didn't pay heed to the general sentiment on the street. And that is why what we see today, even yesterday when curfew was imposed, when a cabinet meeting was called by Mr. Oli yesterday evening, late evening, it appeared that he was expecting that this anger will calm down, people will not get back to the streets today, and it was just an outburst by the youngsters. But today, as our colleagues are reporting from the ground, what we are being told is that not just youngsters, but people of different ages have joined the protest. We are seeing violence on the street as well, with government buildings, residences of the ministers being torched. Meanwhile, the External Affairs Ministry of India here has advised Indian citizens who are in large numbers residing in Nepal to have caution there, to keep an eye on the latest developments and also follow the guidelines. But since the Prime Minister himself has resigned, it is also a kind of confusion. The government also doesn't want to be seen anywhere close to the current dispensation, because what we saw last time in Bangladesh, it was perceived as if the Indian government was very close to Sheikh Hasina, and then that entire protest turned into anti-India protest as well in some certain quarters of Bangladesh. This time around, a similar situation has erupted. Youngsters of Nepal have got onto the street. Their entire protest has mobilized people.
Bhadra Sharma, Nepalese reporter, joining us. Thank you so much. Dramatic developments in your country. The Prime Minister has now resigned. What do you think will happen next?
No, it's hard to predict right now. The Prime Minister has just resigned, and there are the various speculation regarding the way forward. But it seems the new government is likely to be formed in a few days. For this, the president needs to take a call, what kind of the clause he is going to use, whether he wants to form the government from within the parties or he wants to form a political government. It's up to the president. So a new government is likely to be there, but it's hard to say immediately what happens.
Now, the kind of chaotic scenes we're seeing, out there in Kathmandu, the fact that the parliament was set on fire, the Prime Minister's private residence set on fire. For the moment, the priority will be to, calm sentiments and get some semblance of order on the streets?
Yeah, that's true. The situation in Kathmandu is getting worse and worse. You can see the Singhadarbar, the main government's main administrative building, has been set on fire. The parliament building has been already burned down, and the houses of the leaders, including the prime minister, president, and two former prime minister and former vice presidents, all the buildings, were completely burned, and even the minister's residence was also set on fire. So the situation in Kathmandu is quite chaotic. The police are becoming helpless. Even the protesters are chasing the police. So the situation is so bad here. No one knows what happens here. The Kathmandu is under curfew. Nobody is, basically the protester. No protesters are, respecting the curfew. They've been defying all the time. So, the situation in Kathmandu is, very bad.
All right. Thank you so much there, Bhadra Sharma, for joining us. Now we're also joined by Yashwant Shah, grandson of former Nepal Prime Minister. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Your comments on these the developments and now this breaking news of the Prime Minister resigning. Do you hope that this will soon help bring some sort of calm to the streets of Kathmandu? Yashwant Shah, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. See, I do not think that this is going to calm. Just the resignation of the Prime Minister is not going to calm the sentiments of the people. Who is going to answer for the 20 deaths that have taken place and more than 400 people who are hospitalized? So basically the whole thing is that somebody has to shoulder the responsibility, and the Prime Minister, Mr. KP Sharma Oli, being the head of the government, he has to shoulder the responsibility, take responsibility, and a committee needs to be formed to look into the allegations of fire, the police fire, because in a democracy you cannot be taking headshots on innocent people who are peaceful protesters. Basically this was supposed to be a peaceful protest by Gen Z. And it was against the corruption that has been time and again rocking the Himalayan nation from a very long time. People had become fed up of this, and what I foresee as the best solution to the whole issue is that a caretaker government should be formed immediately, and in that the common corrupt faces should not be taken into the government, and it should have the representation of all the parties and as well as Gen Z and the NGOs, etc. Plus fresh elections should be called next year in 2026. I think so that is the only hope, because the main aim of this whole protest was that the country was looking for a stable government, and they wanted a government to run the country for at least 4 years with the right to recall. So this is what I foresee, and it is very sad that so many people have lost their lives, innocent people. And if you see in the television the footages, there are young students who were hit by the police bullets. Who ordered that police fire has to be investigated, and punishment should be meted out, because in a democracy you cannot be acting in a high-handed manner. This is all I have to say so far.
All right, that's interesting. But Yashwant Shah, immediately what do you think would happen? Will there be a military takeover for now? Because there is a vacuum at the moment.
No, because see, Nepal has never had a military active in politics, because this is not any failed state. So basically the president is there. The president, Mr. Ramchandra Paudel, should take the call, and he should immediately call all party meeting to form a consensus government. And that is the only solution right now, which should be implemented without delay. Because delay, had Mr. Oli resigned yesterday, a lot of lives would have been saved, and such a lot of the unrest that people are seeing in the streets, the loss of property, both government and public, police, etc. Everybody is suffering. So this suffering has to be put on hold, stopped, and this can only be done by the president taking a call immediately and calling for a consensus government all-party meeting. I think
all
so.
Right. Thank you so much, Yashwant Shah, for speaking to us. Yashwant Shah, they're telling us that the president will possibly take control and some sort of interim government come into play. NDTV's Aditya sent us this report from Kathmandu as the parliament is burning there.
This is history being shaped in front of our eyes. Dramatic visuals of the Nepalese parliament being completely gutted and burned right behind me. You can see my video journalist actually showing you visuals of this entire parliament complex burning right behind me. This is the seat of democracy. This is the reality that is shaping the Nepalese politics and Nepalese government right now. The protesters are demanding justice and the resignation of KP Sharma Oli government, and the entire parliament burning has been burnt. This is the building of parliament that has been completely burnt right now. A thick ball of black smoke all across this entire region, and cheer and sloganeering against the Communist Party, against KP Sharma Oli, and for the corruption that the government allegedly has been alleged by the youth of this entire area. But you can see dramatic visuals of shells fired. You can see this black smoke all across this region where protesters are demanding justice and resignation of KP Sharma Oli, and this entire parliament building is burning at this stage. This is not the beginning. This is not the end of the protests against corruption and the KP Sharma Oli government. The big question, will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign here in Kathmandu and surrender before the diktats of these protesters, or will we see an intensification of the protests here in Kathmandu? Reporting from Nepal with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Rajkol for NDTV.
All right, so Aditya sending us that report earlier, and now, of course, the Prime Minister has stepped down. That is the big breaking news, and this was after the protesters breached Parliament and set the Parliament of Nepal on fire. These are the dramatic developments that NDTV has been bringing you. The developments since yesterday, since the protest by the Gen Z who took to the streets against corruption and the blocking of various social media, over 20 social media sites, and this anger continuing today as well, as 19 people were killed in the clashes yesterday, and we saw that the protesters who speaking to NDTV said they want nothing less than the Prime Minister stepping down, and now the Prime Minister indeed has stepped down. The big question is, will this soon bring calm to the streets of Nepal, and what happens next? The President possibly will take control and some sort of interim government will be in place. Let's take a look at this other ground report from Kathmandu.
Well, these are dramatic visuals on your screens, never seen before in the heart of the Nepalese capital, Kathmandu. Right behind me, the entire Nepal parliament has been gutted and has been set afire by thousands of youth who are protesting against the Nepal government, demanding that KP Sharma Oli should resign. What else will trigger the resignation of KP Sharma Oli, who has failed completely to control the protest, who has failed completely to keep the country united? And you can see these dramatic visuals of the historic parliament building of Nepal being gutted completely. The students and youth have come inside the parliament complex and are demanding the resignation of KP Sharma Oli for the corruption, for not having transparency, and for having a lavish life. Well, this is unprecedented. In your camera screens, you know, the visuals that you saw in Bangladesh, the visuals that you saw in Sri Lanka, now being repeated here with a youth uprising in Nepal, in Kathmandu, in the heart of the capital here in Kathmandu. You can see this black smoke all across the entire parliament building being gutted. Is this the end of democracy, or is this the end of the communist rule? here. The big question really, when exactly will KP Sharma Oli resign? Thousands of youth have taken over the entire parliament complex. They have gutted the entire parliament and are now demanding that there needs to be justice, there needs to be accountability, and there needs to be resignation of the entire parliament. Reporting from the Nepalese parliament here in Kathmandu, in Nepal, with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Rajkol for NDTV.
Right, so those dramatic scenes of arson at the Nepal Parliament earlier today, and after that, of course, the big breaking news: the Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, has resigned. That was a demand by the protesters, and it's happened within 36 hours. We're joined by Sarisha Shrestha, former Miss Nepal 2022, and thank you so much for speaking to us. It was just an hour and a half ago that we were speaking to you, and you were talking about the demands of the youth and how you would not accept anything less than the Prime Minister stepping down, and now you've had it. The Prime Minister indeed has stepped down, so congratulations to the youth of Nepal for bringing about this change.
We're also getting to know that he's fleeing away. He's been spotted in another place in Nepal. We want him to be answerable, to be accountable for all the ill doings that he has done so far. So I think just a mere resignation is not enough for all of us. Definitely, there is some amount of success to this event, but we really hope that this becomes fruitful in terms of revolutionizing the politics in our country.
All right, so you want accountability for the deaths that took place yesterday, the fact that 19 young people were killed during the protest when the youth of Nepal took to the streets. What are your concerns now, and also what is the situation now? Because we've seen these visuals, the parliament is burning, the homes of ministers, the Prime Minister are burning. So, there will have to be some sort of calm that has to be brought to Kathmandu, given these incredible dramatic scenes that we're seeing.
I'm in the Maitighar area right now. There are a lot of people coming into the streets, and actually there's some sort of celebration going on right now because the parliament building right there in Baneshwar has already been burned. It's been infiltrated. The Single Darbar area right there, you can still see the fumes coming up. That has already been breached, and now I think people are also heading towards Baluatar, the residency of the ministers. They're also going out there. But there's a lot of victory that's happening right now. All the youths are coming down into the streets to celebrate this. But this shouldn't just end up in celebration again as well. This should actually be a step towards a proper political liberation.
Right, Sarisha, also the challenge, and I asked you this earlier, there is no clear leadership among the youth, among the Gen Z. What are your demands going forward? Do you want to be a part of this coalition government or some sort of interim government? So there's no clarity on all that. Do you think now there will be some sort of discussions among you to arrive at some sort of decision on that?
I am really hopeful that this will not be the case, because that could be one way we could be heading towards. But because this revolution was something that came out of years of frustration, I hope everybody will be compliant and everybody will be well informed in making this choice of now having a directly elected PM and an interim government that would actually be supporting the betterment of the country. And I think, as I mentioned before, there are a lot of youth leaders and youth activists that a lot of people are looking up for. And I think even this revolution has given birth to many youth leaders right now, the local level leaders, and I hope that youths can now take up the space in the country, because for the longest period of time it has just been the same old corrupted politicians.
Right, and all of you have been communicating on social media. Is there any message now after the Prime Minister has stepped down of trying to bring calm, asking for the people to perhaps go home, or at least be, no more violence on the streets?
Yes, I hope that there will be no more violence in the street, because I think people are just returning back from all the infiltrations that are happening. I'm not very sure about the Baluatar area right now, because I'm here in the Maitighar area. So I think once this is done, I really hope that everybody will return back and there's no riots and violence to any sort of public property, because that I absolutely condemn violence and I do not support that. And moving forward, I'm not sure if there have been any other circulations in the youth, the social media so far, because I've not been actively using it as well. Right now we're just in here in the protest area. But I'm pretty sure that there are certain coordinations going on among the youth groups, and there will be a proper way out. I'm pretty sure there's something going on right now.
All right, thank you so much, Sarisha Shrestha, for speaking here to NDTV. Well, let's take a look at this report sent to us by Aditya.
Even as the Nepali youth have taken over the parliament and the entire parliament is gutted and burning, historic visuals, very unfortunate visuals really coming in, but there are still attempts at clashes. There is a group of policemen who have been cornered here by the group of violent protesters. You can see they've been cornered completely. They are trying to save their lives here, but they have been stone pelting is happening. The sticks are put on them and they are almost being lynched out here. You can see a group of policemen completely encircled by hundreds of security forces here, even though just meters away there are army personnel who are set up here. So that tells you the kind of chaos that is here outside the Nepal parliament, even as the parliament building itself is completely gutted. A group of policemen are being attacked because of the high-handedness they did yesterday, where 90s innocent, were died, and of course more than 500 innocent youth were injured as well. You can see these dramatic visuals of police being cornered out here right outside the Nepal parliament and clashes erupting, tempers really high, even as the clashes between protesters and police continue inside and outside the Nepal parliament. Reporting from Kathmandu with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Raj Call for NDTV.
All right, so the dramatic scenes and very concerning scenes there being brought to us of policemen cornered in Kathmandu by the angry protesters, stone pelting also taking place. Take a look at that visual of the parliament of Nepal with smoke just billowing from it, black smoke emanating from the parliament that's set on fire. The Prime Minister has resigned. That was a key demand of the protesters. KP Sharma Oli has resigned, and this comes within 36 hours of the protest that we've seen gripping Nepal, gripping Kathmandu. Yesterday was a massive march to parliament that resulted in violence and clashes with 19 people killed. Today there were various restrictions and curfew in place. Even then, the youth took to the streets. Not just the youth, many other people also came out. There has been this long pent-up anger over corruption in Nepal, over corruption in their government, corruption in the bureaucracy, corruption in the administration, and that really is the outpouring that we've seen in these last 2 days, with now leading to this development of the Prime Minister stepping down, Prime Minister KP Oli resigning from his post. What happens next? Will it be the president's rule and then some sort of interim government with a call for elections? That really remains to be seen. Immediately the priority needs to be, bringing some sort of normalcy, some sort of calm to this situation. We heard one of the protesters, one of the youth there saying that they fear that KP Oli might flee the country, and that's not what they want. They say someone needs to answer for the deaths of the 19 people that took place yesterday, that why were the protesting youth shot at, claims that headshots were taken. Remember the Prime Minister earlier, the ex-Prime Minister now rather, KP Sharma Oli, claimed that there were vested interests that were also playing a role. There you can see KP Oli is leaving Kathmandu in a chopper. These are the breaking visuals that we're now bringing to you. Even as these developments are taking place in Nepal, you've had since the morning these dramatic scenes of the Prime Minister's private residence set on fire, the parliament set on fire, several leaders' houses set on fire. KP Oli has submitted his resignation and he is now, it seems, leaving Kathmandu in a helicopter. So that is the big breaking news we're now bringing you, as there's a lot of uncertainty that still remains, even though the big demand of the Gen Z protesters has taken place with the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. And now what happens next is the big question, and how soon can some sort of normalcy be brought to the streets of Kathmandu, to Nepal, that is seeing these scenes of violence, arson, stone pelting as well. The protesters, they're very concerned about KP Sharma Oli actually fleeing the country, and they want him to stand and face justice after 19 people were killed during the protest yesterday. The big breaking news that we're bringing you, KP Sharma Oli, they're leaving in a chopper from Kathmandu, something that the youth do not want. We heard some of the protesters there saying that they do not want that Oli should be able to flee. Well, we'll slip into a short break. A lot of dramatic developments there in Nepal. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest. Do stay with us.
Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time.
Prime Minister of Nepal steps down, saying that he's resigning as the Prime Minister so that he can take further steps towards a political solution and resolution of the problems. It is victory as far as Gen Z is concerned that had raged that war, taking to the streets over the last 36 hours. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. It's victory for Nepal's Gen Z war protesters, forcing the Nepal's Prime Minister to resign. And it is the Nepal army that is set to take over. Only they're saying that he's resigning so that steps can be taken towards a political solution. An arson at Nepal's highest seat of power. The Parliament building set on fire in Nepal, as well as residences and offices of the ministers, including the Prime Minister and the President of Nepal. And it's Prime Minister Modi who is in Kangra in order to review the flood-hit areas, in order to assess the situation on the ground. He'll also be heading to Gurdaspur in Punjab, and that's where he's expected in an hour's time from now at 4 p.m. And the high-stake battle is on. Will it be the NDA pick or the India opposition pick when it comes to the Vice President? We will have a new Vice President later tonight, the 15th Vice President of India. Will it be Radhakrishnan, or will it be Sudershan Reddy is the big question. So, voting will start at 6 p.m. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get you news coming in from Nepal of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who has resigned after 36 hours of violent anti-corruption agitation that led by the Gen Z protesters that resulted in the death of over 20 people and injured more than 200 people. In a letter to the president, it's Oli saying that he's resigning as the Prime Minister with effect from today. He's saying that he's stepping aside so that Nepal can take further steps towards a political solution and a resolution of the problems. And, let's just play out visuals of Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal there, leaving. In fact, here we have, of course, a disruption that, has been played out over the entire morning and this entire afternoon of protesters there, vandalizing properties of the ministers. In fact, it's also the Parliament building that has been set on fire. So it is, of course, the Prime Minister standing down. However, that does not mean automatically that the government has fallen. The army chief reportedly has advised Oli to step down, stating that the military can only stabilize the situation if he was to give up his powers, and that is now the decision that has been taken by the Prime Minister. I guess there was nothing left for, but he was, of course, pushed to that corner as protesters vandalized and set ablaze homes of several ministers, including the Prime Minister and the President. Protesters vandalized the Supreme Court and the Attorney General's office as well. Tens of thousands of young Nepalis that poured onto the streets in what is being seen as a revolution of the Gen Z over the social media ban. That's how it all started, with that social media ban that was imposed by the government last week. The country on Thursday banned major social media platforms including Facebook, Instagram and YouTube, alleging that they failed to register with the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. And after setting government buildings and residences on fire, the protesters vandalized and set even the hotel there, the Hilton Hotel, on fire, which is owned by one of the ruling party leaders. And what began as anger over blocked apps has snowballed into Nepal's largest youth-led protest in years, with demonstrators storming towards, we could see visuals playing out of the vandalism that continues. And we have Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, even though the Prime Minister has stepped down, what is the demand that's continuing as far as the people of Nepal is concerned? And we're talking about the youth of Nepal. This is basically the young, the Gen Z that has taken to the streets and, demanding, it might have started off as that ban as far as social media sites are concerned, which started their protests. But of course, the demand was much bigger. That was anti-corruption and a demand for the Prime Minister to step down. But now that he has stepped down, what are the demands that are continuing?
See, the situation right now is of utter chaos. The demands certainly included that this government should work on eradicating corruption, improving the health of economy, should not practice favoritism. Favoritism in the sense that all the social media handles which the Nepal's youngsters could access, Nepo kids and relatives or the sons of those ministers and those in power, was trending on social media to show or to indicate that how Nepal's ministers or people in the government offices have been...
Ghazali, hold that thought. Let's just go across to Sikta, our colleague, joining us from Kathmandu.
To freedom to express.
The government wants to suppress our voice, but we do not let it...
इस तरह से ये जो आग की घटना है, इस तरह से करने से क्या होगा? इस तरह से तो और असुरक्षा होगी ना.
Yesterday our protest was quite peacefully, but government wanted to just kill us, and we know that 19 students have been mainly students.
इससे आप क्या प्रूव करना चाहते हैं? अगर आप टायर जला रहे हैं, सरकारी इस तरह के ऑफिसेस को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ईंट पत्थर मार रहे हैं.
देखिए, this is our furiousness because we have lost 19 young people, 19 Gen Z, and for that we have quite angriness, and we cannot tolerate it anymore. We want to this country free of corruption.
तो कौन नेता, अगर प्रधानमंत्री इस्तीफा देते हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर इस्तीफा देते हैं, सरकार इस्तीफा देती है, तो कौन लीड करेगा इस देश को? आपका नेता कौन है?
Right now there is emerging party, name is Rashtriya Swasandra Party, this party has been emerged, and we believe that this party is going to do something better, but we haven't decided. When this government falls down, then we are going to decide what we have to do.
तो पहला मकसद ताबिश आपने सुना, प्रदर्शनकारियों का पहला मकसद है कि सरकार को हटाया जाए, इस प्रधानमंत्री को हटाया जाए, फिर आगे की सोचा जाए। तो फिलहाल लगता है कि नेतृत्व इन प्रदर्शनकारियों का किसके हाथ में, इस पर लेकर कोई साफ गोई से जवाब नहीं दे रहा है, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि वो जो मौजूदा सरकार है, मौजूदा प्रधानमंत्री हैं, उसका इस्तीफा ये लोग मान रहे हैं।
And then let's just play out visual. Sikta joining us from Nepal. Sikta, we will be with you shortly, but that's the helicopter that's carrying Oli, the Prime Minister, after he has stepped down. Do remember that he has plans in place to leave for Dubai in order to get away from Nepal. This is after the youth that has, demanded that resignation. He has tendered that resignation. He has written a letter to the president. And now, of course, what is really being urged by the youth, by the, as far as the protesters are concerned, that this has really, resulted in a huge loss of life as well as property. Of course, the protest that started yesterday resulted in the death of 19 of the ones who were protesting, and also left many of the policemen injured. We're talking about over 250 people who were injured, including 100 policemen. But now what is really coming about is, what is really being asked is that the appeal is to exercise restraint so that further loss of life and property does not occur, is the demand that is really being made, and that is what the army is actually asking for. The army there asking for the people to, not to let more loss of property and life happen in the country, and that is the demand that is and that is what is being urged of the protesters. Vishal, my colleague, joining us in order to get us the latest on this. Vishal, their demands have been met. The government, we've seen from the Parliament building as well as to the Prime Minister's residence, his private residence at that, and of course the President, and also, the office of the Prime Minister, amongst all the residences and offices of ministers that came under attack, that were attacked by the protesters. Now, of course, visuals playing out on our screen of the helicopter, the chopper that's taking Oli, the Prime Minister, also, he is leaving from Kathmandu. Take us through, what is it? Why is it that this protest is still continuing? What do they wish to achieve?
So, now that the major demands of the protesters have been met, the question is how long this will go on, because we've been reporting that there's no big talking heads as far as these protests are concerned, because these were scattered, these were organized in a very haphazard manner, even though there was some rallying on social media that spilled over into the real world. But as far as rallying the people, the thousands of lakhs of people who you've congregated across Nepal for these protests, they were done mostly in a haphazard manner, because there are no 2 or 3 big people who would have organized these protests. We've been reporting throughout that people had been, very reactive in these protests, because we've seen similar protests happening across in the other country of Bangladesh, but that was more organized because we had student leaders from across Bangladesh, talking about the various issues in Bangladesh. But here it's more of a day-to-day basis. People are reacting, and they are reacting to many online trends such as Nepo Kids, such as hashtag people of Nepo Kids, such things like that have been spread across social media, and that have translated into real world protests. So it will have to be seen how the Nepalese government, which seems to be in tatters at the moment, it seems to have collapsed, to be precise. So
we're seeing utter chaos playing out on the streets, and this is a move, of course, of the Prime Minister stepping down after 36 hours of protests and sloganeering such as KP Chor, Desh Chor, asking KP to leave the country, and that is really the demand, and take action against corrupt leaders. This is after reports, of course, of the Prime Minister there is said to be leaving for Dubai. Visuals playing out of that chopper taking KP Sharma Oli. We have with us Akhilesh Upadhyay, senior journalist, joining us from Kathmandu. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us here on NDTV. If you could just, tell us, because we do know that the airport's been shut down, all flights have reportedly been cancelled. We are seeing the chopper on standby in order to take Prime Minister Oli. What are his plans?
I don't know his plans, honestly. I am not his advisor. But I can tell you more the story on the ground as it unfolded last 2 days, you know.
Right, please go ahead.
So here is what happened last 2 days. Let me back up and give you a context of how the events have unfolded last few weeks. There was first a clampdown on social media site across the board, except a few. And social media sites, now social media platforms have been so central to Nepali imagination last few years, increasingly so, where the youngsters go all the time and vent. And I come from this space where I treat the young people a lot more intelligent, with better worldviews than our sclerotic political class, you know, which has like been there, we've seen them again and again come to office. And you have to understand that the credibility was not lost overnight, as oftentimes the popular media likes to project it, you know. And yesterday was more a manifestation of the brewing discontent that was long simmering on the ground, you know. It was not just an upsurge one fine day when Nepal went berserk. No, definitely not.
Right, sir, there have been a lot of allegations of nepotism. If you could, elaborate on that.
I would say, like, yes, nepotism, corruption, but I would say that it's a thing like this, you know, if you don't like someone, or if you think someone's incompetent, let's say, forget like, then you begin to see a lot of things that make you dislike or disrespect them in the first place. So what happened is the confluence of so many groups, and hence I see such great spontaneity in this, rather than taking a dim view of it. Yeah, as you said, there is Nepo kids, there are like tons of others, you know, and it's a very spontaneous, youthful movement. Having watched two major movements of Nepal, and third one from the ground, not from the desktop. In 1990, it was party led by parties. In 2006, again led by parties. One of them had just come above ground, the Maoist. But this one is so, spontaneous, and there is no leader to it. And it happens with oftentimes in zeitgeist movement, you know, when the country...
Right, sir, we are playing out visuals of, Nepal literally on fire, literally burning down. We, know that the parliament building was attacked. The house of the Prime Minister, the President, other ministers also have been attacked. Take us through, this attack and this protest that continues on the streets, even though their demand was for the Prime Minister to step down. That is what they have got. Why are they continuing with their protests?
Okay, as I said, because the protest is not one single party driven or leader driven, there is no poster boy to this movement who will come out and say, okay, keep quiet. It will take time to quiet down. It will take